Good morning, everybody who's on already. We'll start this officially in about a minute. Welcome. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Adversity to Prosperity. We had a very packed day, a lot of comments, a lot of engagement, and a lot of people gave us, got a lot out of it. And I'm very, very excited to bring you David Meerman Scott, most known, I think, for Fanocracy, which is a wonderful book and concept. And he's going to talk to us about how we're going to connect with the people we need to connect to in the world we're in now.
Great, thank you very much. It's really amazing to be here. I really appreciate all of the team that did such a hard work to put this event together. It's really important for us to do this kind of thing and help one another out. So I'm at my office in Boston and doing like many of you and sheltering in place. And I wanted to spend some time talking with you about the idea of growing fans. And this is something that I've been focused on for the past 5 years. It's a really interesting concept. And I really want to spend some time sharing this concept with you, this idea of growing fans. I am absolutely so interested in this concept, and I've been focused on this idea of growing fans now for 5 years. And it started because I'm such a massive fan of the Grateful Dead. I mean, I'm such a massive geek that you can see all of my Grateful Dead fandom on the wall over here. I've been to 75 Grateful Dead concerts. And I was thinking to myself, what in the world is up with 75 Grateful Dead concerts? And so I focused on understanding this idea of fandom and understanding the idea of why and how people become fans of something. So for the team that's organizing the event, for some reason my video is not starting, and I can't figure out why that's happening. I'd really want to be on the video. It's very important to me. If you could please turn on my video. Okay, thank you. Now I should be seeing my video. Okay.
You are, yes.
So let me show again, because I don't think you saw it. You saw my Grateful Dead Wall of Fame over here. That's how much of a Grateful Dead fan I am. I even have an original road case that was used for 850 concerts in the 1980s and 1990s. That's how much of a Grateful Dead fan I am. I'm so much of a Grateful Dead fan that look at what my wife made for me. She made me a Grateful Dead themed mask that I can wear during our COVID-19 situation here. So this idea of fans is something we have an opportunity, you know, adversity to prosperity is our theme of this event, of this 2-day event. And we have an opportunity to go from adversity of COVID-19 to prosperity, specifically growing fans of our business, growing fans of our business. And I went into this concept of trying to understand fans, starting out with huge Grateful Dead fan, huge live music fan. And my thesis was any organization can build fans. And that's exactly the truth. And I want to start off by sharing an example of an organization that you would be really surprised was growing fans. I'll start off by saying, who loves your auto insurance company? Who loves your auto insurance company? Nobody loves their auto insurance company. However, somebody told me, insurance sucks. Nobody wants to buy insurance. It's not fun. Interestingly, that was McKeel Haggerty. He's the CEO of an auto insurance company. And McKeel told me, David, everybody hates auto insurance. So I had to do something different to grow my business. I decided, instead of doing what everyone else does, focusing on the lowest price or focusing on just advertising, I was going to grow fans. And that's exactly what McKeel Haggerty does. He grows fans. He expressly challenged himself, how can we build fans? Haggerty is in the classic car insurance business. They insure classic cars. Here's what Haggerty's done to grow their fans. So they educate people at classic car events. They go to these events and they hang out and educate people. They have a magazine that goes out 6 times a year. They have a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers, an insurance company with over 1 million subscribers of their YouTube channel. How crazy is that? They have evaluation reports so that you can learn how much your classic car is worth, and some of the classic cars that might increase particularly strongly in a given year. They have a drivers club with 600,000 members of their drivers club. Haggerty's doing all of these things specifically to grow fans. They have a way that owners of classic cars can connect with other owners of classic cars. I've been a customer of Haggerty for the past 15 years. They've been insuring my 1973 Land Rover Series 3, and I'm a fan of Haggerty. I am a fan of my insurance company. So this idea that any organization can build fans is absolutely true. And that's true for you as well. We have this adversity we've got right now, COVID-19. We have an opportunity to go and transform to prosperity by thinking very deeply about how we can grow fans of our business, even in a business that you would think can't grow fans, like an auto insurance company. This is about turning fans into customers and turning customers into fans. McKeel Haggerty told me, he's the entrepreneurial CEO of Haggerty Insurance, our emotional relationship with our customers is how we keep and grow fans. So Haggerty is now the largest classic car insurance company in the world. And they've built this not by doing what everybody else does, not by being a low-cost provider, not by advertising, but by building fans of their business. My daughter is also a fan of Haggerty because she's a fan of my Land Rover. This is her when she was small. And she's still a fan of the Land Rover, so much so that last year when she got married, she wanted the Land Rover to be a part of the ceremony. It's fandom at work, insured by Haggerty. This idea of fandom is so interesting to me. And I decided actually to work with my daughter, Reiko, on this idea of fandom. We come at this from different perspectives. I'm a 50-something white man who loves the Grateful Dead, and Reiko is a millennial mixed race woman. My wife's Japanese. Reiko was born in Tokyo, and she loves Harry Potter. So we decided to collaborate together on this idea of fandom. And, you know, for me, I have a little bit of a corundum, if you will, because I'm the author of a book called The New Rules of Marketing and PR. I have a copy here. It's arguably the most popular book about social media marketing, online marketing, whatever term you want to use in the world. It's sold 400,000 copies in English. It's in 29 other languages, and you can see behind me my bookcase. Many of those books you see there are The New Rules of Marketing and PR in other languages. And you know, I'm a bit conflicted, and here's why I'm conflicted. Because this book has become so popular, and so many people are using the ideas to grow their business, which is great. But a lot of people are abusing the online channel. They're abusing the online channel and doubling down on inappropriate ways of trying to reach people. And you've all seen that, right? You've all seen throughout the last few years how people, you get on their email list, they send you yet another email, yet another email. They're emailing you 3-4 times a day. Or on social networks, it's focused on polarization. Or they connect with you on LinkedIn and immediately try to sell you something. These ideas are powerful. You can communicate with people using these ideas of online communications. But I believe that the pendulum has swung too far into the direction of superficial online communications when we're all hungry for a true human connection. This digital chaos, this disruption, even the social networks are in on the game, because they used to be about connecting you with your potential customers, with your friends. Now they're all about profit. I think that the pendulum is ready to swing back. And I think COVID-19 is actually helping the pendulum to swing back to genuine, true human connections. And a real big part of this genuine human connections that we're building now is around cultivating fandom. So I mentioned Reiko, huge Harry Potter fan. So Reiko not only has read every Harry Potter book multiple times, and not only seen every movie multiple times, gone to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter theme park in Orlando multiple times, and gone to the UK to go on the studio tour. She wrote an 85,000 word alternative ending to the Harry Potter series where Draco Malfoy is a spy for the Order of the Phoenix, and put that up on a fan fiction site. It's been downloaded thousands of times, commented on hundreds of times. Huge Harry Potter geek. She's also really into Comic-Con. That's her in the middle, going to Comic-Con dressed up with her friends. Really, really, really a big fan of Comic-Con. I'm a huge live music fan. I said that at the start. I've been to 804 live concerts. Yes, I keep a spreadsheet. I know that's incredibly geeky, but that's who I am. I'm a huge fan of live music. People say, you've got a spreadsheet. What's the best concert you've seen? I haven't seen the best concert yet, but the most epic was I was the only person who shot photos at Bob Marley's last concert, September 23rd, 1980 in this, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There are some of my photos. They're historic. They've been used in the Marley documentary film. And sometimes you stumble into history when you're a huge fan. But here's the thing. Reiko and I got together to write this book, Fanocracy, turning fans into customers and customers into fans. She came out at it from being a huge fan of Harry Potter. I came at it from a huge fan of live music, especially the Grateful Dead. And we dug into fandom. We dug into the neuroscience around fandom. And it turns out that one of the most powerful ideas, and this is really important as we're dealing with COVID-19, it's really important as you're thinking about going from adversity to prosperity using the ideas of fandom. It's really important to understand that the idea of wanting to be part of a tribe of like-minded people is hardwired into our brains. It's hardwired into our brains that we want to be part of people who are like us. It goes back to our ancient humans. When we're part of our tribe, we're safe and we're secure, and we're not part of our tribe, we're vulnerable. So for me, live music, yes, I love the music, but more so, I love being with my friends. I love being a part of a tribe of like-minded people. I can turn to any other Grateful Dead fan and have an instant bond, even if I've never met them before. So this idea of being a part of a tribe, it comes from neuroscience. It's hardwired in our brains. And it's the most important concept about building fans. And anyone can do it, even an auto insurance company. Fanocracy is about a shared emotion. This is a biologically evolved human reaction. It's vital for survival. So this idea of fanocracy is bringing that pendulum back to a true human connection that we all have the opportunity to do. And I'm going to share with you a number of ideas for specific ideas for how you can do it, specific ideas for how you can do it, even though we can't physically be near people for the foreseeable future because of COVID-19. So some people say to me, you know, David, I'm still not convinced that any organization can build fans. And, you know, I love the outward manifestation of fandom. I love the idea that people share what they're a fan of by wearing a t-shirt, by putting a sticker on their computer, by putting a sticker on the bumper of their car. Some people even tattoo a logo onto their body. And we found examples of B2B companies, of nonprofits, of government agencies, of technology companies, of consumer product companies, of all kinds of different organizations that have developed fans. We found a US government agency that has millions and millions of fans. In fact, they have over 50 million fans at this government agency. You can be walking down any street in the world and not be surprised if you see somebody coming towards you who's wearing a t-shirt from this government agency. So yes, any organization can build fans. You know who it is? Did you guess? It's NASA. It's NASA. NASA has tens of millions of fans. They have 50 million fans on their Instagram. It is an amazing thing that any organization can build fans. Your business can build fans. So let's go through several different ways that you can specifically focus on changing what you're doing right now during this period of time that we can't go outside, that we have to focus more inward and go from adversity to prosperity. The first idea, I call it listen to rehumanize. Here is something I'm going to read, and it's a real company, and this is what they say about themselves on their website. Let me read this to you. Company X provides business integration software to integrate, assemble, and optimize available IT assets to drive business process productivity. Company X delivers an innovative enterprise-class business integration platform that incorporates proven integration technology with next-generation capabilities into one interoperable set of tools that delivers a unique combination of efficiency, agility, and control. Did everybody get that? What in the world is that? It's like some kind of cult, the way that people talk on their websites. It's like some kind of cult, the way that people communicate to other people. This is not a way to grow fans. I actually did an analysis of what I call gobbledygook to look for the most overused words and phrases in the English language. I looked at every single press release sent in the English language for an entire year. And I then found the most overused words and phrases. Can you guess what some of those most overused phrases are? Number one is the word innovate or innovative. And here's the thing that's so interesting to me is that if you say you're innovative, you're not, because over 50,000 companies are using that word innovative in their marketing as well. And as soon as you say, oh yes, we're an innovative company, no, you're not. I'm not saying you shouldn't be innovative. I'm saying you shouldn't say we are innovative. So think about how you can eliminate the best of breed, cutting edge, mission critical gobbledygook on your website. Which brings me to another thing. Who are these people? Who are these happy multicultural people that inhabit the websites and the marketing materials of people's businesses around the planet? This is not a way to grow fans either. These are the happy multicultural people sitting around a conference room. Here we've got the happy multicultural people staring into a computer screen. This is another shot that people use. And I speak in front of live audiences, although not for the next couple of months, they've all been canceled, but I speak in front of live audiences in many different industries. And every industry has these stock photo shots that they use. Here's from the financial services industry, happy seniors wearing white on vacation. Every single time you think, it seems that a financial services organization is marketing their retirement products, they're using this kind of shot of happy seniors. How about doctors? My daughter Reiko, I actually didn't mention, is that she is going to become an emergency doctor in just a couple of short months. She's actually going to be on the forefront of the fight in COVID-19 at Boston Medical Center. And she said, "Daddy, these aren't doctors. They don't look anything like doctors. They don't even know which end of the stethoscope goes in their ear, probably." And how about this one? This is my favorite. Women laughing alone with salad. Now, I have to apologize because you cannot unsee this. You cannot unsee women laughing alone with salad. You're going to be today or tomorrow or next week, you're going to see women laughing alone with salad because women laughing alone with salad is a thing. It's everywhere. You will continue to see it. And I apologize for that. But here's the thing. These stock photos are not helping your business. If you have stock photos to represent your employees or your customers or your partners, you need to eliminate this. This is not a way to build fans. I was talking to my friend Tim. He used to work at IBM. And at the time he was there, I said, "Tim, who is the bald-headed guy on your website?" Because the same bald-headed guy is on Constant Contact's website. So your challenge, if you want to build fans, is to be much more human and say no to stock photography. Use real people. The next concept to build fans, something else that you can implement right away to go from adversity to prosperity right now, is let go of your creations. Let go of your creations. So Reiko and I, my daughter and my co-author on the book Fanocracy, Reiko and I identified two different levels of fandom. And we identified them and named them curative fandom and transformative fandom. So curative fandom is the official fandom. It's the official website, the official social media feeds. It's the way the company talks about themselves. Transformative fandom is the idea of how fans take something and modify it and change it and turn it into something else. So let's look at some examples. Curative fandom is similar to classical music, where the musicians are playing the notes on the score exactly as written, while transformative fandom is like jazz, where the musicians are improvising, changing it up, making it different. Curative versus transformative. So this idea is, you find it everywhere. Curative fandom around people who love classic cars, make that classic car look exactly like it came out of the factory 50 or 75 years ago. Transformative fandom, turn that classic car into something completely different, in this case, a hot rod. Curative fandom, Major League Baseball statistics. Transformative fandom, Major League Baseball statistics becoming fantasy baseball. Now, here's my favorite example to illustrate this point. Curative fandom, the book Hamilton by Chernow. Transformative fandom, the race-bent play about Hamilton's life told in rap. Now, it was really interesting when the play came out, historians said, "Oh, that's not a real telling of Hamilton. That's bad. It's bad to do that play." But it's not. It's just a transformative view on Hamilton's life. So when you think about this from the perspective of your business, you need to think, yes, curative is important. The way I talk about my business is important, but it's equally important to say that the people who I do business with will talk about us in their own way. I want to share an example of each of these ideas. Firstly, Adobe. So Adobe makes a number of different products, software products, among them Photoshop. My daughter Reiko, my co-author in the book Fanocracy, is a fan of making art using Photoshop. And she's actually quite good. I should turn my camera here a little bit, and there are a couple of images that she's made using Photoshop. And so she spends time on various places online chatting with other people about creating art using Photoshop. And she said that they laugh at Adobe because Adobe tries to tell them how to talk about Photoshop, and it doesn't work to try to show people what to do. You have to let the fans take over. So Adobe says trademarks are not verbs. Adobe says it is incorrect to say the image was photoshopped. It is correct to say the image was enhanced using Adobe trademark R, Photoshop trademark R software. Adobe says trademarks must never be used in possessive form. They say it's incorrect to say Photoshop's new features are impressive. It is correct to say the new features in Adobe trademark R, Photoshop trademark R software are impressive. My daughter says, Daddy, everything that they say is incorrect, is the way me and my friends, the way that fans are talking. So I guess in the case of Adobe, it's incorrect to be a fan of Adobe Photoshop. So this idea, curative versus transformative, let your fans take over. Let your fans own the product. Let them talk about the product or service in any way that they would like. So let's look at a couple of examples of organizations who are doing this right. The first one is iRobot. They make a number of products, including the Roomba robotic vacuum cleaner. Now, what's really cool is that, and you can go check it out when we're done on YouTube, there's a number, probably thousands of videos on YouTube of people of their pets riding on the Roomba. Pets riding on the Roomba. They're amazing videos. They've been viewed tens of millions of times. This is not an accepted use of the product, iRobot might say, but they're happy to let fans post this transformative fandom view of how that vacuum cleaner is used. A lot of other companies might insist that those get taken down because they're not an approved use of the vacuum cleaner, the robotic vacuum cleaner. What we need to remember is that if you want to create a fanocracy, if you want to build fans for your business, it's built on the experience of all of the members, everybody who engages with you, not just limited to the imagination of you, not just limited to what you say. Another example of an organization that gets it right is Microsoft. And Microsoft, I've been a part of the Microsoft Partner Network for a number of years. I speak at the events and I engage sometimes in the online forums. Now, what's really interesting is that the Partner Network is the largest sales channel for all of Microsoft. And the partners are the people who engage and essentially run the online partner network. So if you're a partner and you have a question about a product or service that Microsoft has, or how something works, or just want to engage with other people, the partners are the ones that answer, not Microsoft themselves. And Katie Quigley says, you don't always want to hear from the company that's trying to sell you something. You want to hear from your peers. Microsoft, people had sort of given up on Microsoft a decade ago, but they've come roaring back. They are among the top several most valuable companies on the planet, and the largest channel for Microsoft sales is their partner channel. Last time I checked, $95 billion in annual revenue. And what's so interesting to me about all this is that they let the partners talk about Microsoft in the ways that the partners want to. They don't try to control that discussion the way that Adobe does. The next concept is one that I find the most fascinating as a way to grow fans. Now, I'm going to tell you just before I kick off and talk about this, that because of COVID-19, the first aspect that I'm going to talk about, we're unable to do, but it's important to understand it because it involves physical proximity. But then I'm going to share with you a very surprising way that you can adapt these things given our COVID-19 reality, turning adversity to prosperity, growing fans of your business virtually. So I mentioned earlier when we were doing the research for our book, Fanocracy, my daughter Reiko and I, my co-author, spent a lot of time talking with neuroscientists about what's going on in our brains when we become fans of something. And as I mentioned earlier, we all want to be part of a tribe of like-minded people. And that's why I love Grateful Dead concerts. That's why Reiko loves Harry Potter events with her friends. And part of that is that we humans are hardwired to want to be physically close to other humans that are part of our tribe. So let me explain from in the form of an illustration. This is Outside Lands Music Festival. I went there a couple of years ago. I was really excited to see an artist named St. Vincent. So I went way up front. I got there really early to the stage, went way up front and was right next to the stage. This is the photograph I took when St. Vincent started the show. And you can see I was just behind the professional photographers right up front. But then she did something remarkable. She actually came down the steps into the audience. This is the shot I took. It was a remarkable thing. She got closer than usual to us, physically closer than usual to us. And Rolling Stone magazine named this as one of the standout performances of the entire festival. And yes, if you look carefully, there is the geek right there. In fact, I'm visible in many of the photos that were taken at that moment. I know it's one of my claim to fame as a music geek. The closer you get to someone, the more powerful the shared emotion. The closer you get to someone, the more powerful the shared emotion. And one neuroscientist named Edward T. Hall showed the different levels of proximity. Public space further than about 12 feet away, our brains don't track those people. But inside of 12 feet, what's called social space, which is why we're talking about social distancing now, is from about 4 feet to about 12 feet. We humans, our brains track people. We need to know, we track those people if they get between 4 and 12 feet of us, because we want to know, are they friends or are they potential enemies? And inside of 4 feet is called personal space. And now we need to be really careful of that because of COVID-19, but personal space is the most powerful place for strong, genuine human connections. Now, if you are part of your tribe, the closer you get, the more powerful the positive reactions are. If you're not part of your tribe, the closer you are, the more powerful the negative reaction can be. That's why if you walk into a crowded party and you find your friends in that party, very positive, powerful connection. If you walk into a crowded elevator, you don't know anybody, you can feel a negative reaction. That's just your brain being hardwired to want to be close to your tribe. And if you're not close to your tribe, you can feel nervous if you're close to other people. Now, we cannot get closer to our potential customers, our existing customers in the COVID-19 world. If we were at a show and St. Vincent were playing in public space, she'd probably stay there and not come down into personal space. However, now we cannot get within the social or personal space of our customers. I have really great news for you. Another form of neuroscience called mirror neurons allows us to get actually in close virtual connections with our potential customers. And it has fundamental ramifications for how you use video, and I'll share with you some examples. It has fundamental ramifications for how you grow fans, and it has a really powerful way that you can go from adversity to prosperity given our COVID-19 world. So I'm going to demonstrate this idea of mirror neurons. I'm holding a lemon and I'm holding a slice of lemon. Now, if I take a bite of this lemon, my brain will fire like crazy. Mirror neurons are the part of your brain that fires when you see somebody doing something. Let me demonstrate for you. So I'm going to take a bite of the lemon. Wow, I take the bite of the lemon. My eyes close, my eyes are watering a little bit, my mouth puckers up, saliva glands are doing their thing. It's a really tart taste. It's a really powerful thing to bite into a slice of lemon. My brain is firing like crazy, but your brain is firing too, because your mirror neurons are firing. Now, that idea is really powerful when it comes to video, because right now we cannot get into the personal space of other people except our close family members that we live with at the moment because of COVID-19. But you can use video to, through the power of mirror neurons, be close to people in a virtual way. Now, we're using video right now for this engagement. Video, incredibly powerful. Intellectually, you know that you're not in the same room as me. I'm in Boston. I don't know where you are. You could be thousands of miles away from me. And intellectually, you know you're not in the same room with me. However, your mirror neurons are firing and they're saying, yes, David is right across the table from me, talking to me directly. That we're at the same cocktail party. David's talking to me right now. And you can use video to do that kind of thing right now, even during our COVID-19 situation, especially given the COVID-19 situation, in order to grow fans in a virtual way. I recommend, to go from adversity to prosperity, go all in with video right now. 3 ways I'm going to mention. The first way, use video on your website to humanize you and your business. Get rid of all those stupid stock photos. Instead, use real photos, or even better, if you can, use as much video as possible. The second concept, and I'll share examples of each of these. The second example is use video on social networks to engage with your audience. The third way, consider, if you don't already have one, creating a YouTube channel to educate your existing and potential customers. If you already have a YouTube channel, double down on it. These are great ways to build fans using the power of mirror neurons. Now, this is exactly why we feel we know a movie star, because our mirror neurons are kicking in and saying that I know that movie star that I see on that video screen or that movie screen. And intellectually, you know you don't know that movie star, but your mirror neurons say, yes, I'm a friend of that person. That's what you can achieve using video to grow fans. So here's the Contact Us page on the website for Impact. Impact is a branding and design agency that I actually use for a lot of my own work. They do fabulous work. And you can see this is the place that you book a meeting with Impact. And you can see just over there on the right, there's a video. And if you were to play that video, it's about a 30-second video explaining exactly what's going to happen if you fill out the form, what will happen next. No, we're not going to bombard you with emails. We're going to reach out and book a meeting. And it's a way to humanize what Impact is doing. So that's the first way to reach people. Use video throughout your site to explain things to your existing and potential customers. The second way to use video in your social networks. So this is just a LinkedIn video that I did a couple of, I think it was a couple of days ago, can't remember when I posted it. And what's interesting about LinkedIn, I posted this natively to LinkedIn. In other words, uploaded the video to LinkedIn as opposed to just linking to YouTube or somewhere else. Upload it to LinkedIn. These videos, I don't know if you've done videos on LinkedIn or any of the other social networks, tend to get way more engagement than a text-based or photo-based post on the same networks. That's because of people love video. They love to engage. mirror neurons are firing and saying, I'm right across the table from David as he's doing this video. And so this one particular one got tons of views for me, a bunch of engagements. And that's very typical of when people post videos. Now, the third way to use video is to consider creating a YouTube channel. And I want to share two examples of this, two very, very, very different organizations. This is Matt Reisinger. Matt is a builder in Austin, Texas. Matt started his building business about 10 years ago, and he had 0 customers, 0 revenue. And he went all in on video. He created a fabulous YouTube channel. And he was exposed to my ideas as you're being exposed to those ideas right now, and decided after listening to me speak at an event that he wanted to go all in on video. His video channel is doing fabulously well. It's got over 500,000 subscribers. Matt's a builder with over 500,000 subscribers. He does a couple of videos every week, and he films them in the way I just talked about. Right? So through the power of mirror neurons, what Matt does is he films as if you're in close physical proximity or in the personal or close social space with Matt. So our brains are bonding with Matt as if we know Matt. Very, very powerful thing. He does it in a casual way, the way I'm kind of talking to you now, casual, looking directly at the camera. You don't need to have special lights or makeup or multi-cameras. Just, use your smartphone and just film something. In Matt's case, he does have someone else who's filming it. He's not doing selfie mode. And it's a decent camera, but it's a real simple one-shot thing that he usually does. So Matt told me when I spoke with him recently, YouTube has put my reputation on steroids. Just a couple of hours a week, I'm able to make giant returns. And he was very kind to tweet that, David, I can't thank you enough for your influence on my business. Matt spends 0 on these videos. Last time I spoke to him, he told me he's getting 4 million views per month of his videos. Now get this, not only has his business grown from 0 to $20 million annual revenue in the time that he's been doing these videos, but he also generates money from the videos. He gets $300,000 a year in YouTube sponsorship revenue. These are building supply companies that sponsor the channel, and $150,000 a year in advertising from YouTube. Amazing results. Matt Reisinger, a YouTube channel to grow his business. This is HubSpot. This is Kyle at HubSpot Academy. HubSpot, a marketing and sales and customer support software company. I've been on the board of advisors of HubSpot since the very beginning. I started with them in 2007. I'm still part of their board of advisors. And HubSpot does many of these ideas about growing fans that I've been talking about with you today. So their video, same idea. Crop the video as if you're in close physical proximity. Look at the camera, be very personal. Wow, looks like Kyle's shirt is very similar to mine. It's very much a coincidence. And these videos that they do are really, really great. Katie Burke, who's at HubSpot, says, when you make your customers successful, you're changing the world, and that's valuable work. Building fans is valuable work. So here's the results with HubSpot. Founded in 2006, I joined their advisory board in 2007. They went public in 2014. Their latest earnings report that came out a couple months ago, $650 million in revenue, $5 billion market cap. They're doing amazingly well. So that's the idea of using video, the power of mirror neurons to reach people in a way that you help to grow fans. You can get started with this right now and go from adversity to prosperity. Final concept, a passionate life. So as Reiko and I, my co-author in the book Fanocracy, my daughter Reiko, went and did a whole bunch of research over 5 years on how organizations build fans. One of the things that we ran across again and again and again and again is that people who have passion, people who live a passionate life, people who love what they do and engage with the things that they're a fan of, are much more likely to attract people to themselves. Passion is infectious. Passion is infectious. So celebrate what you love. It's really important. Celebrate what you love. Share what you love on social networks. Share what you love on your organization's website if that's appropriate. This is Dr. John Marashi. He's a dentist in Southern California. I met Dr. John Marashi at a Tony Robbins event. I speak at all of Tony Robbins business mastery events around the world. And I'd have a 2-hour slot. And then afterwards, I love engaging with people at the event and chatting with them, learning about their business, perhaps providing some advice. And Dr. Marashi came to me and said, David, I'm a dentist in Southern California. There's tens of thousands of dentists in Southern California, and we all have the same kind of marketing. We all have a website where we have pictures of us in white coats. We have pictures of our degrees on the walls. Many of our websites are all built using the same template because the same company makes dentist websites. What in the world can I do to build fans? So I said, Dr. Marashi, what do you love to do? And he lit up. He said, I love to skateboard. And I said, cool. You should celebrate the fact that you love to skateboard. You should be sharing with the world that you love to skateboard. You can become the skateboarding dentist in Southern California. And he loved the idea, doubled down on this idea, and became the skateboarding dentist. Now, I think it's the law that you have to have on the dentist website, the dirty teeth becoming the clean teeth. So he does that. But he also has the skateboarding dentist shots. So here are some of the photos that are on the website. Dr. Marashi even has skateboards on the wall in his practice, and he skateboards from one examination room to another. He has a ton of followers on Instagram. Last time I checked, over 14,000 followers on Instagram. And yeah, I think it's the law. You have to have the dirty teeth becoming the clean teeth. But there's Dr. Marashi skateboarding in his office. There he is skateboarding on the beach. And these are some Instagram shots that he's done. So it's crushing it with this idea that he's the skateboarding dentist. And he told me recently, he contacted me out of the blue and said, thank you, David. This has been transformational for my business, sharing my passion with the world. My business grew by 30% last year in number of patients, and I can attribute all of that to this idea of showcasing my passion for skateboarding. He said it may even be more because some of those referrals may actually have seen my skateboarding as well. So this is the idea of passion. This is the idea of sharing what you love, because passion is infectious. Passion is infectious. And this is a shot somebody sent to me just a couple of hours ago. It's a company called Skillsoft, and they're holed up, as we all are, because of COVID-19. They actually have a virtual snack break during various periods of time in the day, so that people who are home working can sit down for 10 or 15 minutes and chat with one another. And what's really neat about this is on their, every single person in the company read my book, Fanocracy, and they decided to do a snack break, and all of them wear t-shirts of the bands that they love. I love that. They're passionate about what band they love. Look at the smiles on their faces. I think this is so cool. I was just sent this just a couple of hours ago, first time I've used it. Finally, going into this idea of spending 5 years researching fandom, my thesis was, and my daughter's thesis was, fandom is not just for entertainers. It's not just for the Grateful Dead. It's not just for Harry Potter. Fandom is for any business. There's no question in my mind. Fandom is for any business. It works for NASA, a government agency. It works for Haggerty Insurance, an auto insurance company, a business everybody hates. It works for nonprofits, B2B companies, government agencies. It works for dentists. It works for all kinds of different organizations. Fandom is your growth engine. One of the outward manifestations of fandom I spoke about just a minute ago is this idea that people are eager to put stickers on the back of their computer of the things that they love. How amazing would it be if people were sticking stickers on the back of their computers with your logo on it? And it's entirely possible if you grow fans of your business. So I hope these have been a couple of ideas that you've been able to use to grow fans of your business, as well to live a passionate life. I'll leave you with two questions. What are you a fan of? Can you share that passion with the world? And how can you build fans of your business? My name is David Merriman Scott, and I'm the co-author with my daughter Reiko of the book Fanocracy. And I really enjoyed spending a little bit of time with you now talking about fandom. And I'll send it back to Jeff and the team and see if there's any questions that we have.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing all this. I'll tell you one thing. When I saw you holding that lemon, I was already salivating because I knew you were eating it. I like, why have a lemon without eating it? So even before it happened, it caused that reaction in me.
Isn't it crazy, Jeff, that I say mirror neurons and people are like, yeah, fine, like neuroscience. I don't give a crap about neuroscience. But when you show that and people's brains are firing even before I took the bite of the lemon,
Yes.
I mean, that's powerful stuff. And it's the same thing with video. I'm on the video right now, and people know that I'm thousands of miles or hundreds of miles away from them, but they feel as though I'm right here with them. And that's really powerful stuff. And it's really cool things that we can all use to grow our own businesses.
Yeah, and I appreciate the story of Reiko and Harry Potter and your fandom.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Jeff. The other thing about Reiko, I did mention it briefly, but I have to be the proud father / worried father for just a minute. So she's just finishing up her 4 years at Boston University School of Medicine. They're actually graduating the students a couple months early, and the state of Massachusetts is granting them their MDs a couple of months early. And she's going to be starting her emergency residency in just a few short weeks at Boston Medical Center. And so she's going to be working as a doctor in the emergency department at the largest level 1 trauma center in all of New England, where is going to be the center of COVID-19 cases for all of New England. And so Reiko, again, I'm an incredibly proud father, but a little bit of a worried father as well. So please, everyone, send the universe good vibes for Reiko as she goes to, and for all of us too. Every one of us is dealing with our own issues around COVID-19. But yeah, working with her was really cool thing on the book.
Right, and just to double down on that, everybody who's watching this, the more you protect yourself and those around you, the more you lighten the load on people like Reiko, which in turn will save lives.
Exactly, and you can have a Grateful Dead themed mask, or
that's awesome.
And so you can share your fandom on your mask. How cool is that?
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It's been a great honor to have you, and you've given us some wonderful ideas that are going to help lots of people.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Very good. We will go to a break, and we'll have Will back to take us through the break after the 2 minutes.
Hey, and good morning, and welcome back to our little mini mindfulness moment. Thank you, Jeff, for having me back for the second day. Welcome to all those people that are joining us for the first time. Thank you, David, for that really wonderful presentation about Fanocracy. It really resonates with me tremendously, because it's really about like what really helps me like to get out there and connect with people is my passion for this work, and it really does translate. And it's really surprising, I gotta say, just to back up David, how virtually even these practices, I think you're even feeling them, really do make a big difference. I've been doing Instagram live meditations and yoga classes and little mini breath workouts daily. And it's amazing that the feedback I get that this stuff really does work. And what's going to help you actually be more of yourself is tapping in to this biological brilliance that we have on the inside, accessing our body, even in this like stay at home kind of time where we can really be kind of lethargic. What can you do for your body during this time? If you're going to go outside for a walk or a run, like obviously make sure you're being very careful about, personal space and social distancing and stuff. But if you even have a little bit of time, even like as little as 20 minutes a day, there's so much content out there being produced right now for that very thing of getting in your body, finding your breath, and exercising your brain as well. And that's what we're going to be doing throughout the day today. Even these little like 9 or 10 minute sections. We're going to work with each one of those parts of our body, so we can really access again this biological brilliance. We're not just these thinkers and locked in our heads all the time, right? But we really have two other brains that Dove talked about yesterday. We have one in our heart that we know about, right? We also have one in our gut. So using these practices to exercise and access like all of this biological brilliance and the three brains that really rest in all of us. So we're gonna actually do some breathing right now and a little meditation in order to access and change our energy, right? That's what a breathing practice is in the Sanskrit tradition and the Yoga Sutras. Breath is known as prana, and prana just simply means energy. So if we manipulate our breath, we're manipulating our energy. And if you think about it, the only difference between me as a person speaking to you right now and like a dead body is the energy that's inside of us. And we can manipulate this energy by finding our breath. So find a comfortable seat. I'm sitting in more of like a traditional yoga posture on the floor. If you're sitting in a chair, or if you want to lie down, you can open up your chest a little bit and give your back a rest and open up your lungs. Then you can play that way for this couple minutes we have here. So close your eyes if you like. Exhale your breath all the way out. Sitting up nice and tall, open your chest, broad across your collarbone, shoulders right over top of your sit bones, and take a big breath in. Exhale out your mouth. Get a bigger breath. Inhale more. Inhale. Sigh it out. And again, more breath in. Sigh it out. Keep breathing just like this. I think it was Margaret yesterday on this feed was talking about, this is the first big breath I took since the whole coronavirus started. So breathe, everybody. Bigger breath. Sigh it out. You can give that exhale a little audibility to help release some stress right from your body and your mind. Right. And take a big breath in again. Sigh it out. In. Out. Good. Let's do 10 more. Bigger breath. You want to breathe into the mouth? Go right ahead. If you have trouble dropping the breath really deep in your pelvis, maybe bring your hand down below your navel, down below your belly button. More breath. Good. We got more. 7 more. Again. Again. Good. 3, 2, 1. And let it all go. And you're just going to take 1 minute and just sit in stillness and silence and find your breath. Smooth out your breath, right? So in and out through the nose as best you can, and control your breath. You control your breath. You can control your energy. You can control your mood, right, and your mind, and you're going to show up much differently. So smooth out your breath. The exhale is so soft and so subtle, but really deliberate, that if you put a feather underneath your nose, you would barely ruffle that feather. So that kind of smoothness and consistency from the beginning all the way to the end of your inhale and your exhale. Excellent, guys. Thanks for showing up, for for all of this work, for this work as well. And thank you, Jeff. I'll kick it over to you, and I'll see you guys on the 50-minute mark of the next hour.
Thank you. Lucas, can you show us the drawing from David Meerman Scott? No. Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. Randy Gerber is a wealth manager who specializes in first-generation entrepreneurs. He's an entrepreneur himself. He's created quite a business by looking into the future and helping his clients look into the future. And he's going to talk about how our decisions today will affect us. Welcome, Randy.
Hello. Can you hear me and see me?
We can, yes.
Perfect. So first and foremost, thank you, Jeff, for doing this. I think it's fantastic, and I think your timing on it was perfect. It's much needed. I also want to have a special thank you for all the healthcare workers out there doing their best. It's a tough job right now, and I know all of us appreciate everything you do. So we need to support those folks as much as possible. And part of that, obviously, is continuing for us to be safe and to be smart and making it easier on them to do their job. So hopefully we all can do that. And this title of this event, Adversity to Prosperity, I find interesting and good. We're certainly living in an adverse situation today. I do wonder what prosperity looks like in the future. And I wonder how that's going to evolve for people as time goes on. A little bit about, let's see here, is that right? Yeah. So I think that's right. So we work exclusively with first-generation entrepreneurs, and what we really help them do is grow their business with purpose. And we have a dedicated process to do that. It's interesting that I think about today what purpose means and what it will mean in the future more than ever. And so many businesses today have been shuttered and are sitting there idle for right now, waiting to open back up for some point in the future. And I think now is a really good time to revisit what does purpose mean, and what does growth rate mean as well. We'll talk about that here in a second. My agenda today is to define growth, identify proper growth, and dispel some myths for entrepreneurs and people running businesses going forward. One of the things we talk about regularly with our clients is the ride of a first-generation entrepreneur. And this is internal to us, and if you look at what we have here, that there's in the beginning when you start your stage, you have this start your business, you have an intoxicating feeling, and it's one of the best feelings out there. You're excited, it's yours, you're doing something different, you're innovative, you're unusual, you're bucking the trend, and all of a sudden you realize that this is really hard, and we all know that being an entrepreneur is hard, and sometimes you end up feeling trapped because you're so far along that you can't stop, you can't get out, but you are in fact trapped, or you feel trapped at least. And And oftentimes at this stage, it's a brute force feeling or a brute force effort you have to do to get through the trap stage. And you have people in your life that are naysayers, not that they're trying to be naysayers, but rather they love you and they want you to win and they want you to do well. They don't know how to help you because being an entrepreneur is such an unusual and lonely place as a generalization. That's one of the things that our firm does for people is create the ecosystem of being an entrepreneur. But once you get through the brute force piece of it, often you can, or you're going through it, I should say, you do begin to see a light at the end of the tunnel where like, okay, I can see how this is going to end here, where we're going with this. And as you go through the light in the tunnel, you have lots of emotions. You can see in the graph that, you know, from the standpoint, I'm all in, I'm trapped, conviction, I'm burning out. And then, you know, the business begins to accelerate and, you know, accelerate in the way that Jim Collins talks about it, and then you grow into a sustainable stage. And what we've learned over time, and we've been doing this now for almost 30 years and work with over 200 first-generation entrepreneurs, that the cycle repeats itself, where you know you think you're there and you're intoxicated, and all of a sudden you go to the next level again with your business, and you start over. And I definitely feel right now that a lot of us probably are feeling like we're in the trap stage, that we're trapped based on what's happening in the world with people's health. We're trapped in some respects with what some of our states are mandating. We're trapped by sometimes how our employees are feeling. Trapped financially, of course. You know, this has had a profound impact on lots and lots of businesses, large and small, and lots of families, large and small. So, you know, one of the things I'm wondering is today one of these times where brute force is going to get us through, and I think there's an element of that for sure. And so we often, whenever we're meeting with our clients, we ask them to rank themselves, where are they on a 1 to 10 scale? And I'd ask you, you know, where are you right now? You know, where were you 2 months ago on this scale, and where are you today? And you know, I do believe that there's an enormous opportunity for you to get, you know, to really reinvent your business and reinvent your relationship with your business, and talk about or think about purpose. What does growth with purpose mean in a new paradigm? And what does prosperity mean in a new paradigm as well? The entrepreneurs know they have to grow or they die. They know it. And we've seen so many folks over time where that's the case. They either are going to grow or going to die. And one of the challenges that we see is that they grow for growth's sake. They don't think about the right rate of growth. And and it's very counterintuitive, particularly for businesses that are starting out or newer businesses, that they feel they need to grow and take any type of business at all to have revenue. And they don't really understand or are unaware of that, how growth sucks time, growth sucks energy, sucks bandwidth, and it certainly sucks money. When you're growing organically, it's expensive. And so one of the things that we really try to get people to think about when they're growing their business is, what are the financial implications of growing? And what are the financial implications of growing rapidly? What does it do to your people? And, right now is one of these times we look at the strain on what this virus has done to people is unbelievable. And not only unbelievable in terms of the amount of strain, but people are handling it differently. And a lot of folks, I think that patience is a super critical trait we have to have right now, because everybody's dealing with this differently. And that there's no right way or wrong way outside of being safe, of course. And so, I hope people can show some grace for this period of time. And I think they are in general. Americans always rally when it's all said and done. But the strain of growth on people. So we have this kind of kooky situation right now where, entrepreneurs are trying to grow their business, or in some cases keep their business in business. There's a strain around that, around keeping yourself in business, and the financial strain. Then there's the health strain that's going well too. And so it's an unusual time and very difficult. Execution risk, boy, has that changed too. I mean, execution risk is something that is always an issue for growing businesses when you're trying to grow a business. But execution risk today is even harder with all the people working from home or working remotely, businesses disconnected and not able to communicate the way they did before. And so I think it's a big piece of how we go forward. And what are your execution risks of growth? Quality of your product, and then of course, the opportunity cost of thinking strategically versus tactically. And that's probably the one big piece of where we are today. And that is, we have a really unusual opportunity to think about your business strategically versus tactically. I would like to think that this whole situation has caused us all to stop and take pause and really reflect, you know, what is important, where are we going, you know, what does prosperity look like? You know, one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot lately is that this virus, you know, even after a vaccine and after they develop medicines to cure symptoms of this, you know, that the implications are here for a long time. That I know myself, I'm already thinking about, okay, you know, this virus isn't going away in 2 months. The state of Ohio might open up for business in 2 months, but it's not going away in 2 months. The virus isn't. So we have to learn how to be safe. And one of the things that, you know, when you think about safe is not just physically safe. We have to be emotionally safe. We have to be financially safe. And ideally, somewhere along the way, find some time for fun and laughter too. I mean, we've been overwhelmed with negativity the last few weeks, and probably will be for the next few weeks, frankly. But this is a time to sit down and really revisit, and what business do you want to have going forward? And what does safe look like? What does fun look like? And so you know, at this point, this is a true test of the culture of your organization. And I hope all the people who own businesses in this audience have well-written, well-documented values for your company that you live on a regular basis, and the business lives day to day. And you know, this is a great time to assess, are your employees truly living your company values today? And if the answer is no, then I think you have to ask yourself, do you have the right set of values for your business? Do you have the right employees for your business? Or is there a way to articulate the values in a fashion that makes sense going forward? And if this is a time when you realize you have employees who don't fit your values, so if your values aren't right, fix them and be reflective of that. Hopefully it's not a knee-jerk reaction to what's happening. That's, you know, people often want to fix things quickly, and I do feel this is one of these moments where people have to be very thoughtful about what's coming down. But what does the future look like? And in terms of the future, you know, as we think about this and advising our clients, I see 3 separate periods of time. I think there's a future which is the next 2 to 3 months, and some of that's going to be dictated by the governments, and some of that's dictated by what's happening with small business programs that we have. And some of it may just be, you know, survival and solving issues through brute force. But then I think there's a 2-year future, and this is where I think there's so much innovation coming. I think that there's a chance, an opportunity for all of us to revisit our businesses, to reset our businesses, to think about, what does safe look like? What does purpose look like? And you know, one of the interesting things about what's going to happen in this country, there's been so much money sitting on the sidelines for so long, looking to invest in companies and invest in solutions. And now we have this whole new set of problems that we had, but we didn't realize we had 3 months ago, 4 months ago, that there'll be solutions for. And, you know, somebody's going to figure out how to develop a smoke bomb that you detonate in a hotel room or an airplane, and it kills all viruses on site. Somebody's going to figure out how to build a car or build an airplane where there's virus-free services. There's so much innovation that's going to come, and we have tons of money in this country to solve that problem. And one of the other good things about the timing, I mean, it's bad we're going through this, right? It's very bad for those who are dying, very bad for those who are fighting the fight. You know, the fact that it did happen, though, that our country was in a very strong position going into it with respect to unemployment at 50-year lows, and the banking system as strong as it was. So if we're going to fight this fight and win this fight on the flip side, the timing was good to do it. So The third bucket of time is past 2 years, and I think that's a murky window. I think past 2 years is hard to see right now because there's so many changes that are going to come that are long term from the standpoint of what does a safe business look like? What does technology really do long term? Technology is great and it has a big part in the future, but it doesn't replace intimacy. It doesn't replace critical conversations. And human beings still have a need for that. So there's going to be some balance around how you use technology in business going forward. And particularly when you're talking about your leadership team, how that happens. So back to your organization, looking at the screen here, what is your true culture of the organization today? Are your values accurate? And if it isn't, this is a great time to trim those people who aren't good fits for you. There's plenty of programs out there to help them. Never waste a good crisis with opportunity, and make your company better. Your employees too that leave you will find better places that are better homes for them if in fact they're not living your values. One of the things I've always said that it's important to have a great alumni organization. Just because somebody doesn't fit well with your group doesn't mean they're a bad person. It just means that they're not a good fit in your organization. They can be a terrific fit in a different organization somewhere else. And there's so much disruption in the labor market today. People will find new homes at some point in time, maybe not the next 3 months, but the next 2 years. It's also a good time to really, is your personal mission in life, what you're trying to do in life, is it aligned with your mission of the business? Those entrepreneurs that I think that are the happiest people that I know, that have the best businesses. When I say best, I define it as they're happy in life every day and they're market leaders in their industry. Oftentimes their personal mission is aligned with the business mission. And this is a good time to really reset. Where are we with that? It's really important to look at the quality, integrity of your business balance sheet and your personal balance sheet. One of the things that we saw from the 2008 crisis was the notion that, families and households and businesses started using less debt, because the debt crisis of 2008 was very scary. Today, I think one of the outcomes that's going to happen is you're going to see individuals and families and businesses have better balance sheets, stronger balance sheets, because this crisis clearly, the speed of what happened with the number of businesses that got shut down overnight. We were on spring break in Aruba, and our clients were restaurateurs on Saturday were texting me, the governor was shutting down restaurants and bars on Sunday. And it just seems surreal to me that literally in 24 hours it happened, but it did. And here we are, not even a month away, and we're living it today. So the speed of this, and who knows what else is going to happen. I still think the next 30 to 90 days, it's a lot of what ifs, and we don't know. I do know, though, those businesses that had strong balance sheets and those individuals that had strong balance sheets are going to go through this better than those that didn't. And thankfully, the government is coming to the rescue of a lot of small businesses. However, if this lasts really long, there's going to have to be additional stimulus, or there'll be more businesses that don't make it. And then lastly, the quality of your relationship with your bank. That's something that we've always preached, that it's important to have a strong relationship with your bank and have a very candid and honest relationship with your bank. Today or never, that's going to be the case. As with the 2008 crisis, the federal government flooded the banking system with money. The idea is the banking system will then flood the landlords and flood businesses with money and make credit easier to obtain. And hopefully that is the case. Certainly we're starting out that way with the payroll protection program. And even the ability to apply for disaster relief loans have changed quite a bit. But I think on a go-forward basis, the ability to, or the relationship with your bank matters. And candidly, not just your bank, I think all your suppliers and your vendors, your whole ecosystem. Some of these businesses that got shut down, it's going to take some time to reopen. And the quality of your relationship with your suppliers is going to matter, because everybody can't open at the same day, at the same rate. There's going to be a rolling open of some sort. We don't know how that looks, but it's going to happen. And it could even happen per state, because some states will fare better than other states through this whole pandemic. So, but in summary of what I'm trying to say in this slide is that I think it's an important time to reflect where you were, where you are and where you want to be. And while I think it's important for you to think about where you want to be long term, it's hard to see that, but I think from a values position, you can do it. Nextly, so how should you grow? It's time to reset the growth model of your business going forward. So I just can't stress, this is one of these times that you really want to figure out what are the right questions to ask. And my strong suggestion for those of you out there in business is talk to other entrepreneurs. In my experience, the last 20 some odd years is some of the best feedback and ideas come from talking to other entrepreneurs. Jeff and I have been in the same forum in EO for over 10 years, and some of my best questions I ask myself are rooted from what Jeff asked me. And so it's what questions are the right questions to ask on a go-forward basis to understand how should we grow, and grow considering the financial risks and the people risks and the balance sheet risks that go with it. And now we have to think about health risks in a much more material fashion. And one of the things I see entrepreneurs don't always do a very good job of is uncovering root issues. I see oftentimes entrepreneurs will solve symptoms of problems, but they don't actually solve the root issue, in part because they're not asking the right questions. So, as we all sit here and reflect, what are the root issues in your business today? What are the root issues going to be the next 3 months, the next 2 years? And so with that, then it's figuring out the right process to grow. What does that look like? And so in our experience, and I don't think this has changed at all because of COVID-19, this is something that we've counseled our clients on for a very long time, is to identify that right rate of growth, you got to understand first and foremost what are your life goals. Now, hopefully, while this COVID-19 is certainly going to have long-term impacts on people and families, I know it's been terrific for us to, as a family, being together now for 3 weeks, and we're actually still smiling and laughing and having fun. I know some folks are struggling with that. It hasn't been our case thus far. But long-term, what are your life goals? What are you trying to accomplish? And that's, the best businesses, in my experience, the best entrepreneurs are when the life goals of the entrepreneur and personally in the businesses are aligned. They're integrated with each other. So oftentimes people talk about having balance, and balance is tough. Balance, in my mind, is, something has to give and take, whereas life goals is about integration. And how do you integrate your business and your personal life and your family life to be the best in the world you can be all the time? It's hard, but that should be the objective. And then where are you? What's your stage of life? Obviously, somebody who's starting out and single, no kids, different stage of life versus, a person with young family, and young family has certain needs versus a later stage in life. And so you have to understand, where are you, and what, and how close are you to the rest of your, reaching your life goals. And so part of the growth rate of your business is driven by what stage of life you're in. And then lastly, what are your financial resources? And this one's a tricky one, because oftentimes one of the things I see, I go back and think about entrepreneurs, when they start their businesses, they generally speaking don't have any money, and they have a bit of a scarcity mentality in how they deploy their capital, and how they hire people, and how they pay people, and what kind of risks they take. And what my experience has been, those companies that do well over time, they deploy their capital wisely. They took good risks. They took calculated risks. Well, then specifically with first generation entrepreneurs, we see this all the time, where as time goes on, they have, they start making money, and oftentimes they have a lot of cash in their business. And this is actually when we see people get a little sloppy around how they deploy their capital and how they spend it. And they take risks that really they wouldn't have taken when they had a scarcity mentality, because they have an abundance mentality now. So we are often advising our clients that unless you have a very clear, terrific rate of return opportunity in your business, get that money off the business balance sheet and put it on your personal balance sheet. So you continue to operate your business as efficiently as possible, and you diversify your liquidity risk. Because and right now is a good example of that. Money that's sitting in your business, or assets that are sitting in your business that's not literal cash, isn't doing any good right now unless it's producing income. But having money in your personal balance sheet you can use for leverage in some way often is helping companies right now. So, what are your financial resources, and how does this all blend together? Your life goals and your stage of life, and what your financial resources are. And it's important because as you get older, your patience with your business becomes you become more impatient, and so you want to only do those things that you love doing with your business, which is why it's so important to understand your life goals, understand your financial resources, and the stage of life that you're in today. And then what's the right rate of growth? And with this, once you understand what we just talked about, you need to have a strategically aligned business plan. And this is something I chuckle after all these years of doing this. This still marvels or surprises me how few businesses actually have a written business plan. And probably one of the cornerstone things that we see our best clients, again, those that are happiest, those that are leaders in their market, and those that are financially successful, all three of those, they have a strategically aligned business plan that they execute to. And it doesn't, as we all know, business plans aren't always right, but they have a roadmap, they have a path that reminds them that they're trying to integrate their business with their life goals. Reminds them, what they're trying to do financially in their business and financially in their personal life. So I just can't stress enough that having a strategically aligned business plan is this cornerstone to really understanding how much risk should we take, how do we grow this business. Understand your cash flow needs of your business today and in the future. So many entrepreneurs manage their business on hope. They hope they close this new deal. They hope they get this new client. They hope they are able to sell to Home Depot. And they take all kinds of risks, future or cash flow risks today at the expense of future cash flow. And not that you shouldn't take risks, you should, but you have to really think about what are the implications. And I'm going to say this out loud, having cash flow and having profit are two different things. And one of the early things we teach our clients in the beginning is understand the difference between cash flow and understand the difference between profit. And so specifically, how you grow your business is driven by how you grow your cash. And then the next thing is align your leadership team's compensation with where you're going, with how you're trying to grow your business. And so, and so many times we see this happen over and over again, that companies pay their leadership team in some arbitrary fashion, either what it took for them to hire somebody in, or it took to recruit them over, or some industry standard, or just some arbitrary, compensation system. And if you have a strategically aligned business plan, and you understand where you're trying to go with your business, and you understand what your cash flow is, you can align your leadership team's compensation that you all get together with less stress. And in fact, I've never been a good artist anyway, and this is actually a drawing I've drawn, but these are two companies. This is arbitrary, but not wrong. Where the tan line you see is inefficient growth, where a company A, a company goes from point A to point B, but often the tan line is often what we see with first-generation entrepreneurs that don't have business plans, and it's volatile. They get there, but there's been a lot of pain, a lot of angst, a lot of financial risk, and maybe some people relationships that got burned along the way. Whereas if you really understand how to grow your company with purpose, again, why are you doing it and how you're doing it, that there's less volatility in every way, from the people and the financial, and even for that matter, who you're serving, who's buying your products and services, that you can probably serve them better when you're going with purpose versus inefficient growth. And so admittedly, this is easier said than done, but so many entrepreneurs don't even think about this. And again, I know I'm repeating myself on this topic, but we're all being reflective right now. We're all being reflective of, where we're trying to go. This is a great time to sit down and reset. Where am I trying to go in my life and in my business? So the benefits of growing at the right rate, number one, you likely don't overpay people. Now, this market environment is going to be interesting. This is why I go back down to, looking at this in 3 time frames, the next, month to 3 months, the next 2 years, and then after that. And I don't know what's going to happen with the whole labor market. Obviously, the labor market was extremely strong going into this, and it's pretty likely that businesses aren't going to be able to hire back in the V curve. And frankly, there's a lot of employees and want a different relationship with their business altogether. And with that in mind, the whole compensation system may be disrupted. But when you're growing at the right rate, and historically at least, you don't overpay for people, because you're hiring people who are aligned with where you're trying to go. Not that you never do it, you minimize that risk. Your hiring plan's easier to execute, less expensive. I can't tell you how many folks I know that have hired in anticipation of business that's going to happen, or they're the flip side, where they're paying people a ton of overtime because they didn't anticipate properly the growth they're going to have. So it cuts both ways. But by understanding your rate of growth, it helps you decide how to hire, who to hire, when to hire, and how much to pay them. I also see this quite a bit. You don't need equity owners. So many times entrepreneurs, when they're in a high growth phase, they feel they have to go raise equity capital. And it's and oftentimes that's just a disaster, because equity capital, as we all know, is most expensive. And I'm aware we all look to those superstar situations where people invested in startups that became Facebook or became Google. Those are so rare. Most small businesses spend so much time seeking outside financing, equity financing, that they put themselves out of business. Or worse, they get the wrong partners because they're not aligned with their values, their company values, or personal values. And I really, really believe that if you think about growth, and again, you think about eliminating the volatility of this growth, that you can, most businesses, not all, can, there are certain applications where you have to seek outside capital. You can grow, you can organically finance with the bank. Now, admittedly, we may be in a different paradigm right now. I think raising equity capital for old ideas is going to be hard to do. I think raising capital for new ideas, such as virus-free surfaces and rethinking the hospital system, I think there's going to be a ton of money and it's going to be easily available. But I think that if you're in a business that is the same business you were 3 months ago, it may be hard. And so the rate of growth really matters. Also, growing at the right rate, you minimize your execution risk. You can align your operational excellence with marketing and sales, and that's for any business, we know how tricky it is to do that. And when you're growing at a rate that you're controlling, which, by the way, said differently, that oftentimes means you're saying no to customers. You're saying no to certain marketing channels, and to grow at the right rate. And that's hard to do. I know it's hard to do. When we made our transition to work only with first-generation entrepreneurs, we said no to a lot of business, and it took me a long time to get used to it. It was the best thing we did for our business from the standpoint we focused exactly on what we do and who we serve and how we serve them, and actually started really controlling our growth. But it's been the right decision for us long term. And also, for those of you that have space requirements, and again, this is all going to change with technology and what's happening today, and what does a safe working environment look like in the future, but you can plan for your physical growth space on a much more thoughtful basis. I know the last few years, particularly in the Midwest, and specifically in Ohio, the actual availability of space has been very difficult and expensive for people. So, thinking about how you grow, what that looks like, it helps you control your expense on real estate and how you grow. So some myths to dispel, and this was done prior to the COVID-19, and thinking about this presentation, I still feel these are pretty relevant. That first to market's overrated. Now maybe that'll be different with some of the new healthcare problems we have to solve. 47% of first movers fail compared to 8% of improvers. As I just talked about a little bit, equity is required for fast growth, and founders diluted to the point where it's not worth it. And not every business is Facebook, Google, or Tesla. So much as I love Tesla, the jury's still out on how that plays out. I want them to win. I think it's a great company. It's just interesting how they finance their growth at this point in time. You can grow slower in the beginning to end up in the same place or better with less pain. Not every business grows like a J curve. And I think you gotta get your mind away from that. And again, I go back to the original slide I showed you around the intoxicating stage of being in business. I mean, that's what happens. You're intoxicated. It feels awesome, and you're excited, and you want to grow as fast as you can and get as many people to experience your product or service and know your company. And that can be dangerous. And again, it's really hard when you're in that intoxicating stage to say no to things. So, and then lastly, and again, this was written before the whole COVID-19 thing, is don't dismiss the importance of opportunity costs. Shiny objects can be a bad distraction. Right now, we have a lot of shiny objects right in front of us, and they're different type of shiny objects. They're challenging shiny objects, but they're right in front of us. And I really do believe this is a time to sit down and really revisit, what does the future look like for you, and reset and rethink your growth and how you do it. And the good news, I mean, one of the things that I've experienced so far in this, in this whole crisis that we're in, is people are patient, and people are forgiving, and people are recognizing that this is the first time for everybody, and we're all trying to figure it out together. I mean, and I love it that it's for bad reasons, but we are all coming together as a country, and people with lots of differences, and we're trying to get to the same place in a great way. And so, sitting down and thinking about what the future looks like, where we can all win, I think is a good time to do it. So, a good opportunity right now. Lastly, for those that want to connect with us, here's all of our information. Jeff, I think that's I'm 36 minutes. I don't have much more to say. Don't know if what happens now with these questions, but I'll let you take over from here.
Sure. So we can entertain questions from the audience. I would prefer it if you would enter them through the chat channel. Just following up on a couple of things that you said that triggered thoughts on mine. How does one stay safe, and how does one have fun? And that was early in your talk, but those things are things we haven't talked about in this event yet. Like,
yeah, I think that living in Columbus and having gone to Ohio State, talking to and being an Ohio State football fan, so don't judge me. We're talking about what's going to happen with Ohio State football, and there's going to have to be a rethink around how we watch sports in general, and what that looks like. And so that's where I get excited, and I bet on America 100% of the time in this one right now, is that we're going to figure out how to do this. We're going to figure out safe ways to have fun and safe ways to recreate. I mean, let's not forget, we are still a capitalistic country. Capitalism works, and we're going to figure out how to do this in a safe environment. I don't have those answers today, but I know there's going to be answers. There's too many people that care about this too much, and commerce matters in America. I mean, it's one of the interesting conversations that I'm not going to leave today, is that I've heard people ask the question, is the cure of the problem worse than the actual problem itself with the COVID-19 issue? And and because that question is even a real question, I think you're going to see lots of innovation around this, and because we're still going to have fun, we're still going to recreate, we're still going to have our American pastimes and traditions. It's just going to be done differently.
Yeah, And one could also say that this situation has revealed systematic vulnerabilities that we might not have been aware of before.
Well, you know, I think, Jeff, we were probably aware of them. They were called conspiracy theories, right? And I think people, you know, I know there's people who have talked about viruses. I mean, there's 2 movies out there, Pandemic and whatever the other one is. So it's not like we were unaware. It's just that they weren't real, and now it's very real. And so now what's interesting is that, again, where I get excited about innovation and business in this country. And listen, you know, America is still positioned to lead the world around this. That there's going to be not only solutions to this problem, but the identification of other problems that could happen that maybe aren't conspiracy theories, and there'll be solutions to those problems too. So we'll figure it out, and we'll figure it out. I mean, that's one of the things that I was reading, that, you know, I think the next 3 to 6 months are going to, you know, include 5 years of progress, because people are going to move so quickly in trying to solve this. Partly out of necessity, but partly out of opportunity.
I've got a question from the audience that says, if our employees are not truly living our company's values, how do we reconcile letting people go in this climate?
You know, that's a really great question. And letting people go is never easy. I think the conversation, I mean, first of all, you don't have to let them go today. That's one of the things that I've learned myself over time, is you don't have to let them go immediately. You can have a plan to let them go. I mean, it's you know, time's gone on, we've had people leave us. I think only once did we have somebody leave us on, you know, 2 weeks notice or whatever it was. I think other times it's been 3 months, 6 months, and the last, you know, several times it's been we do it together. So again, and I say this very literally, just because somebody doesn't live your values does not mean they're a bad person. They just can't be their best person in your environment, which doesn't mean you're a bad person either. But I think it's supernatural to have the conversation today because everything's changed. And so I think having the conversation, if time's right for them to leave, there are programs. There's more programs out there today than there were, you know, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I believe, and I may be the minority person on this belief, but I believe there's going to be more opportunity, not less. I really do, and I think it's going to be here sooner than people think. And lastly, if you know, you don't want to let them go today, just develop a plan. It could be 6 months, it could be 9 months, it could be a year. But develop a win-win plan that has milestones, by the way. I mean, it's not a free-for-all where that person is not living your values. They can't just show up and not work and do things. They have to try. And if they can't do that, then let them go now. But it's just an open and honest conversation. And by the way, they know it. They know it too. They know it too. And you're doing each other a favor. One of my former employees used to told me that we owe it. For those employees who aren't living our values, we owe it to them, to tell them and find a solution that's win-win. Either you coach them up in your organization, or you coach them out. Either one's okay. Just do it nicely. Do it humanly.
Yeah, I've personally experienced that early in my career, where one of my clients had a worker that was lying about work that was allegedly done but wasn't done, and I got them to fire this woman who was doing that. And there was some resistance then because they didn't like the firing process. And her reaction to when the manager had the conversation was, "Thank you. I didn't want to be here."
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not easy, it's not fun, but I think that for the benefit of everybody is important.
Another question we've been given from the audience: how do we juggle our personal mission, which is changing a lot right now, with our mission with the business, which could also be changing?
Yeah. So that's a good question. And, you know, I would challenge how much the personal mission is really changing, quote unquote. I think this is where I said earlier, it's so important to get down to root issues, really what matters the most. And I know from our client experience that people may perceive there's some changes, but when you get down to the root issue, it really matters. There generally isn't. I think for businesses, we're all going to be forced to change in some way. I mean, I don't know what that looks like yet, but the whole, doing business safely or safe business is going to be real. I mean, it already is real, and that's going to continue to change. So I think, and this is a really good question, because what I don't want to do is that I think the recognition of these changes are important. You can begin solving for them, but it's not going to happen overnight. It may take you a year, may take you 2 years, may take you 18 months. That's okay. But start asking those root questions. Start trying to get your arms around the right questions. And I think that's what's so hard for all of us, me included. I can speak for myself that, I feel that the last 3 weeks has been a whipsaw where I know it's been important to sit down and create time to ask those questions, but I haven't had the opportunity because of the volume of work organizationally we're doing and trying to reconfigure our own office to be safe and our own environment with our employees to be safe and their clients. So, but I think, don't beat yourself up that it has to be done immediately. You have some time, but be diligent and focus on it.
Do you think there's a chance that this will reveal that some people's values on their wall aren't their real values?
Oh, for sure. There's no doubt about it. I think there's going to be a lot of folks that have had these fluffy unicorn values around that really they're not real. That was one of the very first things I did was went really, really thought about our values. And our first is be present, be positive, which I know it's technically 2, but we really call it 1. Be positive and be present in this environment was hard to do. And in our daily calls, it's one of the things I talked about. Like there's a lot of bad news out there, and there's a lot of scary news out there. And if you let yourself absorb all that scary news, you're not going to be present, and you're sure not going to be positive. Our second value is bold pursuit of excellence, and that still stands, and it's important. And excellence is going to mean something a little different in the future for us, because conducting business safely is going to be part of excellence. And our third is live and breathe entrepreneurship, and our fourth is healthy sense of urgency. And that word healthy, we spent a day arguing about including that word in our value. And I'm trying to get my arms around what does healthy mean right now in terms of sense of urgency, because there's so many urgent issues right now we're trying to solve for, and really trying to identify what's healthy and what's not, and what does healthy look like in the future. So, but yeah, Jeff, this as good as anybody. I think there's a lot of fluffy values out there that people should rethink, and it's the right time to rethink it. Was it literally the first thing I did? One of the first things I did.
Yeah, I've certainly experienced a lot of companies that they have values that aren't real, or they made them up and they don't pay any attention to them, et cetera. And if they're not living in the culture and in the company, then they're not serving you. They're not helping you in any way.
Well, I know you're the right guy to help people fix their values. You're one of the best in the world at doing that.
Thank you for that. I know by the way, Randy and I have known each other for many years, and we get together quarterly in person, and we'll see the next time that's going to happen.
My prediction is it's going to be a Zoom meeting of some sort. Maybe every other time will be in person, but my prediction is next time is going to be a Zoom meeting.
I think you don't need a big crystal ball for that. Okay. I think we're out of questions.
Great.
Thank you for sharing your experience with us. You got your contact information, I'm sure. One thing that Randy did not say is he's got a wealth of information and support resources that are not financial that he helps his clients with.
Yeah, the wealth management pieces become a little incidental to our business, whereas the business consulting and identifying how to grow the company with business or with purpose is really become the cornerstone of what we do. So thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Lauren. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for listening, and stay safe and have a good day.
Very good. Thank you. And we'll have a 2-minute break, and then Will come on for guiding us through the rest of our break.
Hey, so welcome back, and thank you. That presentation was really awesome and really very informative. To really, what I liked about it is where the future is going with what we are, and we're in a very dynamic shift in everything. All of our habits, our consciousness, who we are as a person, who we are as a company, how we're functioning as a company, how we're going to be more responsible for those around us, concerning like health and finances, and like all really great questions. And in the midst of all this like activity and all this like, oh my God, like what am I going to do with all this? Again, tapping into all three of our brains, not just really being stuck up here, but what about the gut? What about the heart? And that's why these practices of meditation can be really, really powerful and super helpful right now. So in the midst of this storm of like, oh my God, where's my life going? Where's my business going? Like, what about my family and stuff like that? What happens if you get still and try to distance yourself from all of those ideas, thoughts, like maybe you're feeling like lots of pain in your body, from and like taking on the emotional strain and stress from this as well. And using these practice, we're just going to really practice really simply for the next 4 or 5 minutes, just accessing and being with stillness. That's it. Just trying to find and play with stillness. I'm not saying this practice is going to be easy. I mean, it's easy to do. It's not going to be necessarily easy to, to kind of get into it, but that's why it's a practice. You want to sharpen any skill, right? You don't rise to the occasion of the circumstance. You sink to the level of your training. We're training ourselves emotionally and physically so we can respond most effectively to this ever-changing landscape that's out there. So find a comfortable seat. Thanks so much for joining. And sit up nice and tall. We'll close our eyes. Exhale your breath out. We'll just do 5 breaths here just to kind of tap in and let go. Big giant breath in. Let it go out, side out. Again, big giant breath. Let it go. One more. Let it go. Come back to a normal rate of breathing. But let's use the breath as a beautiful anchor and just really try to smooth out your breath. Smooth. I say it so often because it does a bunch of things. It gives our mind something to do to anchor onto it, so it's less likely to go to thought. It develops a skill of focus and intentionality. So we're actually developing neuroplasticity by just being very intentional with this moment. And also, again, and as a segue, right, it drops us into the here and now. So we can begin to create distance and become aware of thoughts and feelings. Our thoughts and feelings. Then they're very real. But the thoughts aren't necessarily real. The feelings can come from the past or from the anxiety of the future. But if we can find the middle of all this shifting landscape and step back, find your breath, and then taking on this practice of just being still, not rigidly still. I mean, trees, even when they are, they sway in the wind, but they're still strong, but because they have a certain flexibility and suppleness to them. So not getting all rigid and tight, but just remaining still, working with determination, and using your breath as an anchor. Find that and get used to and develop or get to know your secret observer, your silent observer that just steps back. And let's go of that pull into our emotion and its turmoil and the chaos of our thoughts sometimes and the anxiety and stress it can create. Try to maintain that stillness. And when the thoughts come up and in, or you want to move, like say you want to like scratch an itch or fix your shirt, or that's just the mind bubbling up and your ego being like, hey, what about me? What about me? What about me? And instead of like fighting against or battling, just hold space for that voice or whatever's going on, like the internal roommate is what Michael Singer calls it in his great book, The Untethered Soul. And just let go of that conversation. Maybe the conversation gets louder, or whatever that desire to do intensifies as you become more determined to sit still. Can you just stay determined with patience and persistence and compassion for yourself? And keep breathing and get to know this internal world. Get to know this connection to all things. When we get still, we tap into the field of universality, the field of infinite potential. That's a part of all of us that also works with all of us. Good. Take a big breath in. Exhale out. 2 more. Let it go. You can open your eyes. 1 more breath. Excellent. This is where you can find me. This is my information. I have meditations that are going out every single day. I'm going to drop one right in and do one right now on Instagram Live. But thank you. And I really have enjoyed Heather Williams' poster, the sketch of each speaker. So thank you for that, Heather. Thank you, Jeff. And I'll see you guys. I'm doing 2 hours. I have to do some work right now. See you in the 2-hour mark at 1:50. Thank you guys, and hope this is helpful. Send me some messages and let me know.
Thank you, Will. I'd like to welcome back Tom Krugelsteen and a mindset and self-care panel. Tom, please introduce the panel and take it away. Thanks.
Jeff, thank you. It's so good to see you again on this virtual environment. You're looking good. And I love that Will started us off on this this panel discussion with some mindfulness meditation, because it leads right into what we are going to be talking about today. And I have with me 3 experts in this space, 3 experts that I personally have leaned on throughout my career. And so for me, it's an honor to be able to have them here with us and talking specifically about having the right mindset in the time of crisis, which I know many business owners feel like is happening right now. So I want to introduce the panel here, and they just popped up their videos. And so let's start first with my friend Lodro Rinsler. He is a meditation speaker, a meditation teacher, author of 6 books, and he is the co-founder of Mindful Meditation Studios in New York City. But if I know Lodro, I know that he is actually best known for creating the world's largest pancake. Not just any, it was a blueberry one. That is correct? Yes? Yes. There you go. All right. And then my next person on the panel is Stan Pearson. And so Stan is an award-winning speaker and author of several books that focuses on helping people have the right mindset with his mental flight school. And but that's not what he's best known for. Stan, you're actually best known, I don't even know if you know this, but you're the inspiration behind the very popular movie Daddy Daycare. You didn't even know it, but there you go. Sign him up. And then lastly, my good friend Eric Lachtefeld, he is there. You see him there showing the Golden Gate Bridge. And Eric is a blisspreneur. And he starts and invests in businesses that from people who have a secret or unrealized ambition, that he helps them transform it into a great business. He's personally ran, sold several businesses, all worth multi-millions of dollars. Eric not only does the work for others, but he did it himself in his life. But Eric, that's not what you're best known for. Did you know you are best known for having the world's longest staring contest with a lion? and you won.
Yes, even longer than the Lion King.
Yeah, that's right. So just to make sure your mics are good, can each of you just quickly say hello, starting with Lodro?
Hi, everyone. Wonderful to be here.
All right, Stan?
Hey, everyone. Great to be here.
All right, and then Eric?
Hello, everybody from the Bay Area.
Perfect. Love it. Well, I'm so happy to have all you here, and let's just get right into it because there's so much knowledge between the three of you, and then I'm happy to facilitate this. So starting, Eric, why is having the right mindset right now helpful in times like this when it feels like there's just so many fires going on? Why is the mindset, why are we talking about mindset? Why is it helpful?
What we're really talking about is aligning with good feelings. And so you have a choice to make. You can wake up every day and align with bad feelings and feel terrible the whole day long, or you can align with good feelings. And so you can make decisions on how best to do that. For some people, it's going for a run. For me, it's inspirational writing, different rituals that you stick with. But if you're aligning with good feelings, you're at least in a place where you can function. You know, you can think clearly, you can make good decisions. More importantly, you can treat people well, right? If you're aligning with bad feelings, you're liable to yell at your own mother, your wonderful, beautiful mother that brought you into the world. So I would encourage you to look at ways that you can do that on a daily basis and then make those non-negotiable.
That's great. Next time I argue with my mom, I'm just going to tell her I'm not in the right mindset right now. I will come back to you. That's good. Stan, you look like you're in a place that might create a beautiful mindset. If you truly are outdoors, I don't know anymore with Zoom. If you're actually
I'm outdoors. Yeah, this is real. So I apologize for any birds you hear chirping.
Wow, look at this. So tell us, why are you outside in a Zoom setting? And then why does the mindset matter? When all this is happening?
Right. So part of finding the right mindset is having the right environment and understanding that there's power in peace. So whether it's finding that inner peace, that outer peace, because with peace, there comes power and control. And so when you're able to have a calm and a peace about you, you're able to make more clear and concise decisions about what needs to happen and how it needs to happen, as opposed to just moving at the first thing you might hear or see.
So Stan, I'm actually going to stay with you for just a moment on that. And you said that having the right environment, what would you say, what are the things that are going to help in terms of the environment to make it help my mindset? And then what are the things that are actually would cause challenges?
Cool. So peaceful environment. So even if we're talking about music, virtually, and I would say instrumental more than music with words. Sometimes words can inspire you to feel how someone else felt, as opposed to how you yourself are feeling. What creates challenges? Dissension, confusion, complications. And if we can stay in control of having those things in another place or getting away from those things, that is where there's power created. So being in places that are going to feed you, as opposed to take away from you, gives you a great advantage to lean into. Not always easy, but necessary to find those places and create them.
Yeah, and then Lodro, coming to you, I know you've built an entire business and career out of essentially helping people to have the right mindset, or maybe even just forget about the things that are going on inside their mind and clear it. Why is now, maybe more than ever, so important to have the right mindset?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, we are living in what is increasingly an uncertain and groundless time. So the notion that we could do things to actually keep us grounded and that we don't have to rely on a lot of external factors, we can actually rely on ourselves, is pretty amazing for most people. So it's similar to what Eric was talking about. You know, if I turned to everyone here and I said, you know, make a choice right now. You could choose being stressed out or you can choose happiness. What would you choose? And, you know, people can type in if they'd like, but after the years of doing this, I have found that it's 100% success rate. No one has ever chosen stress, right? That's just not what people do. So in that moment, we just made a choice. Okay, I'm choosing happiness. And then, as you noted, like I teach meditation, but meditation is essentially a way that we choose this over and over and over again. So I'm seeing people type in happiness right now, 100% success rate, this question. So we are with the body breathing, for example, if we're doing mindfulness in the breath practice, and then the mind wanders off and says, oh my God, that stressful thing, but what are you gonna do about that? And we acknowledge it, and then we come back to the breath. This literally rewires and retrains the brain over a period of a few weeks. All of a sudden we have these new neural synapses firing saying, oh, I don't have to chase after every stressful thought. I can come back to what's going on right now. What we find when we actually come back over and over again is, oh, in this moment, I'm okay. In this moment, I can be relaxed. I can find a sense of peace and even happiness. So what we're doing is actually rewiring the brain in that direction through the practice.
Now, Lojo, you make it sound so easy just to choose happiness. Like I love it because I go for it. But if I can't pay payroll and I'm arguing with my spouse and my poor cat just passed away, is it literally just choose happiness? And Eric, I'm going to come to you next with that same question. So just get ready. But Lojo, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll be curious what Eric says. It's not like a choose happiness, like it's not a Pollyanna thing. It's not like, oh, I'm choosing happiness and then the stressors of the world fall away. It's, I can actually choose how to work with mental energy, regardless of whether things are going positively or negatively in my life. Right now, there is a time of a lot of stress, a lot of fear and panic are coming to people's doors. And it's really hard, as I said, to remain grounded in a groundless time. So the idea here is, where do we want to put our mental energy? The cat died. Do we want to put it towards mourning the cat, honoring the cat's life, being there and open-hearted about that? Or do we want to freak out? Because it's just a question, like we're going to spend mental energy no matter what. Where do we want to place it? And it's the more we actually start to lean into these tough decisions of saying, I'm not going to let myself chase after every stressful thought. I'm not going to go down every single rabbit hole. The more we catch ourselves coming back over and over again, the more the brain says, oh, there's another way of being. But it takes time, admittedly. It takes time and dedication for us to train the mind.
And so, Eric, you have a lot of business experience around this. Is there maybe a situation that you could draw from and share a story of a business experience where it was a crisis and you chose to use your energy in the positive way? And how did you do that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have about 20 businesses. I'm not looking to compare or impress anybody, but there were certain businesses in the travel and entertainment and retreat mastermind world that really concerned me. So they got my first attention, my first priority. And one of them, Bliss Champions, that you mentioned earlier, literally helps entrepreneurs start businesses, right? So there was a real concern there because we had retreats coming up a week ago. So this was a month ago that we reacted, and then in May. And so we spent 2 days positively brainstorming on how to make an adjustment to the business to retain our customers. And I think that if we went down the rabbit hole of negative feelings, oh, I'm not going to be in Cabo or Italy or these other places we were supposed to do our retreats, I don't think we could have effectively positively brainstormed. So as Lodro would point out, all pain and suffering either comes from the past, bringing it forward into the moment, or from that which hasn't happened yet in the future. So if you can keep yourself in the present, unless somebody's punching you in the face, which is actually physical pain, or you have the virus, which is physical pain, you do have a choice. And I just choose to be at an optimum state to be making these major decisions as a business owner. So it took us about 2 days, but we were able to come up with 3 or 4 fantastic ideas. We threw out some good ideas into the toilet that could have worked too, but ultimately we got to the best ones. And then we were able to confidently roll those out to our customers. And we retained 100% of our customers for the first 2 weeks. We just lost our first customer. I feel very unrelated to the product or price or anything like that. Totally understandable. Husband lost the job, all these different things, but I'm really proud of that. And I don't think we could have done that if we were in a negative mindset, just being eaten alive. And believe me, we've all had our days. There's nobody that hasn't had a day. I had a day when I tried to use the SBA website on the very first day they were offering loans. And it took me 4 hours at AOL circa 1998 dial-up speeds. I let that get to me, and it ruined my whole rest of the day. And it wasn't until I woke up in the next morning. It was just something about that, like the government's loan website not actually working, being a Silicon Valley guy, that just drove me bananas. And so I woke up the next morning and I caught myself and I said, okay, new day. There's no way I can make good decisions if I feel like I did yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. When you said punch in the face, I was also I was going to say the SBA loan website as another example of like, it's okay if you're frustrated. We all are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Eric, I want to stay with you for a moment here because you
Sure.
mentioned the phrase positively brainstorming.
Yeah.
What is that and what's that process? Because there's people who have companies that would love to do that.
Yeah. So 3 reasons people don't ever achieve their dreams. Number 1 is they never begin. So that's really obvious, right? Number 2 is people are excellent at quitting, like literally world class. So having a strategy for not quitting is important. And people look at me crazy when I say, what's your strategy for not quitting? But the third one is to have a good decision-making process. Overall, people are also horrendous at making decisions. So those are the muscles we need to flex and we need to really develop, especially in a time like this. So the decision-making process can't just be all emotional or all attached to one positive vibe or negative vibe. We need to develop a decision-making tree that checks several boxes. And I think that's the skill set that we have to develop the most right now in order to be able to make good decisions, particularly about that which hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Can I throw out one more thing, Tom? I'd say if we can replace fear with curiosity, I know that's a word you really like. I think that's a really healthy approach to business and what's going on right now. So for instance, if you're like in favor of one of the guys running for president, right? And you're like super fearful that the election's not going to happen, maybe you just change it to, oh, I'm very curious if they're still going to have the election. Because we don't actually know what's going to happen next. Being curious about it is a different vibe altogether than freaking out about it, right? So I try to remind myself often that I don't have a crystal ball, but I can be curious. And being curious might actually lead to some positive brainstorming.
Yeah, that's great. Stan,
Yes, sir.
I know each one of you can set the mindset whenever you need. But what about if you have someone around you, someone that's in your space, your sphere? Maybe it's an employee, maybe it's a co-founder, maybe it's your spouse, maybe it's your kids or someone that they're going through the crisis. So, and you tell them to choose happiness or choose fear. And they're like, I choose fear. Like, how can you help guide them? How can you get them to them to have that positive mindset?
Also, number 1 is understanding what the brain does, right? Or the amygdala, the emotional piece. So there's that part that's going to allow one to grieve, to feel, and to acknowledge that. And there'll be a time to feel, to grieve. And then there has to be the how-tos. Like, how do we get here? Which is a question. And as we all know, the value of our lives and who we become is largely based on the questions we ask ourselves daily. So being willing to ask them questions about how they feel, why they feel, and do they want to feel better, right? So we want to get them to affirm before we move forward on the how-tos. And while that can be very frustrating, even still, if you get it and someone else doesn't, what I found to be really helpful personally, professionally, and with other family members is be willing to give a very intentional, purposeful, deep breath before speaking or acting. Because then, that creates some kind of empathy and understanding, because people know when you pause, you care. Even if you're pretending to care, right? Which is not the case, right? Even if you pause and take a deep breath, people, oh, they're thinking about this, which I think that lends value, calm, and peace, because this is where we want to stay. We want to be right here. And there are good things and bad things that might happen, but when we're right here, we think the sharpest, we think the best.
Yeah, it reminds me of the story of the farmer. The farmer and his son breaks his leg, and I'm sure the 3 of you have heard this. The son breaks his leg, and someone says, "Oh, it's so horrible, your son broke his leg," and he goes, "Good thing, bad thing, who knows?" And then it keeps going and going like that, because situations keep happening. Is this a good thing, bad thing? Why do we have to label it? Eric. So, Eric, I'm going to come back to you about the employees, because I know you have. I want to talk how you're managing the mindset of those employees. Actually, let's go there right now, and then Lodra, I'm going to come to you.
I think you're hearing a couple of gentlemen here, Tom included, that have presence practices in place, and perhaps they've developed that over years, maybe decades, right? So if those of you are at home are thinking, like Tom was, like, my cat just died, what are these guys talking about? I think let's simplify it because that's pretty horrific. So let's just put it in this sense. If you are comparing and judging, chances are you are on a downward slope in a trajectory towards a rabbit hole. So I'd say the most important thing you can do right now is to catch yourself from judging or comparing. People are going on Facebook and just venting. They just need to do it sometimes. Heck, I did it the day the SBA thing didn't work, right? Just let people vent. This is not the time to be a troll and fire back facts and other things to refute somebody. And I really love the fact that that's actually happening. So back during 2016 in the election, that wasn't happening and our country got very divisive. But right now I'm seeing a lot more just letting it go than I am the other direction. Now, there's certainly other cases of that. So not judging and not comparing, because for instance, I could be on Facebook and just trying to do a fun little post with the ocean in the background. And if you judge me and think, well, that guy doesn't care about people dying in hospitals, you might not know that my sister works on the front lines in a hospital, right? So let's not judge, let's not compare. If we need to vent, go ahead. But ultimately, when it comes to your employees, I think the thing that business owners are missing is they're in the mindset of what they need. What do I need for my company to survive and keep going? The very first question of every employee should be, how are you doing? Not just cursory, like, I'm fine. No, 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 no. Are your basic needs met? How are you doing? Walk me through what's going on. Do you have somebody on the front lines? And I think that's a golden opportunity for business owners. I was so shocked on week one. I have a concert business too that sells 100,000 concert tickets a year. So we're shut down. Literally, we got shut down the first week for 6 months. And my production manager at 10 years, I went to him. I said, how are you doing? And he goes, I could use the break, to be honest. And I'm going into the meeting thinking, man, am I going to have to lay off my buddy at 10 years? And we then get into a conversation and he goes, the only thing that's really bothering me is my car payment. I've only got $8 grand to go on my car bill. Well, his compensation for the next couple of months was more than that. And so we made a deal with each other. I go, how about I send you $8 grand tomorrow and you pay off your car bill? Will that help? And he goes, yeah. And in return, take me off payroll for the next 4 months because I know you could use the help.
Yeah.
You know, so if we're not asking, we're not truly knowing. So I think you need to ask your employees, what's really going on with you?
Yeah, I love that. And it certainly had that exact same conversation with my employees and was like, what's the real pain if we reduce payroll? And I found out what it was and we worked through it and they're in a good place. And now I'm financially neutral for the short term, which is exactly what I need to be so that I can focus on growing the business for next steps. That's great. Lodro, I want to ask you, going slightly back a little bit, there's that moment, there's the moment of escalation. There's the moment of like, something just triggered me or something just happened, or Eric just went on the SBA loan website and reacted. In that moment, it's like our emotions, our psychology, everything can escalate up or it cannot. What in that moment would you suggest to someone to catch themselves? What is it that someone could do?
Yeah, it's a great question. And, you know, there's the sort of like meditation teacher part of me that's like, everyone should just be meditating and then we're actually going to move ourselves in the right direction. But there's a better answer, you know, where I'm basically going to throw out a couple of techniques here, like just rapid fire. And some might feel helpful for some people and some might feel helpful for another. When someone feels particularly triggered in that moment, it's actually not different than what we did a few minutes ago, which is take 3 deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. Now, this is not a giant gap. It's not going to change your anxiety from 100 miles an hour to 0, but it is going to slow us down and let us have enough of a gap that we let go of the storyline that we've been playing on repeat probably constantly around the thing. You know, SBA is messed up, my business is failing, but these 3 deep breaths, and if you need 7, that's fine. In through the nose, out through the mouth is just enough of a time to shift the focus into the body and allow us to make that choice then to be more present. So that's one. The other one is a few minutes later, we're still playing out the story. And we're saying, well, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. It's exactly what these wonderful people said before. It's like, no one's got the crystal ball. We don't know. And there's something about having to become comfortable with the discomfort of not knowing, which is really important. But in that moment, it might be helpful to ask yourself a simple question. Is this helpful? The first time you played out what you might want to do, probably helpful. Third time, maybe. 25th time, it is no longer helpful. Even just getting gently inquisitive with our experience can move us from that state of constantly playing the same stories over and over and over again and bring us back into the present moment. And the last one I'll do is an old slogan that I learned from the insight meditation teacher, Joseph Goldstein, where these strong emotions come up. And even just saying to ourselves, it's okay to feel this. Just these, it's okay to feel this. That having fear or anxiety or anger or whatever it is, doesn't make us wrong or bad. If we start acting out on anger to everyone and yelling at our beautiful mothers, probably not a good thing to be doing. But to feel it and say, it's okay to feel this, that can actually be quite healing, to just feel what we feel without judgment.
Yeah, those are great. And I love that they're very practical tips that the people listening to can use right away. By the way, for the people who are listening, this panel is here to answer your questions as well. So if you have questions, please type them in, and I'm going to get to as many of those as I can. And in fact, we actually, we have a question for Eric, a question for you specifically. How are you able, because you had mentioned this, the businesses, how are you able to manage your own personal frustrations, challenges, and everything, while also putting on this front-facing image to your employees? The question is, how much are you sharing with your employees about what you're internally going through? And
I'll take it a step. Yeah, take it a step further. Actually, my business partner Patrick Combs and I, we volunteered to do crisis and opportunity coaching for all of our customers, an hour a day. So we've been knee deep in it for 3 weeks, several hours a day of getting into this very area, right? So we're developing a model that really, really works for us. And I'll just share with you, it starts with assessing basic needs and really drilling in and helping with some strategies, because they're all over the map, guys. They're not just consistent for everybody. The second thing is we're teaching people how, for them to figure out how they align with good feelings. And then finally, the last thing is, hey, what's your bliss? What would make you perfectly happy and joyful? Can we start to step into those projects quite a bit? But when it comes to employees, I think you got to be transparent and you got to avoid false promises. We've seen on the national stage what false promises look like and feel like. They drive us nuts. So I avoid crystal ball predictions. All I bring in is, hey, this is my experience from the last recession and the one before that. This is what worked for me. This is how I thrive. Not, this is the only way you can thrive. This is what's going to happen tomorrow. So I think mentoring up in this area is really, really important. And realize that based on age, a lot of employees have never been through a recession. I remember my first one. I'm like, what the hell is this dot-com bubble bursting? I didn't know what that meant. I was 20-something years old. So I think taking the time to explain to them recessions, why they happen, how they happen. I've even done a lot of research on them. I know that the average recession lasts, a particular number of months, and then on top of that, be able to share as much information as possible to educate your employees, right? And then the other thing is, say you have Stan and Lodro's skill sets. Those shouldn't be kept to yourselves. If you're a business owner, you got to realize that your employees are freaking out. Maybe they're caught in judgment. They're caught in their own ego and their own thoughts, and they're on an infinite loop. So you got to step in as a leader and share like these things that actually keep you going. So I just think this is one of the greatest teaching opportunities. This virus is an incredible teacher, incredible. In so many areas, because this is a three-front war. There's never been a three-front war fought before that I can think of in history, right? Most battles, even in World War II, we fought Japan and we fought Germany, but this is a three-front war on mental, physical, and economic, right? And all of them are important. So getting into comparing and judging which one's more important, wasted time.
Yeah, Eric, that three-front war is something I haven't been able to phrase it like that, but that's something I've been thinking about, because I'm thinking about the fact that it's global, it's hitting everyone personally, and it's hitting everyone professionally.
Yes.
I'm trying to think in the past, like, when has something like that happened? And it's so unique because we're all challenged in that way. So thank you for reference 3 front. Stan, a question came in, and I think it's going to be relevant for you because I know that you work with some younger generation people, and you also work with older business owners as well. And so I'm curious, in times like this, are you seeing that there's a difference in how millennials or Gen Y or Gen Z people are managing this versus older generations?
Right. I think what's interesting now is there's social media and in understanding how to use social media as an ally or as an advocate, as opposed to I need attention. I believe Eric mentioned like the attention piece and going out there. What's happening is typically we can go out and we can interact. You know, we talk with people back and forth, we have conversations, but now with so many people being right here, it's like, where do I go for the attention? And so it has been social media. I'll share whatever needs to be shared. I'll share what doesn't need to be shared. I just want someone to pay attention to me, and that can become harmful. But now as I'll call it the dust is settling, there's been a bit of destruction. Now people have a time to build. They're understanding that there are some resources that they can share that are helpful. There are resources they can share that are going to help them. And I think that is what's been more powerful is like this generation is really smart. They're comfortable talking and speaking their mind, but now they're understanding more context of what you should speak when you are comfortable speaking your mind. And I think that's what's beginning to happen more. Early on, I feel like it was a bit frustrating from, let's say, a social media standpoint, or seeing the barrage of things going on. But now, as you mentioned, again, the 3-part war, that's so amazing the way you stated that. I think now everyone's finally seeing, oh, everyone feels this way.
Yeah.
I don't have to say more like, we're all here. Okay, I'm finally not alone. And that has been, that's been a calm, I think, and understanding, no, I'm not crazy, you know, no more crazy than everyone else is. We can all move in this thing together and share our resources together and be okay.
Yeah. A question came in, I'm gonna ask to all 3 of you, starting with Lodro and then to Eric, is the question is, post this crisis, there's an immediate crisis and it seems like we're going to have an economic one that's going to last longer. What is your hope in terms of the shift of humanity? What's something you hope shifts, ideally for the better, but they just said hope shifts. So Lodro?
Yeah, I'm probably going to go towards the better here. Because there's this line that's been rattling around in my brain. It's not mine. It's actually, Tom knows my wife. Her name's Adriana Limbach. She's also a meditation teacher and wrote a book called Tea and Cake with Demons. And in it, she says, your suffering is not the most interesting thing about you. And something that Stan was just saying sort of rattled in my brain of like, wow, we're really noticing like me and my story is not so different than everyone else's stories right now. There's some sense of universality and some sense of shared humanity that's being recognized. My suffering in Hudson looks different than Stan's out there, you know, but there's some sense of like, well, there's fear arising, there's anxiety, there's common topics, there's places that we can connect and share, you know, have shared values. And I think, you know, I'd love to believe that coming off of this, we start to really continue to connect with one another from that sense of like, oh, we're all human beings. I don't mean to be very like woo-woo about this, but like we are coming to a point of deep understanding of one another. The Vietnamese Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh, who's also a Nobel Peace Prize winner, he's fond of saying, you know, understanding is the other name of love. If we can't understand someone, we can't offer love. So there's some sense of more seeking to understand, even within this conversation. Eric and Stan were both mentioning, like, people are more willing to give people the benefit of doubt, more willing to open up and connect from a heart level, to let people off the hook for making minor mistakes or whatever it is, for venting. I would love to see that continue. That sense of like, you know, really being willing to seek to understand one another.
Great, love it. Eric, what do you hope to see come out of this shift?
Yeah, you know, more folks coming over to the good person side. So, you know, there's never going to be a situation where the people trying to take advantage of people is ever going to go away. But what I am seeing is just a massive shift to wanting to serve and to help people. And so when corporate America or that corporate job or that previous life lets you down, you might open yourself up more. And I use the word bliss a lot. What I'm really talking about, what is that gift that you really want to give? You know, the one you've been giving yourself for decades. Can you give that to somebody else. And so I think we're going to go from a place of searching for happiness, which is an individual pursuit mostly, to shifting to joy and understanding there's a difference. Joy is when you actually, your heart is in another and you're giving your greatest gift to somebody else. So I'm actually super excited about, I talk a lot about what's your hidden opportunity in all of this. I'm not talking about like some private equity guy going up and gobbling up companies at $1, a share. I'm actually saying to everybody, what's your hidden opportunity? What's that gift you can give to somebody else and serve? And we're seeing that rise up. We're seeing people that are stuck at home and they're gravitating in that direction. So I'm really hopeful that we come out of this with more people actually doing what their heart really desires. And I say all the time, hey, if you're in a moneyless economy for the next 6 months, how would you spend your time? And it's pretty easy to get to, that one thing, because we all have it. I don't believe that nobody has it. Yeah. I think we hide it. I think that's why we call it secret ambitions. It's in our subconscious, but it's there and it can be brought out. So I'm hoping for that economy, an economy where people are truly giving their greatest gift.
Yeah. Great. I love it. And Stan, why don't you round us out with the answer to that question? What do you hope shifts in society?
Yes, so certainly echoing their perspectives, and also understanding that consistency is king. So interestingly enough, what I found is there are people that I didn't know like to cook, people that I didn't know like to dance, they dance. So everyone, as everyone echoed, they're getting back to what they really wanted to do if time nor money was a factor. So post this, what's going to increase the level of joy, as Eric mentioned, also is being able to still do these things as business owners, as employees, as entrepreneurs, like what were you doing when time and money wasn't okay? Do a little bit of those things every single day, so, the joy echoes through you daily. So you're waking up, and all those things that, everyone mentioned feeds a healthy mindset, and always attributed to like being a superhero. Every superhero has their artillery belt. They have a layer that they go back to. So even if it's not what you need right now, you're going to need it someday. That day might be tomorrow.
Yeah, I love it. And Stan, what you're saying and the questions you just asked, I know Eric's Bliss Champions program well, and that is what he's trying to get people to do.
Wow.
Like he's trying to do it outside of a crisis, and now he has a crisis, and now people are cooking because they're like, I love cooking. I didn't realize.
Right. You guys, I'm actually finding my job way easier than ever before. But I also want to show personal responsibility, right? So you can look and go, oh, that guy's got a bunch of businesses. What does he have to worry about? But I also see a gift that's ready to be brought forward. I've been helping people start companies forever. I call them bliss journeys. But at the end of the day, you know what's harder than starting a company? Gracefully exiting a company. And so my partner and I, our big brainstorm is literally, you can go to our website right now, blisschampions.com, and you'll see it'll take you to a new site called Blissful Exits. We're going to actually start helping small business owners, mid-sized business owners, gracefully exit their companies. Because at the end of the day, people work really hard. They put their life and their souls into building these businesses, and there's really no one there waiting to really help. There's bottom dwellers that'll take advantage, and then there's private equity companies with their billions of dollars that are going to take advantage. But somebody has to fight for the business owner too on both sides of the equation. So I'm going to be dedicating the rest of my year to really helping identify business owners with strong businesses that perhaps are in real bad shape, or they're just tired. They've been through the last 2 recessions, no more, and helping people blissfully exit. That's possible.
Yeah, love it. And just a reminder to everyone listening, we have time for questions, so pop them in and we'll happily answer them. I have a new question that came in, and to set this one up, and several of you have mentioned about this, like we have this time now, and what are we using this time with? I have a book that I've been writing for a while, and I should be every single day writing on this book. Like I have the time. I really should be doing it. Am I? Like I'm getting to it. So I know I'm not alone in this, and I know a lot of people have this thing they want to do and now have the time, but yet the motivation still isn't there. And so how do I, and Lodro, I'll start with you, and Eric, and then Stan, is how do you motivate yourself every day to do this despite all the things that are happening? How do you do that? Lodro, start with you.
Sure, it's a great question. I think one aspect here is just sort of getting, I'm going to say consistency in like a variety of ways to try and make it sound more interesting. But for me, it's often a consistent time of day is helpful. And this, by the way, for anyone who's like, how do I start the meditation? The advice I'm giving is not different, that we'd find a consistent time of day to write, to meditate, to cook. And that's the time that I'm going to dedicate to it. And you set the amount of time. It's a consistent amount of time. So every day it's an hour, or every day it's 20 minutes, or whatever you can actually budget. And then to treat it as sacred as you would any of the other things that you normally do. The other aspect here that I think is really helpful is to add it into the routines of the day. So maybe it's you're getting up in the morning routine. Maybe it's, okay, I'm clocking out of work. I know that a lot of entrepreneurs have trouble doing that, but you say, okay, it's 5 o'clock, from 5 to 6, I do my writing. There's some sense of like, and here it's just part of the unwinding of the day. Then I go and have dinner with it just becomes part of it. So for many people, when I'm talking about meditation, it's like I get up, I shower, I get dressed, I walk the dog, I meditate. Somewhere in there, I also brush my teeth. I don't think to mention it very often because it's just part of it. You could get these things into that level of routine in a consistent time of day. It goes a long way. And the last thing I'll say is a consistent environment can be really helpful. So, Tom, I know that you are currently a little bit displaced, and if there's like a quiet room or a quiet corner of a room, maybe that you sort of like turn your chair away from the family or something like that. That's your space. That's great. But something that marks the space can be really helpful. Maybe it is a consistent desk or a consistent cushion or something that says, this is where I go to do my thing.
Great. Eric, what about you? How would you, tips for motivation to get?
Yeah, I said earlier, the number one reason people don't reach their dreams is they don't begin. And there's two sides to that coin. They're both mental, by the way. And the first one's limiting beliefs, which we could go on for hours about. But the second one is resistance. So what you're actually alluding to is resistance. Now, resistance is that voice in your head that says, it's almost like a lover whispering in your ears, like just what you need to hear when you need to hear it, to not get up and write that book. Oh, that's right. Tom, you're so tired. You're going through so much. You don't need to write that book right now. Let's just watch some more Netflix. Tiger King episode 4. I heard it's awesome. So resistance, we have to identify how it's speaking to us, and we have to defeat it. So for me, that's how you begin. It's, resistance, you're talking to me again, right? That's the enemy. And we need to go from resistance to obsession, healthy obsession. And so that's the journey, from someone that's just not getting it done and never beginning to someone who's actually on their bliss journey to accomplish whatever it is they want to do.
Love it. And Stan, what about you? What would be your tips to motivate to get that thing done that you want to get done? We have that we normally never have.
Right. People get up and go to work tomorrow because they've attached it to a meaning, a purpose, and an end goal. That's why people are, even if they're late, like they go, right? So we have to attach what it is that we don't like to do to an end goal. Is it money? Is it freedom? Is it what it like, and purposefully attach it? That's going to help quite a bit. And the other things, I guess it's a little bit more practical, is doing it, like letting it be the first thing you do when you get up in the morning. Sometimes I have a note like on my dry erase board next to the bed. I roll over it. It's the first thing I see might be to exercise really quick. So I do it before I brush my teeth. I do it before anything, because if I brush my teeth, that's all I needed to say, I don't have time to get back to the exercise. So even something as simple as, writing or doing or eating, right, or drinking, whatever it is you want to do, like letting that be the first thing you do in the morning after the good mornings, if there's someone to say good morning to besides yourself.
Yeah, love it. Thank you. Those are good tips. I shall implement all of them.
We want pages on the desk, Tom. End of day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, we only have a little bit of time left here. And so I want to check in with each of you going around. Stan, we'll just stick with you since you were just there on the mic. What's the best advice you've personally heard or read from someone else that has helped you with your mindset during this time? And it's
Believe in your.
it's okay to quote me.
Okay, that's exactly. I was waiting for that caveat because I'm going right in.
Can we all quote you?
Yeah.
No, right? That's what I'm saying. Always
That's
show up.
advice you've
That's
heard from Tom. No, that's helped you
okay.
too.
Cool. Done. I have a list. Like certainly always show up. So that's something that you know. Always show up in every way. Life, relationship, work, and then more than that is like believe in yourself as much as you believe in the people that you admire. Sometimes we give those that we admire so many accolades, so much trust. Like we believe in everything they did and the way they and how they did it. And then when it comes to us, we're like, oh, well, I'm different. And it's like, actually, and officially now, we're not all that different. So that's the best advice that I've received is like, believe in yourself as much as you believe in those that you admire. And that has been powerful. And that's also inspired me to look those people up more, to spend more time, studying their ways, their systems, to be a better version of me daily. And that's professionally, personally, and everything.
Great. Lojo, what about you? What's the best advice you've heard from others that's helped you during this time?
Yeah, I have a friend who's a therapist who keeps telling everyone, be curious, unbiased, and unafraid, which is sort of power packed. And we talked a bit about curiosity before of like, just getting into like, is this exactly what is happening? Is this just my projection of the idea of like, what if something happens in the future? So be curious about our own experience, to be unbiased in how we relate to people. We don't immediately lock down and villainize some people and blame others. And unafraid, which isn't to say that we don't have fear rise, but that we're willing to sit in the midst of it and not let it overwhelm us. We don't chase after the stories that keep us there.
Great. Love it. Eric, what about you?
Yeah, the great Patrick Holmes, a good friend of both of ours, right? He's an Eckhart Tolle prodigy. And I've been learning presence practice from him, but in coaching with him, to watch him deploy it at this time on so many people and to witness it, my answer would be everything out of his mouth right now. But the biggest takeaway for me was curiosity, right? Because I couldn't help myself at the beginning, but to try to predict, let me get out that crystal ball. I've been here before, right? And so it really helped me when I heard him say to somebody, hey, would you consider, instead of trying to be so predictive, to be curious? And so I've been holding that throughout this. This was about 3.5 weeks ago that I heard that for the first time. And literally it's a mantra for me now. It's, oh, you're curious about what's going to happen to the state of the economy or when we're going to bounce back. Because I get calls every day. Hey, Eric, when is this going to be over? Nobody knows that. Nobody knows. Are you asking me when my next concert got rescheduled to? Because that's end of August, early September. But, again, I'm just guessing like the rest of us. So curiosity, I really like that. So it's amazing that we're all kind of hitting on that point. Let's be curious about the future versus fearful of it.
Yeah, I love all of these, but I have several notes here, and I'm gonna highlight them for the close. But before we do that, I just want to check in with each of you because this is actually several months ago. I was just having a really rough day, and I opened up my phone and I texted maybe 6 people that I hadn't talked with in a while and sent them some just like thanks, gratitude, appreciation for just something that I just appreciate about them. And it was amazing to watch my attitude change completely. And I think it was Eric who said, don't think about yourself, but think about others. And in that moment, I was giving gratitude to others and my mindset totally shifted away from me. And I was just instantly better after those 6 text messages. And so I'm curious for each of you, what's making you smile right now? What's making you happy? What do you appreciate about this gift that we are being given in this moment? Stan, start with you.
Cool, thank you. My ability to play more in some ways. And I have a son, he's 19 months old. And he's 19 months old. So I'm spending more time playing outside, following him around, watching his curiosity. And again, that word being mentioned so much now is really, it's like Neo in the Matrix kind of understanding. That's made me be more curious and following him. And he's not afraid of the same things that I was afraid of growing up or learned to be afraid of, right? He's kind of going and doing. And that as let's say a husband, as a dad, and then as as a professional has caused me to be more curious. Like, so what if I did what I hadn't never done before? How might that turn out? And so that's helped. So that's what's really come out of this, the power of curiosity and watching someone play, which evokes my sense to want to play and be more lighthearted and just to go for things instead of being worried, which, you know, I know Eric mentioned, like in terms of being judged, or Lodra mentioned, like being judged, like letting go of those things, those unbiases, and going for it. And then literally the sky isn't even the limit.
Love it. Eric, what about you? What's making you?
I think, you know what my life's mission is about, is to get people to do their dreams and follow their bliss. And so just watching people go for it, you know, because the two biggest limiting beliefs in the world are I'm not enough, I won't be loved. But the third one to me in my world is I have to choose between my bliss and making money. So now that the making money component has been removed for a little while, people are going for it. And that to me is like, there it is. And so I'm just really encouraged that people are actually going to come out of this doing what they were meant to do and what they really love. I think that makes a better world. So I'm excited about that. I'm seeing it with my own eyes. The people that are actually doing the best are the ones that were just at the beginning of their bliss journeys that really don't have any idea how to turn it into a company yet. Those are the ones that in my coaching are doing fantastic right now because they have all this time to work on these things.
Yeah, it's so interesting, Eric. It's like they thought about doing it in the past, but they were too scared, didn't want to challenge, shake the boat. But now the boat's been shook, and they're kind of like, go try it out. I love it.
Well, one of their biggest impediments was, will I be able to make money from this? And now they're not worrying about that. So the people I'm worried about the most are the business owners. It's why I'm on Facebook every day talking almost exclusively to them and their mindset, and why I want to come in and try to help them. Yeah. That's the tough one, Tom. And you described it earlier. You're a business owner. You're dealing with a set of problems that are unique. We try not to compare, but we need to help each other. And the business community is. We're all talking to each other in case people don't realize. And that's super important. We're not watching the news to figure out what to do next. We're talking to each other.
Yeah. So I would say, like, we got to be in it together. Lodra, what about you? What's making you happy? Where you find gratitude in this moment?
Yeah, you know, man, everywhere. But first of all, where was my text message, Tom? One.
I didn't want to say anything.
In your defense, you can see here on my calendar, you can't really see my calendar, can you? But every Tuesday it says, send nice things to friends. And it's like just again, same thing that like, it's a habit that I want to have, that every week, in my case, Tuesdays, there's a half-hour schedule where I can reach out to friends. And sometimes it's a phone call, sometimes it's a series of texts, but some way of like genuinely following through on that connection. And even now, you know, I won't say what reunion it was going to be this May for my college reunion, but it's not happening. And even before that was announced, a friend who I hadn't talked to in years organized something, and there were all these people, probably the only people who would actually want to see at that reunion, on a Zoom call. And I hadn't seen some of them, I was about to say how many years, over a decade. And what a joy that there was this sense of real connection, so that we don't lose the sense of connection just because we can't physically hold someone, that we can actually still, you know, emanate some sense of warm-heartedness to one another, even in these difficult times.
Yeah, I love it. And, cool. And I was about to close with me sharing some of the biggest lessons, but you three may or may not know this, and the people listening and watching may not know this, but there is a ninja behind the scenes here that has been taking all the best learnings and crafting it into a visual art, really, of what it is. And I'm going to share my screen here quickly so that you can see it, to take a look at what has been happening behind the scenes. This is from Heather Willems of Two Line Studios. And what she does is she takes meetings and converts it essentially into art based on the best lessons that have come out of it. And if you look here, these are the words of Lodro, Eric, and Stan. And apparently I said some smart things as well here, so I'll on there. And it's all built into this, this graph that Heather created. And all of us will have access to it as long as she's been doing several of the sessions throughout the country.
Wow, good job, Heather.
Amazing.
Yeah, so make sure you check that out at Two Line Studios. I believe it's also going up on the website for the conference as well. So I'm going to stop sharing with that. And thank you to the three of you for taking time out of your days your day to be able to be with us and share your thoughts, because I know each one of you individually is doing your thing and you're successful, and so to be able to take the time to share with the group is really powerful. And I'm hearing a lot of positive notes in the comments here as well. So thanks to you three, and here's to keeping the mindset as I believe Lodro said, curious, unbiased, and unafraid.
Yes.
So thank you all, and I'm going to pass it back to Jeff.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, panelists and Tom. That was really amazing. Heather as well. And yes, we are publishing Heather's drawings as they come up on the Adversity to Prosperity website, and it will be in the follow-up material as well. We're going to now have another break, but before we go off, I want to announce that we have a special treat. Jody Johnson, who was on the coaching panel yesterday, is going to lead us through the break activity. We'll have the 2 minute of nothing and then our timer, and then Jody will be on until our next speaker. See you shortly. Jody, you can go ahead, I think.
Okay. Hello and welcome to this short meditation focusing on creating and accomplishing your goals by design. In this meditation, the mind is relaxed and opened up to take on the challenge of committing to the action item list you've been building throughout this conference and achieving them. We're going to begin by embarking on a journey within, getting in touch with your body with grounding mindfulness. We're going to actually do the exercises that Lodro was speaking to in the panel just a few minutes ago. Our life in the midst of COVID-19 is so complex and chaotic that it is normal and even healthy for people to feel overly mental, caught up in too much thinking, revved up, worried, spacey, or even disembodied. Under such conditions, the world could seem flat, two-dimensional, lifeless, adversarial, and painful. This in between those times of really seeing the opportunity. That this meditation is about getting grounded and being able to dispel those sense of being overly thoughtful and flat. Grounding means to bring awareness back into the body, back into the senses, back into the present. These three things, the body, the senses, and the present, are the keys to reigniting your creativity, passion, love, connection, peace, and well-being. And grounding is also very easy to do. So get comfortable and sit down with a straight back or lay down if you prefer. Feel the weight of your body pressing down against the surface that you're on. Observe your body settling in. Good. Starting off with your feet, tense the muscles in your feet and focus only there. Tightly squeeze the muscles in your feet. Let's hold them for 4 seconds. Now let go completely. Go move up to your calves now and tense both of your calves on all of the muscles there in your calves. Now let that go. Move up to your thighs and tense your quads firmly. Feel all of the tension in your thighs. Let that go. Focusing on your pelvis and hips, tense this area as much as you can. And let that go. Let's bring our focus to the belly. Activate your abdominal muscles, making your entire stomach firm, and feel all of that tension. And let it go. Great. Now let's tense our hands. Make a fist with your hands and grip them as hard as you can. Hold that tension and let it go. Now up to your chest area. Tense all the muscles around your chest and back. Flex your shoulders and all the muscles around this area, holding the tension. And relax. Now tense your face. Make a face and tense all the muscles in that area, holding this tension and let it go. By feeling your body and connecting to it with your mind, you create a unity between the body and mind, which generates deep relaxation and a state of creativity. In this state, we can pull all of our goals toward us with the universal energy that flows through everything. Now that you are in a deep alpha brainwave state, completely relaxed, the mind is open. I'd like for you to set a goal for yourself, a short-term goal to accomplish in the next 2 weeks' time. Now set that goal. And vividly see yourself achieving this goal in the next week or 2. Take note of how it feels to achieve it. Picture your surroundings as much as possible in detail. See the colors and all the action happening around you. How does it feel in your body when you accomplish this goal? Let this emotion of accomplishment fill you. See your family, friends, team, and many people congratulating you on accomplishing this. Notice how it feels to achieve what you desire and let this feeling grow. Fill you up completely. Let's take 4 deep breaths. Let it out. And then slowly and gently start coming back to your surroundings. When you're ready, give thanks to yourself and open your eyes.
Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome.
Nice pause and a nice reset. I'm now going to introduce our next speaker. We're fortunate to have Lee Brower. He's going to speak on thriving in a world of disruption and change. Welcome, Lee.
Happy to be here.
Great.
All right, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon for those of you that are not in my time zone, but it's still a little bit morning here, and grateful to be here with you. I don't, first of all, let me just say thank you to the other speakers. Thank you to Jody. What a way to start to do a 10-minute meditation or 8-minute, whatever it was, tighten up the muscles, let it go. Kind of helps you as you get ready to come out and speak and be a part of this and to have a conversation with you out there. I consider this to be a sacred responsibility. This is an important time, and I want to make sure that your time is well worth it. So I've given it a lot of thought. What are those things that I think, I've talked to colleagues and other people that might be of greatest value to you? And we really, truly are in a VUCA world. I'm going to share my screen with you. I'll come back and forth a little bit, but I do want to share my screen with you at this moment. So let me do that. And I believe you all can see this now. I don't have a video. I've been asked to start a video, but I don't have a video, so that's good. Well, anyway, this is the PowerPoint. I think you can all see it. And are you struggling to provide stability in a VUCA world? Well, first of all, you have to understand what is a VUCA world. This is not a new term. It's a term that's been around since Desert Storm. It was a term invented by the US military as they started to fight a battle that they've never fought before. This was a different engagement. And they came out and said, this really is truly a different experience that we're going through now. And so the V stands for volatile. So would you say that we live in a volatile world right now? I'm going to call this then a VUCA world right now. I've used VUCA world in the past, but I think it's an a VUCA world, meaning accelerated VUCA world. Are we in a volatile world right now? Are we in an uncertain world? You know, is the uncertainty the thing that prevails for us? We're not sure exactly when things are going to settle down. Are we in a complex world where things are complex? We're exploring new avenues, new ways to do things, and looking on how we can simplify maybe. And is it ambiguous? We just don't know what's going on. And I think that that's the challenge with this is this VUCA paralyzes. When you're out there and you have this confusion, you don't have sense of direction, then you end up being paralyzed. And one of the greatest opportunities and responsibilities of a leader is to provide direction. I personally believe that in the world today, that a lot of leadership today is suffering at the expense of really great management. Management is teaching us how to operate on short-term decisions, short-term actions. What's the next tweet going to say? What is the next stock market going to say? What is, how do I get my price earnings ratio down to this? And the ability to look long-term as a leader is becoming lost. And so I'm going to focus today on really kind of solutions to how do we unparalyze ourselves in a VUCA world and be that leader that can provide direction, can provide confidence and creativity and bring all of that together. Talk to you about 3 things. I'm going to talk to you about going big. I'm going to talk to you about the green R, and I'm going to talk to you about what I call the empowering question. intermingled with that, there's going to be some hints that I think will be of great value to you. There's nothing that I'm showing you today that is just information. With everything that I'm showing you today, you can actually take and put it into action. And I've had the opportunity over the years to be very blessed to be in unique situations. I was with George Tenet the night that he resigned as the head of the CIA. I've been in basically smuggled into Venezuela to help. How do we introduce gratitude back into the country? I've been in Mongolia after the China Wall went down, working with the president of the stock exchange on how do we convert a country from a socialistic, pure socialistic, communistic company to a capitalistic company. And I've met with presidents of countries on education and some other things. I've worked with wonderful, I have the opportunity all the time to be able to work with amazing entrepreneurs in various companies. And I look at it from this standpoint. What are those things that they've taken that they're using and they're using right now at this moment that's helping them go through this VUCA world? So one of the things that I believe really stabilizes when you look at a VUCA world, a question that each one of us should be asking ourselves is, as leaders, how do we provide stability? How do we provide direction, confidence, and innovation or creativity in a VUCA world? And one of the things that always provides stability is traditions. When you can have traditions that you develop within your business or within your family, those provide stability no matter what. And traditions are an interesting thing. I look at it in families. It's not uncommon. Those of you that have children that are old enough to get married, and those of you that are young enough to remember when you got married, you may have heard a conversation or thought of a conversation like this. I sure hope maybe we need to do something around our house, maybe a bigger pool, maybe if we build a tennis court so that they bring the grandkids to our house. And thinking that the things are the things that bring the children back. But really, the reality is, over the years that we've been working, it's traditions. It's traditions that tie families together. It's traditions that bring them home. It's traditions that provide a safe haven for them. So you can ask yourself, what are some of the traditions that we've had in our business? Some of the traditions that we have in our personal life, and how can we resurrect those, or how can we focus in on those and encourage them? Because they do provide stability. One of our traditions in our family and our business, and in reality, everywhere we go now. I mean, I'm starting this the same way that I would start a one-on-one, or whether I was sitting in front of 10,000 people at, in an auditorium. We're going to start the same way, and that is, can we begin in gratitude? And gratitude is such a powerful, I'm going to call it, it's a drug, really, when you think about it. Just by asking, what am I grateful for? Just ask. You don't even have to answer. It automatically shoots out dopamine and serotonin into your system. That's pretty amazing. So let's go big. So can you think of a moment right now in everything that's going on where you can be grateful? Something that you're grateful in, or something that happened. What's going on in your life that you can be grateful for? And let's just pause for just a second and ask yourself, get yourself that shot of dopamine, that shot of serotonin. What is it that's going on right now for me that I can be grateful for in this moment? I don't think I need to give you any suggestions. I think it's easy for you to go to, but I am going to give you some suggestions on how to make it even stronger. First and foremost, just by doing what you're doing, can light and darkness occupy the same space at the same time? I don't think so. Once you have a spark, or how much light does it take to eliminate the darkness? It just takes a spark. And as leaders, we have the opportunity to be that spark. It just takes a spark. But all of you know the power of gratitude. You probably develop patterns of gratitude. Maybe you have systems of gratitude. Maybe you're like me. I carry a rock in my pocket every single day. I have for the last almost 20 years. Carry a rock in my pocket just to remind me of the things that I'm grateful for. So when I get home at night, I take my wallet out and put my rock on it. I stop, I can think, okay, what am I grateful for today? When I get up in the morning, I grab my wallet and there's my rock. Okay, what can I be grateful for today? But if you're like me, that gets a little bit rote. I start to say the same things over again, and I'm not getting the emotional feeling that comes with it. So I've developed a little, with the help of some colleagues of mine that have kind of helped put it together. I can't take credit for this, but it's something that I use on a regular basis, and that's taking the word potent. And so I'm going to give this little secret to you. If you use the word potent in the right way, it will help you become and develop even more gratitude on it. It's not rote. So when you look at potent, the first thing you think about are people. The P stands for people. And I don't mean just the normal people. It's easy for us to say, I'm grateful for my spouse. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my friends. I'm grateful for my clients. But have you ever thought to look for the people that you can't see? What are the people around me that I'm grateful for, but that I don't see? And when you ask that question, certain things come to mind. What are the people that are around here? So for example, I asked myself the other morning, who can I see today that I don't normally see? And can I express gratitude to them? And that brought home somebody that I could talk about that night. Well, I happened to be in a restroom in a business office that I'm there frequently, and it's always spotless clean. And I happened to see the janitor. And the janitor's cleaning that room. And I said, are you responsible for this? And he looked at me like, whoa. He said, yes. I said, well, I just want to thank you. You know, I come here all the time. There's people that come from all over the world to come here and meet. And they have a better experience because they walk into this bathroom and it's clean enough you could eat on it. So thank you for doing this for me. And he's with a tall gentleman. And he looked at me and tears kind of teared up. And he says, thank you very much. And I believe there's people all around us everywhere. And as we extend that gratitude to those people, as we acknowledge them in our lives, whether they're people, maybe they're a flight attendant, they're people that wait on us, or the people that clean up the street, or just, you know, all of a sudden, if you ask the question, you'll start seeing more and more people. What about opportunities? And I'm not talking about just the opportunities that make us $1 million. We have an opportunity, maybe, you know, I mean, I sat on a freeway traffic jam after thinking about this. And I thought, wait a second. I can complain about being in this traffic jam, but how many millions of people around the world would trade places with me in a second to be in this same car, on this same freeway, in the same traffic jam, being able to experience today the opportunities I get to experience? And there were millions. And so it shifts your mindset just a little bit. What about the things? You know, what are the things that we're grateful for? Now, I'm not talking about your latest car or your boat. What about your shoes? You know, when I grew up, I had one pair of shoes that I used to go to school, to church, and to play basketball. I'm grateful for the number of shoes that I have. So what are the things in your life, if you just take a second, that you can be grateful for? Experiences. Again, we talked about the experiences. It's not just maybe doing the Grand Canyon. It's the experiences of walking out the door, the experiences that we have to be in a free country or whatever country we're in. We have these different experiences that we take the time. We have so many experiences that we learn from. Is there anything in this life that you can't learn from? I'm going to say you can't find a thing. Everything in this life we can learn from. So if that's the case, it could be a simple question of, what did I learn today? What could I learn today? How could I learn even better? Nature. I mean, there's times when I haven't seen nature. I was driving in Texas. I've never seen the moon come up from the ground. I've always had mountains on my west coast, east coast, and I've always seen them come over the mountains. To see it come out of the ground was astounding. But we have wonders of nature around us all the time. And then the last one is my favorite, and that's thoughts. We have the ability to determine our thoughts, and I'm so grateful that I can think for myself. I have the opportunity to think about potent, and what a blessing that is. So here's a little trick. Just go potent with your gratitude and see if that doesn't help you. I'm going to talk a little bit about the levels of gratitude. And there's 4 levels of gratitude that I'm familiar with, or I'm going to talk to you about today. One is the level of being ungrateful. Now, I don't believe that there's a person on this call that considers themselves to be ungrateful. However, if you look at my definition of ingratitude is anytime you, let me get it right correctly. Ingratitude, anytime, I'm getting the wrong definition mixed up. When you say anytime, here it goes. Okay, here it goes. Gratitude unexpressed is ingratitude perceived. There we go. Gratitude unexpressed may be ingratitude perceived. So even though you may not feel that you're ungrateful, because you don't express it, somebody else may feel that you've been ungrateful. So I believe that there's people out there that think I'm ungrateful, probably just because I haven't expressed it. So that's the lowest level. The next level is social gratitude. Social gratitude is all about respect. This is about what your mom and dad told you. Always say please and thank you. And so it's about respect and respect for others. The third level is appreciative. And appreciative is such a powerful, powerful, powerful stage. It's where we really learn to appreciate what we have and appreciate others. When you appreciate something, it goes up in value, just like in the stock market. Stock portfolio goes up in value. So when you appreciate something, it goes up in value. But there is a risk on that. And that is oftentimes our appreciation requires a for. I'm grateful for this, or I'm grateful for that, which means it involves comparison or expectation. Have you ever said, look at so-and-so, it could be worse. So you're trying to help somebody have more appreciation in their life by comparing them to somebody else. So should we all hope that everybody has it worse than us so that we can kind of feel better? And that's a tool for that. And when you be careful when you're saying I'm grateful for, that it's just not the arrows. It's not all about me. I'm grateful for this weather. I'm grateful for my health. That's compared to what? And so you have comparison involved in that. Highest level of gratitude is what we call empowered gratitude. Unlike appreciative gratitude, empowered is where you are expressing gratitude, the action of gratitude, without expecting anything in return. And so like in the Jewish religion, they call it tzedakah. In agape in Greek, and charity is probably the Christian term for it, the pure love of Christ. And so in and of itself, empowered is where you're grateful in, regardless of your circumstances. So there is no comparison, there is no expectation, and it's done completely anonymously. So the arrows are actually pointing out. And then that takes practice. And so what you see here is I go up and down all these different levels. I'm sure I do, and unintentionally or otherwise, but if we can practice to be more grateful in, where we express gratitude without expecting anything in return, unintentionally and without not being your reason, you become an attractant, and you will attract greater opportunities and greater relationships in your life, even in a VUCA world. I'll share a story with you. You see me wearing this hat. On this hat, you can see the word lead. And lead stands for listen and learn, engage, appreciate, and decide. I'm a great believer that companies should, and families and individuals should run their lives by principles as opposed to values. Values to me are just a billboard that's very hard to interpret. Everybody has values. It's difficult to understand what it means. Every one of them on here would say, I have gratitude as a value or integrity as a value, but we probably have as many different definitions for that value as we do people on this call. But if we identify principles, for example, we always begin in gratitude. This is something that regardless of your values, we can all agree to do. And these are principles of a company that I have a great deal of respect for, and we were working with them, and they came up with their number one principle is to be in gratitude. And they said anybody that can share a story of where they've been in gratitude will get a hat with the word lead on it. And lead represents their 4 driving principles of listen and learn, engage, appreciate, and decide. And I had to send in a story to get my hat. But here's a story. Here we saw some amazing stories. Over 700 stories have come in on where they've been in gratitude regardless of their circumstances. And this is one where a young lady who was the daughter of a vendor, not even the daughter of one of the employees, but the daughter of a vendor that had heard about it. And she sent in a story about where she had been bullied. And her dad sat down with her and said, let's make a list. Let's make a list of those things that you've got right now that you can be grateful in. You don't have to be grateful for the fact that those bullies are bullying you. But what are those things that you can be grateful in? And so she said, I made a list. And I realized that no matter what the bully said, I had plenty to be grateful in. And I ignored them. And once I ignored them, they stopped bullying me. Thank you, and named the company. Thank you for allowing me to learn how to be grateful in. Now, I love that because that's leadership that's extending out, that's permanent. There's no deadlines to it. It's something that has a life of its own and it's moving out. Another quick story, I had somebody that wanted to go out and try this, and she was at the gas station and she said, I'm gonna go to that top level of gratitude where no expectation of return. And she saw a car with some elderly lady sitting in it. And she said, she walked over to their pump, swiped her credit cards, and started to take the pump out. And the lady leans out of the car and says, wait a second, that's my pump. That's our pump. She says, oh, I know. Would it be okay if I filled your car with gas? And she said, well, we were only going to put $5 in. Well, would it be okay if I filled it up? And she turned around and talked to somebody. She says, well, okay, but it's her birthday and we're on our way to the casino. So could you hurry? Now, you think of the levels of gratitude again. And which one do you think she was drifting into? She wants to be in the top one. But now you have this expectation of something different or comparison. So she fills it up. She puts it back. She walks over, the smile on her face, says, thank you for allowing me to fill your car up. The lady said, you're welcome. And off she drove. Now, the difference between a champ and a chump is you. She has the choice now to react or respond. And so she didn't have time to go either way. I think she said she was on her way back to her phone to call her husband in her car. And when she saw this car back up, and the car backed up, and she walked, and the lady that was driving got out and says, my mom wants to say something to you. And she walks over and opens the door and helps this mom out. And she goes, today is my birthday and nobody has ever done anything this nice for me. Can I give you a hug? And she gave her a hug. Now, think about that moment for just a second. What would a leader do? A leader would have stayed in the moment and been able to acknowledge the fact that how blessed they are to be able to give and not have any expectation. Imagine if she'd had the reverse though, and she leaves and calls up her husband and says, man, can you believe what I did this for these people? And they were so rude and they just drove off. And she would have set in chain a wave of negative behavior, possibly. Somebody else may not have helped somebody, or she may not help somebody in the future. And so that chain takes off. And perhaps let's say that the mom realized this as she was going to and she turned to her daughter and said, did she just pay for our gas? Yeah, she did, Mom. Oh my gosh, where'd she go? She's gone. We can't think. And maybe when she got to the casino, she might have bought somebody's dinner. She might have done something good, and good waves would have gone out that. See, the one thing as leaders, we can never, ever, ever delegate is our influence, no matter what. It's the one thing that we can't delegate. So remember, our influence is constantly influencing. Now, I talked to you about green R. So the first question when we talk about this is, does the event determine the outcome? So this is a great question for right now. Does the event determine the outcome? Now, in our family and in our businesses and the businesses that we consult with, they all know what it means to be green R. But does the event determine the outcome? Yes or no? Well, you all know the answer to that. R determines the outcome. And red R is what we call response. Excuse me, reaction. You have to catch me now. Keep me on track. Event plus red R, reaction, equals the outcome. And oftentimes this is where we're at. I mean, there's evidence of red R all around us. The press is red R with steroids. Some of our politicians are red R with steroids. Perhaps some of your friends or family members or coworkers are red R with steroids. It comes from this part of the brain. And I know there's been some really good discussions. I think Sean, some other people have talked about how the brain works. Well, this is as evidenced by it. And this is our shortcut language to say, you're in here, you're going to get that reptile brain, you're going to get that boom, boom. And that boom, boom is not good for you, and it's not good for people around you. So you go into that reaction mode. If you can go into the green R, so what we call green R is response. Now, what's the difference between red R and green R? All right, so reaction is boom, boom. Response has a couple of ingredients that make it work. The first is a pause. It's that pause. And if you can develop that pause right away, then that becomes very powerful. The second thing is gratitude. And how can I be grateful in this situation no matter what? And the third thing is curiosity. And curiosity and gratitude may mix back and forth. I wonder what's going on in their life that would cause them to do that. I wonder what's going on in the world that's causing this to happen. I wonder what's going on this. I wonder what we can do to help. It moves you into that questioning mode. I'm driving down the freeway, somebody cuts me off. I can go into red R, or I can say, I wonder what's going on in his life that would cause him or her to drive that way. And so we've developed a language around this to where I've given permission to my friends, my colleagues, my family to say to me, Lee, are you in red R or green R? And I told them I would stay in green R when they asked me that question. So, but red R, green R allows us to respond to what's going on. And when we go into red R, we give away our power. We give away our calmness. We give away our control. And calmness is one of the great powers on the planet. I have an example of this red R, green R, and it's very close to home, and I've chosen deliberately to share it with you. But in 2007, our son, Nick, developed cancer. And for 4 years, we battled that cancer. At the end of 1 year, he was in remission. And we were with the doctor. And the doctor came walking. He was out of, so we've gone a full year with no evidence of disease. And he comes walking in at exactly almost the year date and said, "Nick, it's back." And Lori, his mom, my wife, and I were totally disappointed. I mean, we were just in shock. And he says, "Nick, it's growing fast. And you need to come in the hospital tomorrow." And this was on a Wednesday. Now, that has been such an inspiring story to me, because here was Nick's reaction. You see, if you understand what is essential for you, you have the power to say no to even the very important. I'll repeat that. If you understand you're essential, you have the power to say no to even the very important, because that essential is a bigger yes that's burning inside of you. So Nick paused, he thought about it, and he looked at him and he said, told the doctor, he said no. He was saying no to the very important because there was an essential burning inside of him. He said no to that doctor. He says, "We'll come in on Monday." And he looked at me and said, "Book that skydiving trip." So that Friday, we went out to San Diego. We had a Navy SEAL relationship that we were able to take advantage of. And we were ready to jump, but it was raining cats and dogs. So instead, we went out to the SEAL headquarters, and we actually went through the training there, and it was really pretty cool. But then he said, "If you can stay over to the next day," and the next day happened to be Easter. He said, "If you can stay over to the next day, I've talked to my family and we can jump in the morning." So on Easter morning, in 2009 now, let me get this up here. There's Nick. Did a double somersault out. That's a Navy SEAL. He's done thousands of jumps, jumped into Super Bowls. They did somersaults, twists around. You think he's happy? Take a closer look. Can you see the smile on his face? Let's take a closer look. How about that? How about that? And he came down, he looked at me with that smile and he said, "Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready." And so Monday, he went back into the hospital and he was able to fight that battle for another 2 years. And then he was called home. But that inspired me because he understood his essential. He didn't go into red R, he went into green R. What about you? What are the things that you're going through right now? And I know many of us are going through some very, very tough situations. I've been on the phone talking to so many of my clients and my friends, and there's tough situations. Now, let me give you a final tool. Let me give you a final tool that you can look at, and that's called the empowering question. You've heard me use the empowering question as I've gone through this dialogue a little bit. But the empowering question really generates from some studies that many people have done, and some of the things that I've heard about the brain and how it works. Just kind of to give you an idea about how the brain works, I'll share, there was a study that was done several years back between 3 different universities where they took students into 3 different groups and they gave them anagrams. Now, anagrams, as you know, is where you take a word and you take as many of the letters to rearrange them and make as many words as you can make. In group 1, they said, "You've got this much time, go." Group 2, "You've got this much time, but before you get started, we want you to do, positive affirmations. I am great. I am so smart. I can do so many great things. I've got it, man. I've got it together. My brain is it. It's going to go." Group 3, same thing as group 2, except instead of positive affirmations, we want you to do positive interrogatories, questions. Can I find lots of words in here? Might I be able to do these things? Might I be able to have these? And so group 1 and 2, what do you think? 1 did nothing except just go in and find as many anagrams in the time period. The second group, before they got into that time period, they spent a minute or two doing positive affirmations. I'm great, I can do this. What do you think between those two groups? The results were basically identical, no improvement whatsoever. Does that surprise you? How about group 3, positive interrogatories, questions? 150% more results. Now, there was a lot of things taken out of the study, but that's the one that just hammered home to me like, whoa, the power of the subconscious mind. So how do we bring the subconscious mind to bear for us in what we're doing? By the use of questions. What can I do today? What can I do today to have the best day ever? And then let it go. The important thing is to let it go in that subconscious mind, because that's where it works. So when you think about how the subconscious mind works, in that subconscious mind, 83% of your brain cells are estimated to be just in your subconscious mind. So that's where most of your brain cells are. How many hours a day does your brain cell work? 24/7, right? It's always going. Keeps you alive, keeps you breathing, regulates your body, your temperature. Its only desire is to support you. That's it. It's constantly listening to your thoughts and the things that you say and do to come out and support you. That's what it does. You cannot ignore a question. It can ignore a statement all day long. It just says, here comes another one. And it does not judge. Think of it as this. If you have a flower pot, you have a flower pot with the richest soil in the world, and you put 2 seeds into it. One's a seed that will kill you, say like tansy, that will kill animals. Another one's an apple seed that will nurture you. Does that soil make a decision as to which place to send the nutrients? All of that nutrients don't go to just the good one. It goes equally to both. Your subconscious mind works but much the same way. So you have to be very careful. The guard to your subconscious mind is your conscious mind. You have to be very careful about the things that you put into it. You know, it's been said, I can't keep a bird from landing on my head, but I can keep him from making a nest there. Your thoughts are going to come, but you can start to filter those thoughts out as you go. So how do we empower that subconscious mind to work for us? You give it the right kind of questions. So when you invite your mind to focus on the solution, not the problem. So I was in a workshop recently, and I always do go big. So they were sharing positive things, and the energy of the room automatically goes up. After they were done, I said, stop. Why don't each of you share something that's going in your life that you would like to improve? So they started sharing. Now, as I was sitting there, the energy in the room immediately stopped, started to go the other direction. And I could feel it. So I stopped them and I walked around and I started listening to what they were saying. And they were saying, I need to find a CEO. I need to find this thing that's going on. I've got to do this. I've got to do that. I've got to. And one of them said, I need to strengthen a relationship with my spouse. And so I stopped everybody and I said, wait a second. That sounds like a very good thing to say. I got to do this. I have to do this. I need to do this. But what's happening is you're not getting into the solutions. You're just focusing in on the problems. And so I talked to this gentleman that said, I need to strengthen a relationship with my spouse. And I said, how could we phrase that? And he came up with a phrase of, what can I do today to strengthen the relationship with my wife? Now you've planted a different seed into that soil, and it's going to work on that. Now, if you'll not answer it with your conscious mind, just let it go to work. You'll be surprised about the outcome that you can have. So a couple of weeks later, I'm talking to him. He says, Lee, you cannot believe what happened. He said, I walked into the room. He said, I got in the morning and I was hoping that my wife would get up and have breakfast with me, but she was sleeping, and my mind didn't. My mind, instead of saying, see, that's why you need to strengthen the relationship with her. Because see, if you ask for the problem, you say, I need to strengthen the relationship, your subconscious mind's going to go, that's why you need to strengthen the relationship. She says something, the subconscious mind's going to say, that's why I need to strengthen the relationship. She does something over here, that's why I need to strengthen the relationship. But if you put that empowering question into your mind, it comes up with the solution. And the solution for him in that morning was, write her a note, put it on her pillow, tell her how cute she looks and that you love her. And he says, Lee, my whole mind has shifted. When I just ask the question and let it go, the solutions are coming in and not exacerbating the problem. So I'm giving this to you as a gift. This may change your life forever, but get rid of the I got tos to I get tos, change that O to an E, and start putting it in the form of a question. 2 years ago, Lori and I mean, we decided for a whole month, we went around and we asked the question, can I be the answer to someone's prayer today? That's all. We just deposited it. You see, you want to get the arrows floating out. Can I be the answer to someone's prayer today? Yes or no? And it's not a yes or no answer question, excuse me. You don't want to answer it. I made the biggest mistake ever. You do not want to answer. I did that on purpose. Can I be the answer to someone's prayer today? Deposit it. Don't even ask it. Your subconscious mind already went to work on it. And I can write a book on what happened in that month. We were driving up a hill shortly thereafter that, in that afternoon. We're driving up a hill in southern Utah, coming back from a resort in Colorado. And it was 100-degree temperature. And we were going up a hill, and there was a man riding a bicycle. And he was riding a bicycle going up that hill. And as he rode the bicycle, we went swoop right by him. And then we thought, well, maybe we should stop. But then we're going, I won't tell you how fast we were going, but we went right by him. We pulled off in the rest area. And he came in, and I went over and started talking to him. Now, to make a long story short, turns out that this man was born in Portland, Oregon. His mom died at the age of 2. His father was abusive. They moved to Dallas, Texas. He ran away from home at 14. He still was able to graduate from high school. Actually got a wrestling scholarship to a university. Graduated as a CPA. Went to work for Jerry Jones for the Dallas Cowboy Association. Ended up marrying a wonderful woman that was a CPA. They had 2 children. One was schizophrenic. They couldn't deal with it. She ended up divorcing him. He ended up with the 2 children. He had to quit his job. Working with him. Finally, when his son got to 30 years old, he found a home for him that would work. He went back to work. He tried to dedicate himself to what he was doing. He gave his home over to helping in the same kind of a thing. Somebody gave him a bicycle to fix up. He fixed the bicycle up. No, he was out riding his bicycle, got hit by a bus, was almost killed. He was in a coma for 2 weeks, woke up saying, why did God save my life? There must be a purpose to my life. 4 years later, somebody gave him a bicycle. That was in February. We're now in July. He left Dallas, Texas, driving to Portland, Oregon to find out his purpose in life. And we run across him here. He has 2 phones with him, one where he's doing a Harvard Business Study course. He's gone through 2 courses already. He's written 1,000 words, and he's sleeping under bridges with the homeless. He doesn't have a lot of money because he gave his money to his house to help other homeless kids. And his whole quest was, what is God's purpose for me? What is God's purpose for me? And he's going to find it when he gets to Portland, Oregon. So would you like a ride from here up to there? It's about 150 miles. He said, I'd love it. We figured out Toyota could park, we happened to have our truck with us. We put it in the back of the truck. And we were blessed with an amazing amount of wisdom for the next couple of hours as we drove, 2 or 3 hours as we drove him up, and finally let him go in the dark and gave him a hug. And I said, I want to tell you something. This morning when I woke up, Lori and I asked the question, can we be the answer to somebody's prayer today? And I don't know if we were your answer to your prayer or not, but I can tell you this, you were an answer to our prayers. Now let me tell you something else. Stop asking yourself, what's God's purpose for you? He's not going to give you the answer. That's like chasing happiness. You can't chase happiness. Happiness is something that you can't pursue. Happiness is something that ensues. I said, just ask yourself, what small step can I do today to help others? And you'll be moving yourself to God's purpose. You'll discover it that way by being in motion. How can we point the arrows out and be in motion? Then you'll start seeing the answers to your prayers. You'll start to attract greater relationships and greater opportunities into your life, and you can align that way. Well, fortunately, he kept in touch with us. He would stop at McDonald's, different place, emails, and he started telling these fascinating stories. He changed the name of his sign to saying, I'm okay. And because that's what he said to himself every single morning. He says, I'm okay. I'm okay. And he repeated it over and over again. And so to see this man leave and start to get more purpose, and yes, he made it to Portland, and he did make it to that place, and he went on from there. But again, we would not have seen him. We would not have seen him if we hadn't asked the question, can I be the answer to somebody's prayer today? So this whole idea of what is your empowering question? What is it? What is your empowering question that you could have for you today or any day that will put you into motion? And you have to let it go and let your subconscious mind work with it. Okay, we talked about the 3 things. We talked about going big. We talked about red R, green R. We gave you potent, and we talked about the empowering question. All 3 of those are extremely powerful. Now I have a gift for you as well. 20 some odd years ago, I had somebody come up to me and said, I read a book every day. I said, I mean, every week. I said, you read a book every? He says, not big, it's real short. And he said, it's called The Majesty of Calmness by William George Jordan. He said, I'll find you a book. I said, okay. And he came back a week later and he says, it's not in publication. I can't find it anywhere. So he photocopied it for me. I liked it so much, I went online and I found one at an antique bookstore. In fact, here's the one that I found right here. I still have it. It's so good, we decided to reprint it, that book and another book. It was written in 1898. 1898. I'm going to read you just a couple of lines from this. And what I'm going to do is that we sell this on our website. We've given away thousands, but I want each one of you to have one, and anybody else that wants to have one, we've made them free on our website. And let me just put that up here for you right here. And it's The Majesty of Calmness. And effective immediately, you can download your free copy just by going to www.empoweredwealth.com/MOC for Majesty of Calmness. That's www.empoweredwealth.com/Majesty of Calmness. No, just MOC. And that'll take you there. We keep it at such a low price. You can buy it for $6 plus shipping. We've dropped that. We continually drop that price to make it available to everybody. But if you want the PDF of it, then just do that. It's our gift to you. And let me just give you a few quick words out of this. And I don't want to take up a lot of time. I want to leave a time for a few questions and answers. But he says, calmness is the rarest quality in human life. This guy was an amazing writer. He has another book called The Power of Truth. If you're interested in that, you can let us know as well. That came out a couple of years later, but I've seen it quoted by presidents around the world. But anyway, calmness is the poise of great nature in harmony with itself and its ideals. It is the moral atmosphere of a life self-centered, self-reliant, and self-controlled. Calmness is singleness of purpose, absolute confidence, and conscious power, ready to be focused in an instant to meet any crisis. He said, the Sphinx is not a true type of calmness, it's petrification, and that's not calmness, it's death, the silencing of all the energies. While no one lives his life more fully, more intensely, and more consciously than the man who is calm. The fatalist is not calm, he is the coward slave of his environment, hopelessly surrendering to his present condition, recklessly indifferent to his future. He accepts his life as a rudderless ship, drifting on the ocean of time. He has no compass, no chart, no known port to which he is sailing. His self-confessed inferiority to all nature is shown in his existence of constant surrender. It's not calmness. The man who is calm has his course in life clearly marked on his chart. His hand is ever at the helm. Storm, fog, night, tempest, danger, hidden needs. He is prepared and ready for them. He is made calm and serene by the realization that in these crises of his voyage, he needs a clear mind and a cool head, that he has not to do but to do each day the best he can by the light he has, that he will never flinch, never falter for a moment, that though he may have to tack and leave his course for a time, he will never drift. He will get back into his true channel. He will keep ever headed toward his harbor. When he will reach it, how he will reach it matters not to him. He rests in calmness, knowing he has done his best. If his best seems to be overthrown or overruled, then he must still bow his head in calmness. To no man is permitted to know the future of his life, the finality. God commits to man only new beginnings, new wisdom, and new days to use the best of his knowledge. He talks a little bit more, and then just this other part. When things get tough, he's talking about when tough, to study the disturbing elements, each by itself. Bring all the willpower of your nature to bear upon them. So like right now, what are your disturbing elements? Bring the power of your nature to bear upon them, and you will find that they will, one by one, melt into nothingness. You see, fear is only in the future. It's not in the present. The glow of calmness that will then pervade your mind, the tingling sensation of an inflow of new strength, may be to you the beginning of the revelation of the supreme calmness that is possible for you. Then in some great hour of your life, when you stand face to face with some awful trial, when the structure of your ambition and your life work crumbles in a moment, you will be brave. You will then fold your arms calmly, look out undismayed and undaunted upon the ashes of your hope, upon the wreck of what you faithfully built, and with brave heart and unfaltering voice, you may say, so let it be, I'll build again. And I've used this book, and we've had so many experiences. I mentioned one with the loss of our son and others. I think that I think that we've been prepared. I think as much as anybody, Lori and I are as prepared as anybody to come into this and be excited about the opportunity for leadership, developing stronger relationships, and be able to create innovativeness and creativity going forward. I hope that this has been helpful for you, that you're being able to pull from this certain elements that you can put to use right now. And so that's, I've gone almost to the end of the time, but if there's some time for questions, let me get.
Yeah, I can give you a couple of questions we've gotten.
Okay.
And by the way, thank you. It's been moving and appreciated. And we're getting a lot of, not questions, but like, thank you for your stories and kind of that coming through. I'll pick out the question. What is the relationship between gratitude, which we talked about a lot, and trust?
That's a great question. And the real question is, which one drives which? I mean, can you have trust without gratitude? Can you have gratitude without trust? And, I happen to have this conversation with Stephen M. R. Covey, who I consider to be one of the top geniuses and mentors, is Stephen Covey's son, that's written the Power of Trust, and he just travels around the world. And we had just an intense conversation around it. And the conclusion that we came to is that both are essential and both are an essential component of the other. But you can have gratitude without trust. I can be grateful for people in my life, but not trust them. See, there's two types of major trust. There's competency trust and there's character trust. And I may not trust their ability to do something, or I may not trust their competency, but at the same time, there's no way that I can have trust for somebody without gratitude. If you have trust for them, you can have it without gratitude. So I think gratitude is equally strong on both sides. Whereas I may have gratitude for someone, but not trust them. May not trust their competency or may not trust their character, but I could still have gratitude for them.
I appreciate that.
Gratitude drives one. So
it's always a joy to me when I hear other people say things the way I would say them, or connect, where I feel like I connect on a level. And I've always had that. I use different language, but essentially I trust you to be honest and faithful and all that is one thing. I trust you to be competent at a certain thing is a different kind of trust, right? So I can trust your honesty, but not your competence in some cases. So I also think in the exact same way on that type of topic.
Yeah.
I just saw a question.
You can be grateful in both, and grateful is a driver. It's a level, it's something that can bring more trust. I mean, another question is, which comes first, trust, earning trust, or extending trust?
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
And I think that the conclusion that I've come to, and this was in conversation with the authority on it too, and that is that you have to extend trust to get trust.
Yes. And you also have to earn trust. That's another.
Well, that's how you get it. Somebody extends it and allows you to earn it. So
right.
You have to extend it to earn it.
Yes. Somebody was asking, what's your first strategy or hint when you're feeling overwhelmed? Okay, thank you for that. I have a process that I learned from my mother, and I can remember little, we were going through tough times. Financially, it was a mess. My father was was unfortunately drinking a lot, and things were just in turmoil. And I heard my mom with a blood-curdling scream come out of the other room, and out of the bedroom. Then I see her come out smiling. I'm going, what just happened here? You just scared the daylights out of me. What just happened? And she said, well, things are tough, son. And when they're tough, I go and lay down flat on a hard surface. And I start to think about all of the things that are going good in my life. And then the negative things, she said, are all in the future. So I let them just melt into the floor. And then I stand up and I do a blood-curdling scream and I turn my lights on. And I've never done the blood-curdling scream, but since that time, when things get tough, I lay on a hard floor. I try to let the things that are going negative go soak into the floor and think about it. And then I do a process called turn my lights on, and I jump up and turn my lights on. And then I also do prayer, what I call my key to success is PMED, prayer, meditation, exercise, and diet, in that order. And if I can start my day with the prayer, the meditation, and I probably pray different than most people, but if I can start that in that way, because I visualize my family healthy and strong. I visualize me smiling. I visualize my colleagues and my clients and customers smiling and strong. And that way, I think we all delegate way too much to God. So many of our prayers are bless me, help me, do this for me. We might sit in front of a plate of Krispy Kreme donuts and say, dear God, please bless this. It'll give me health and strength. And he's going, what? You know what I mean? So I think we tend to delegate so much to him. So we say, just help us see the path, help us be strong to do the things that are right. So I visualize that. I
Hope that's helpful.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution to this event. You've given us some wisdom, some tools as well. So thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We will now enter our 2-minute break period, and then we'll have Will back for a short exercise.
Hey, hello. So welcome back. And Lee, that was really, I just got the last like 10 minutes of that, but I've definitely already downloaded that book. So thank you for that. Poweredwealth.com/MOC. And really that calmness that William George Jordan is talking about, fancy buzzword today is emotional intelligence, us developing emotional intelligence. It's just not something that is gifted to you. You know, maybe you had some really great parents that were very calm, cool, and connected and had emotional intelligence. You're able to model them, but most of us probably not, right? So it's a skill like anything else. How do you develop this skill? Well, one way to do that is to meditate, but to get in touch and understand our feelings, understand the thoughts that go along with our feelings. And how do we do that? Sit and meditate, sit and breathe, sit and get still. So let's do that right now. And let's see, I know it's not easy, but just like if you want to be a painter, you want to get stronger in some capacity, you're better like at anything, you have to put the time in, you have to show up. So everyone sit up nice and tall. Find a comfortable seat, ground your feet on the floor. If you're in a chair, everyone stack your shoulders as much over top of your sit bones as you can, and exhale the breath all the way out. Big breath in. Sigh out the mouth. Again, in breath. Exhale. One more. Let it go out. Calm down your breath. Find stillness. Step back. Detach from thoughts and feelings. Whatever the most prominent feeling you have right now, bring it. Just be with it. Be with it. Sit with it. Know that that's just a feeling. It could feel really inspired after all these speakers from the morning and into the afternoon. whatever that feeling is. I'm not trying to be suggestive here, but just be with whatever is and see, and really not see it, but experience it, right? Experience your experience, but don't attach yourself to it. Don't attach yourself to the mania of stress and anxiety. Just be with it. Hold space for it. Get to know, right, how you are when you are feeling whatever it is you're feeling. Detach your consciousness. That's who you are. You're just pure potentiality in the middle of an ever-changing and dynamic world, universe. Be calm by finding your breath. Be calm by stepping back and being detached. Get to know that feeling, whatever that is in right now. Watch it change, watch it move. Keep breathing. Sit with whatever is there. Something else comes up, be with it. A disturbing thought comes into your mind, let it pass through, be with it. You just become this conduit, this channel of energy that just things are rising and falling, shifting and moving. And just be in the middle of it all, detached, passionate, heartfelt, intentional, and full of breath. Okay, breath in. Sigh it out. Getting rid of any essential or residual feelings you have. Take another breath in. Sigh it out. One more inhale. Let it go. The last one, oh, this is the question Michael has here. I know I'm just answering these questions. The other one was diet. The last one was diet. But thank you, guys. I'll see you in the next 15 minutes of the hour. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate what you're doing for everybody here. And even as I'm going into this, it gets me ready to speak right when I'm going to come and join the audience. It's my pleasure to introduce Karen Kopp. She is a sales expert, and her profession is helping people get those tough meetings. And of course, how do you get meetings nowadays, and how does the world change, and how do you approach sales differently now? And she'll be super helpful for that. I've seen her talk on this over and over, and she's a great expert. Welcome, Karen.
There we are. Hi, Jeff. Hi, everybody.
I love your environment there. I'm going to get off, but enjoy.
You know, if we all have to be virtual, we might as well have some fun with it, right?
Yes.
Right. All right.
Hey, Lucas, oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yes. Hold on just one second. We are going to show my screen. I'm not seeing that here, Jeff.
There's a share icon at the bottom of the screen.
Oh,
probably.
okay. Yep. Usually it's, yeah, it changed location for me. Okay, here we go. All right, good. Well, welcome everybody. Will, that was awesome. As a speaker, when you come from a million different meetings and you go to the next one, it's really wonderful to take a break and to breathe in and out, which was awesome. and to be present with each other, because actually that's what business development is about. It's being present with your prospects and with your clients, and slowing down that world just a little bit to be in the moment with the people who are very important to you. Today, we're going to be talking about developing business in a virtual world, what you must know. And as I thought about all of you today and what I wanted to share with you that would be most beneficial for you, I just thought about the 5 questions that people are asking me over and over and over again. And I listed them for you, and then I'm just going to go through them and share with you the answers to these questions about developing business right now. I'm sure you guys have had several different conversations about how much business has changed, but developing business has changed too. But we all have to develop business. We have to keep our world going. We have to keep our companies going. So I'm going to share the top 5 questions with you. The first one is, should I be developing business now? I've had several people say to me, hey, if I'm developing business and I'm contacting prospects and customers, do you think I'll be appearing tone deaf? So we'll talk about that. What do our door openers say to prospects when they enter conversations on the phone? And this is a good time to tell you a little bit about my company and what I do. People know me as the chief door opener because we get our clients in the door with their prospects. My company does executive level appointment setting. So you can imagine how things have changed over the last month with the senior level business developers who work in my company and represent our clients, getting them the meetings that they can't get for themselves. So what I'm bringing to you today is the information from them that's working across industries in engaging prospects and having them talk to you, because business really does have to go on. The third one is, how do I meet prospects virtually? Things have changed. So how are you going to meet these people virtually? Conferences, trade shows, and in-person meetings, networking meetings are not an option for you right now. And I don't really see that happening through the spring, and maybe not the summer either. But that doesn't mean business development has to end. It just means it has to be done a little differently, and we'll talk about that. And then finally, people are asking me if they should create a special offer right now to create urgency. We'll discuss that as well. All right, so should I be developing business right now? The answer is yes, but you need to do it differently. So here's what our door openers are hearing out there and bring back to me to share with you. People are working. I mean, there was maybe a week and a half ago that adjustment period with people who were adjusting from an in-office environment to a virtual environment. Most of that has quieted down at this point, and people are working. They're just working from home. You have to remember they have a lot of distractions now. They might be homeschooling. They might be taking care of elderly or sick parents. They might be sick themselves. Actually, several people who I spoke with this morning have the virus now. So you don't know what you're going to find when you connect with people. And people are craving human connection right now. They really are. They normally are in offices and in-person meetings all day long, and they are craving connections. But you must do this with empathy and to slow down a little bit and ask them what's happening in their worlds. And I'm going to share with you some of the exact phrasing that our door openers are using as they enter these conversations. What we're finding also is that our live conversation rate has spiked because people are picking up the phones. You have to remember their busy schedules from the office and all the meetings they were having. They're not happening right now. They're having some meetings, they're different meetings, but not all the busyness that they used to have. So their schedules are open. In many cases, their phones, the office phones, are rolling over to their cell phones. They're picking them up and they're having conversations. We're finding people are more interested now in talking about longer term initiatives and making changes, because the short term for them is very uncertain, but the longer term is more certain. And now they have time to think about the initiatives that they hadn't thought about before. And by the way, with my virtual background, I'm actually sitting in New Jersey, and it does not look like this, but I wish it did. It's nice to look at it. All right. You must be there for your prospects. in good times and in bad. When people are saying to me they're worried they're going to appear tone deaf, it's very important for everybody to be worried if you're not communicating with your prospects in good times and in bad. You don't want to just talk to them when times are really good and you want something from them. In these times, you can provide them value, you can express empathy, you could talk to them about what they need, who they need to be introduced to at this time that would help them so much. Be there for them with value as a resource, as opposed to disappearing from their lives. I can't tell you how many business leaders, decision makers, business leaders, business owners have said these words to me. I will remember who was there with me during this time, and I will remember who wasn't. So take that to heart and communicate with your prospects and your clients. Some people have said they're going to wait for a couple of months for meetings that they had now and reschedule them for May or June. Don't do that. Convert them to virtual meetings. People are becoming comfortable with that. You should become comfortable with that so that you don't have to delay your business development at this time. So then when you contact these people, and in a few minutes we'll talk about who do you contact, what do you say to them to enter the conversation? So I was on the phone with the door openers the other night, and we were talking about the exact phrasing that they're using to enter these conversations. I'm going to give you a couple of different examples. One of them is, I know I'm calling you at a very unsettling time, so please let me know if this is not a good time, and then give them a moment to respond. Other of our door openers are saying, I'm hoping that I'm a positive distraction with everything that's going on in the world. You can say to them, I hope you and yours are healthy and stay that way. How's it going for you? You can ask them, how is your work life different now? Which usually gets people to relax a little bit. You'll hear an exhale and then they'll laugh and say, you have no idea how many kids I have in the background. And my dog just really wants to sit on my lap. You can also say some companies are business as usual and others are not. And since I'm not sure which one describes you, it would be really helpful if you just let me know how I should proceed, right? So we're giving them an out, we're giving them empathy right now, and I'm finding people to be very, very responsive. But the thing is that when you talk about your prospects and you talk about decision makers and you talk about leads, the thing that's missing from all of those words is the flesh and blood associated with a person. It's really important to remember that your prospects are people. They go to work for a reason. Right now, they're working from home. Things are very different in their worlds right now. And you have to remember that you're talking to an individual. Slow down your pace. Make sure you enter the conversation with empathy, as I said, and they will be more responsive to you likely than ever before. Remember to expect the unexpected. I mean, when people call, they're probably expecting this person over here. How engaged is she? She is awesome. She's into it. She's got her little sticky notes all over the wall, and that may be what you're expecting when you contact this person, but you may actually get this situation instead with the person who's got kids all over the computer, and when he answers the phone, you're not going to know whether he's engaged or whether he's not. So you're going to need to up your listening skills. What we're doing when we're calling prospects is we're listening to the breathing. We're listening to the cadence and the pace of their speech to find out what is going on for them and slow down a bit. Say to them, sounds like you got your hands full right now, and then let them talk. And if you need to get into the conversation differently or suggest that you could call them back in an hour, give them that out as well at this point in time. All right. How do you find these prospects virtually? How are you going to locate these people, especially if you used to find your prospects at networking events and conferences and trade shows, and that's what you used as a method to meet prospects. Now you need to meet them differently. You need to meet them virtually. So welcome to my world. I've owned this business for 20 years, and this is what we help our clients do. We help them to figure out who should they be contacting and how should they open up communication with these people pique their interest so that they can get, in the old days, an in-person meeting, and now it's a conference call meeting or a video conference. How do they do that? So my first suggestion to you is that the world is a really big place, and data can be very exciting. You can have thousands and thousands of prospects. I recommend, from a sales perspective, narrow the playing field and identify those prospects who are going to change your world, your top prospects. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to replicate your recipe. It does, if you want it more of the same kinds of clients, then yes, you're going to replicate the recipe. But I've spoken to a lot of people now who want to change the kinds of clients that they've had. It's possible you used to sell to an industry that is not really buying right now. It's not really appropriate, like travel or some of the other industries right now that have really been crushed. And you might want to wait just a little bit on those industries and identify those that are still moving. So sometimes people tell me that they want to pursue larger deal sizes too, higher level decision makers now. So that's fine, but you need to identify who those people are so that you know who to contact and how to get in touch with them. We'll talk about that for a second. And then also the top centers of influence for you. Are they strategic alliances? Are they thought leaders? Who are your centers of influence? And make sure that the people you select, whether they're prospects or centers of influence, have the ability to really change your world, because time is not infinite right now, and you want to really focus. Focus is the name of the game right now. In fact, as I was putting these slides together for you, I actually had a number in there, a top X number of prospects, top X numbers of centers of influence, and I took it out because it really has to do with how much time you're willing to devote to the depth of your relationship. The depth of your relationship is the most important when it comes to this. You don't want to go surfacey and wide, because reach will kill depth. And what you're looking for now are the people who are going to change your world as it relates to sales. And then, of course, you want to develop a plan for how you're going to speak with each of those people. Notice how I put the word speak in green for money, at least in the United States. Sometimes I put it in gold because it depends on whether we have an international audience. But this is what you want to do now. It's more important than ever to have live conversations, and people are more willing now to have live conversations than they ever will before. But you will get further with a live conversation than you will with just a bunch of emails. And one of the things I'll tell you is that email alone doesn't work, phone alone doesn't work. It is phone and email together with a personalized approach, with a personalized message. So we'll dive a little bit deeper into that. So when it comes to choosing who you're going to focus on, and we do this for our clients when we start them with the door opener service, we help them to figure out of this wide world of prospects, where do you focus so that your time is most efficiently spent? And we're recommending including, in addition to size of company, level of decision maker, and all those other good kinds of criteria, include these three too. You want to make sure that you're approaching people who will find you to be an obvious solution. They wouldn't take a step without having you as part of their decision set. You also want to make sure that you're approaching people who will willingly spend what you want to charge for your products and services. It's rare that the low price provider hits my doorstep. Usually people who come to us want to sell on value. And if you want to sell on value, there could be a certain section of the population who will never spend what you want to charge for your services. Well, if you can research and find out who those people are and put them on your B list or your C list, you will be spending your time that much more efficiently. And finally, urgency. Why would they feel urgency around having a conversation with you and possibly moving forward for you with you? And I'll give you an example. I was talking with somebody just the other day, perhaps you know her, she might even be on the call, Marissa Levin, and she was talking about her GRACE method, which is all about culture. And as we talked about how important it is for companies to focus on culture now, I suggested to her that she may want to include in her messaging something about virtual culture, because companies are now switching from in-person culture to a virtual culture, and they may not know how to do that. So her method very much applies. She doesn't have to change anything about it. She just has to change what she says in order to talk to those people who are going to feel more urgency around moving forward. So that gives you an example, real life example just happened the other day. Okay. So how do you find these prospects virtually? Well, LinkedIn introductions, you can always ask for one of those, but be careful. Just because someone is connected to someone does not mean that they respect each other or that they know each other. So you want to make sure and contact the person who you're asking to do the introducing. How well do they know this person, and make sure that that's going to be a good reflection for you. Here's one most people don't think about is ask the clients, if you want more of the same clients, then ask your current clients to introduce you to the person or people who replaced them at their last job, right? So that's a very easy way to get more of the same, and it's a warmer introduction. You can ask your centers of influence for an introduction, but you're going to want to do that sparingly. If you are asking for something, be prepared to give something in return. It's always good to give something before you get something. Your no-go prospects from the last 2 years, these are people who received proposals from you, but they didn't move forward. They might have just even asked for an inquiry, but they didn't move forward. Well, if you haven't been in touch with them, it's time to get in touch with them now. They liked you enough to ask you for a proposal, and you have no idea how that work or relationship worked out if they chose to work with someone else, or a lot of times they just don't choose to move forward. It may be time to revisit that, and those are warmer conversations. Virtual networking groups, well, they're kind of popping up all over the place. I was just invited to one that's 4 people at a time. That's good, but be choosy, right? Be choosy. If the 4 people are selling to the same group of prospects that you want to sell to, probably a good place for you to spend your time. But I'm putting here, remember the one-on-ones. And this is true when we used to go to in-person networking groups too. It's not just about showing up. It's about creating more depth in a relationship with another person. So I'm recommending after you have, let's say it's 4 people and you know one, you're meeting 3, schedule one-on-one video conferences with the other 3 people and get to know them a little better. Ask them, what do you need? How can I be of help to you? Who do you want to meet? And then they will likely ask you for the same. Without those one-on-ones, those networking things can often be a waste of time. And then of course, my personal favorite, which is direct outreach, which a lot of times people say, oh, I haven't done that before, or I've done it and it didn't work. I can tell you, because I've been in this business for 20 years, I've had Cop Consulting doing the door opener service, and I can tell you if you do it right, it works, and you develop relationships with the exact right hand-selected group of prospects, and then you get to talk turkey with them as opposed to having surfacey conversations. When it's done right, it's probably the most streamlined way to have a business conversation with exactly the right person. But there are certain things you have to do right in order to make it work. So somebody once said to me, well, so who in my organization is going to do that work? Well, that could be a problem. The person who you select who's going to do the outreach in any of the manners that I just talked about has to meet 3 criteria, TTD we call it. They have to have the time, they have to have the talent, and they have to have the desire to do this work. I could tell you that if somebody does not have the desire to spend their time reaching out to prospects, it could be torture. Most people would rather put a stick in their eye than do this work, which I appreciate because that's kept us in business for a really long time. Talent is also important too. You can train people to be better at this, and we provide that service as well. You can train them to be better at this. However, it's better if they have that gene. This is just in their DNA. They don't have a problem calling people they don't know and starting a conversation. In fact, they prefer to spend their time that way than do almost anything else. And then of course they need to have the time. So if you're the business leader and this is your responsibility, but you're running the company, then you really don't have the time. And one thing that I tell people is that if you have, let's say, 4 hours on a Friday and you say, okay, this is it, I'm going to put that list together and I'm going to approach these people, that's great. But if you don't have time to call those people back for another 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, maybe never, don't bother spending the initial 4 hours, because the likelihood of you getting anywhere in that 4 hours is very low. This is a slow dance. Business development and relationship building is a slow dance, and it takes more than one call. It takes more than one email. You really need to be thinking about your prospects and be in their world. So that brings us to, what are some of the things that you should say to them? Like, how do you develop what you're going to say after you enter the conversation? Now, I've got lots of free resources out there for you. You can go to the blog if you like, kopconsultingusa.com. It's KOPP consultingusa.com, and go to the blog. There's lots of free resources there. There's also several different free webinars having to do with sales messaging that you can listen to when you have a little bit more time. But one formula I want you to remember is language plus delivery equals outcome. Language plus delivery equals outcome. What you say and how you say it will determine the result. So here are some things for you to think about, especially now, is to understand people's issues in a way that you might not have really dug into it before. Their issues have changed in the last four weeks, and it's really important that you understand how their work life has really changed for them now, and what are the issues that they might be facing now that they're going to want to talk to you about. Say something that's meant just for them. I'll talk more about personalization later, but people know when they receive an email that was meant for 1,000 people. It's good from an awareness standpoint. I'm not saying from a marketing standpoint, don't do it, that's fine. But if you want a relationship with somebody, do your research and say something or write something that was meant just for them. Show them that you are really doing your thinking about them, because when we do that with our door openers, we find that that is when they respond to us and we're able to get those meetings on the calendar. Remember, in this situation, when you're approaching new people, you're not selling your whole product, you're not selling your whole service, you're selling the meeting. You just want to get the date and time to have that initial conversation with them. Don't try to sell the whole thing in this moment. Focus on your relationship. People will appreciate that. And remember, you want to give value. Right now, especially, it's more about giving value than anything else. Give people what they need. Okay, so that brings us to the difference between marketing and sales. There are many people who are confusing marketing activities with sales activities. So let's just have a short conversation about that, because they are different. Marketing is meant for the masses. It's wide reach. It's general in its message, and it has to be, because you're sending a wide message out with your website. It could be to anybody who visits you. With your advertising, with your social media, it has to appeal to a wide group of people. It is designed to create awareness and to create some hand raisers. Those hand raisers may or may not be in that small group of people who are going to change your world. I'm not saying don't do business with them. Of course, do business with them. But if you want to get in to see the people who are going to change your world, that's a sales activity. So sales, on the other hand, is meant for individuals. It is specific in its message and its approach. It's human connection, which develops relationships with exactly the right people. Now, sales initiatives, you could start tomorrow, right? The marketing initiatives may require marketing automation, may require some tools and things like that. And you want to ask an expert to help you so that you're set up properly, so you're not spinning your wheels and wasting your time when it comes to marketing. Now, some people ask me, where does sales automation fit in? That's all the sequencing, and you hit one button and it will create different emails for different people. I put that right in the middle. I put it right in the middle. It does create some more efficiency, for sure, that you don't have to rewrite an email every time. However, just remember the person who's receiving it. Remember that friendly face that we saw early on in the presentation? She's getting that. So you may be sending 100 emails, 50 emails in the course of any one day, but that individual prospect that you really want to impress is only receiving one of yours. So make it count, because you don't get another chance. You can create multiple positive impressions, but if you create a negative impression, you are just sunk, dead in the water. It won't go further. Okay, so avoid really bad sales behavior. Look at the picture on the right and see that guy with the really long nose. That's what it can feel like to a prospect when there's crappy sales tactics going on. One of them is the non-personalized emails. Be very careful about that. You want to make sure that your emails, first of all, are grammatically correct, free from spelling errors. If you're sending it to a company, you want to make sure that that company is referenced and not another one. If you're cutting and pasting, that you could get into a lot of trouble. That's where you need to go very slowly and make sure that you are sending the right things to the right people, so that when they receive that one of yours, they take a look at it and say, I really want to have a conversation with this person. This person's done a lot of thinking about me. And that brings us to the voicemail. I love to save crappy voicemails because I play them in my seminars. So if you are a salesperson and you're going to call me as the leader of my company, just know that I may save yours and play it to 3,000 people next time we're all having these in-person conferences. So make sure that your voicemails sound good. That's language plus delivery equals outcome. That it's very fixable to be able to leave yourself a voicemail, pick it up and hear how you sound, pretend you are your prospect. What would you think of your voicemail? Would you give you a meeting? And if the answer to that is no, then it's time to practice. You want to practice so much that it doesn't sound rehearsed. You want it to be very conversational. A couple days ago on LinkedIn, I posted an article about the 6-sentence voicemail. And I think today there was something on LinkedIn about when the prospects answer the phone live, how do you enter that conversation? We're going to want to enter with empathy, because if you enter without empathy, that is bad sales behavior. And also the LinkedIn outreach. This happened to me the other day. I really didn't like it. I had somebody who was reaching out to me on LinkedIn, and I really thought it was that person writing to me. So I guess the first maybe 2 reach outs were well written because I thought this person was writing to me, not that this person had outsourced the LinkedIn to somebody else. But then I got an email that was clearly not written by that person. It was clearly written by somebody. It was very general in nature. It had nothing to do with what I had replied to the LinkedIn outreach. And then I felt duped. I don't want to talk to this person anymore. This person cannot overcome the bad impression that was just created. So be very careful with your LinkedIn outreach. I'm going to recommend with this group of prospects that's so important to you, really go slowly and say something that's meant for them. And then if you switch to email, say something that's meant for them. Understand that when you do LinkedIn outreach marketing programs, you're going to a wide group of people, and that's fine to create awareness. But if you want to develop a relationship with someone, go narrow and really spend the time to say something that's important to them so they don't feel duped like I felt the other day. And remember, you don't get a second chance. So how do we have these prospect meetings virtually? So I put a big X over this. This kind of situation is not going to happen anytime soon. So we have to be prepared to have these virtually. I have just a couple of quick thoughts for you on pre-meeting, during meeting, and post-meeting to share. Some of this comes from the webinar I did the other day, but it's only small pieces of it. So before the pre-meeting, what you want to do is, if you have a new meeting, you want a new access code. If you have back-to-back meetings throughout the day, you may be in the heat of one conversation when your most important prospect tunes in on the exact same access code. Do you want that person to hear everything that's being discussed if that person enters just a little bit early? So probably not. My recommendation is a new meeting, new access code, especially where it relates to prospects. If you join early and you're getting your things together, just remember, you could be seen and heard. We had a situation where somebody entered early, went and made a phone call and didn't realize that everybody could hear as they were entering the meeting, this other conversation that was going on. She even went to the bathroom and flushed the toilet. Everybody could hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. So if you enter early, just remember you can be seen and heard. Have your documents ready to share ahead of time. It really steals time from your meeting if you're going into your email, into your documents to find things to show to people, and you may end up opening up things that you don't want them to see. So have them ready to share. I was on a conference call one time with a fractional CFO, and we were talking about something. He went to go show me something, and in the process of doing that, he was showing me somebody else's financials. Probably not a good idea. So have your documents ready to share. Turn off your on-screen pop-up displays. That's those email tracking that will pop up on screen. You may not remember to turn that off, but unless you want the person who you most want to impress to see all of your pop-up, like sale at Bloomingdale's, of course, unless it's a really good sale, you don't want that. So just remember to turn those things off. This is during the meeting. Arrive 5 minutes early and make sure you're completely prepared. That way, you might even want to employ some of the tactics that Will was talking about. Just center yourself and get into the life of this prospect, because the only thing that matters in that moment is the prospect and the conversation that you're having. Be ready for what I call the accordion meeting. So this is if you have a 30-minute meeting and some people enter late, and other people have a technical difficulty, it could steal 6 to 12 minutes from a meeting. Well, losing 6 to 12 minutes from a 30-minute meeting is very painful, because remember, 25 minutes into that 30-minute meeting, you're going to want to start closing up for next steps and setting a date and time, right? But you don't want to get to the 30-minute mark without having your date and time, because then they may have to go to a different meeting and you may not get it. And one of the most important things from any meeting is to set a date and time for the next meeting, right? Even if a full meeting as a next step is not quite appropriate, I recommend getting a 10-minute check-in call on the calendar just to keep things moving. In order to do that, you need to stop the conversation 25 minutes in when it's a 30-minute meeting and close up for next steps and get that date and time. That means you're going to need to have your meeting be an accordion, because if you have 30 minutes of content and you have to put it in 15 minutes of time, how are you going to do that? You have to be ready for the accordion. Sometimes people will pop on the meeting and say, you know what, I thought I was going to be able to do this, but my boss just called me and I have to do something else. Well, what are you going to do in that split second when you have a minute and a half? You don't want to talk as fast as you can. You want to say, no problem, let's set a date and time and have this conversation then, okay? Even if someone says they have 5 minutes or just 10 minutes, get the date and time first, and then you can hit maybe 1 or 2 points, or that's it. Have some information to share or questions you want to ask while you're waiting for other people to join. I mean, my virtual background has been causing a lot of conversation that fills time while we wait for people to join. So we're having some fun with that. Make sure you do introductions with roles. Who does what? Make sure you know who does what, or you might be a little surprised. Remind everybody why they're there, which brings us to the conversation funnel. So this funnel is not a marketing funnel, it's not a sales funnel, it's a funnel for an individual conversation. You can see it wide up at the top, and at the bottom there's an arrow and says next step, date and time. You want that next step, date and time, right? But when people first get on the phone, you don't know where they are in their mindset. Look at this woman, she's had a bad day. She's got her head in her hands and just hasn't been that good. And this woman is our woman from before. She's having a banner day. She's outside, she's walking around, but neither one of them are in the conversation funnel. What you say when they first enter needs to put them in the conversation funnel. Remind them why they're there. Talk about when we left off in our last conversation, you wanted to learn X, Y, and Z. talk to me about what's changed since we had that conversation. And you want to say something if you're hearing that the person who has their head in the hands, if it's on the phone, you're going to listen to the breathing. You're going to listen to the cadence of her voice and the patterns of her speech. And you might need to say something that will get her out of the mood that she's in and have her ready to hear from you. This date and time thing is so important. I'm going to show you a picture of it in a second. I want to show you a visual because what's really important about these virtual meetings is making sure that your visuals help you visually, right? They shouldn't be a crutch. They should aid you visually. So you're going to want to have just a few words on the chart. This chart is very busy. So they either have to listen to you or look at the chart, but they can't do both. Clear the chart visually. If you have something that's very busy like this, tell them what's on the x-axis, tell them what's on the y-axis, and then tell them here are the 3 things you need to take away from this and make it easy for them. Be ready to pivot if your tech fails, right? So I had a chart to show and I'll send it afterwards, but here's what I wanted you to take away from it is the way to do that. It's very important to keep the conversation going. Don't monopolize the conversation. Make sure you're asking a lot of questions so that you can make sure that they're not checking their email and doing something else. This is the staircase in one of my clients' office. His sales team sits at the top. And when I was there one time, I said, boy, wouldn't it be great if you had next step date and time on the stairs to remind them every time they go to their seats. And 2 days later, he sent me this picture. And then this is his office window where he keeps that too. They live next step date and time. It is the single easiest way to shorten your sales cycle. At the end of a virtual meeting, make sure you leave the meeting technologically, right? You want to go to the bottom right and leave meeting. You want to close out every single window because if you don't, people can hear you. One time I was on the phone with my accountant's bookkeeper who was doing some bookkeeping work for us. And I was on vacation, we were doing a screen share and he didn't click out of the meeting at that time. So I saw him open up an email and he started writing an email to the managing partner who is my accountant. And he's telling him what a pain in the neck I am. And I got to read that because he forgot to leave the meeting. So make sure that you leave the meeting at the end and close every window associated with your technology having to do with video or screen share. Then you're going to send a calendar invite because remember you got a date and time, you need to send a calendar invite. You want to make sure that calendar invite is accepted within 48 hours of finishing that meeting. And if it's not, you can contact the prospect and ask them to just go in and hit accept on the calendar invite. Or if that person has an assistant, call the assistant and ask them to hit accept. If the meeting is accepted, it is much more likely to happen. If it's not accepted, crapshoot, you don't know. You'll show up, you'll prepare. What a waste of time that is. Make sure it's accepted. You're going to write a thank you note immediately following or within 24 hours. You're going to thank them. You're going to execute all follow-up and then the calendar invite, of course. And then you're going to log everything in your CRM and set a task so that you never forget what your follow-up promises have been. If you aren't using a CRM, that's okay. I recommend that you do, but if you're not, then you can calendar this. But what you shouldn't do is just write it somewhere and stick it in a pile because the chances of that happening are pretty low. Okay, you don't have to bother reading this email because your prospects aren't going to either. So don't write anything that's this long. If they get an email like this, people are like, oh, I'll save this for later, but later may never come. So make it easy on your prospects. You can even put your ask in the very first sentence. If you want a meeting, ask for one. If you want a video, ask for one. Ask for what you want. Make it very clear to them and then make it easy to accept. If you don't use a calendaring function, then just put it in the bottom. Here are 3 dates that work for me. Pick the one that works for you. Make it very, very simple. Some people ask me if they should create a special offer now to create urgency. And one of the things that I think is really important that everybody should take away is that right now is all about value and relationship. We don't want to appear salesy. This is not the time to appear salesy. So if the offer is valuable and helpful, then yes, that's fine. If it's easy for them to move forward, if it addresses something that's just so perfect for them and you explain why you're doing it with authenticity, then yes. Otherwise, I would say, for right now, lead with value. People really appreciate this and they are going to remember the people who were there for them. Sometimes you just need a different approach. Here's a little mouse hanging above that cheese. That's true in many different sales situations, but especially right now. This is a different approach. It's maybe a different approach than you've ever done before. I promise you it works. I wouldn't be in business as long if it didn't. And if you're not sure how to do it, I'm here to help. Right? So you can feel free to call me, write me, ask me questions, not just today at the end with our Q&A, but feel free to reach out to me through the website, through my email, and I will answer your questions. I am here to help. There are lots of resources available for you. A lot of times people say to me, when should I give up on a prospect? They'll say, oh, I called 2 times or 3 times, or I'll leave one, I'll send them 1 email or 2 emails, and then if they don't answer me by a certain time period, then I just kind of put them to the side and I focus on new prospects. I recommend do the qualifying of your prospects when you're selecting them in the first place. Don't bother reaching out to them and spending your time and wasting theirs if they're not really the best kinds of prospects for you. Focus on the health and depth of your relationships and the money will follow. One of my favorite quotes, and people have probably heard me say this before, by Dan Kennedy, or the late Dan Kennedy, is the difference between garbage and salad is timing. They might not be ready right now. That's okay, because they might be ready in 3 months or in 6 months or next year. Relationships are not about 3 months. Relationships are about pipeline and the lifetime value of a new client or a center of influence for you. So don't just hang in there, because I promise you your competition won't. So I have one final challenge question for you, which is how will you meet new potential clients in this now virtual world? Out of all the things we talked about today, what is your #1 action step you're going to do as a result of what you learned today? What's really important is that you don't just listen to everything I said and then not do anything with it. You need to spur into action, but it's strategic and purposeful and deliberate action. What is your #1 action step? And here's how you can get in touch with me through the website, and I will answer you. You can link in with me, follow me on Twitter. But right now, I will turn it over to Jeff and find out if anybody has any questions.
Yeah. Karen, the very significant question, a question I think a lot of people have or have had. What do you do when you've engaged with a prospect, you've spoken to them, they've sent a proposal, and you get dead air? They're not responding at all now.
Yeah, well, and that could be happening right now. I mean, the first thing is to think about, why did that happen, right? Because it may be something, first of all, it could be just the times we're living in right now. They could be sick. They could have a family member that's sick. So you have no idea what's happening on their side that caused them not to respond to you. But take a look at all the communication that led up to that silence. And think about this from your prospect's point of view. If you were that person, was there anything that occurred within that communication that would have stopped you from responding? And I'll give you a couple of examples. You know, like I put up that email, which was, you know, a nightmare email that somebody would say, oh, I'll wait and read that over the weekend, or I'll wait till I have time, and then they never have time, right? So sometimes you send a proposal. How easy or difficult was it to absorb that proposal? So one of the things I recommend people ask when they're asked for a proposal is to say to your prospect, well, if you're going to get multiple proposals, how will you choose? What do you need to see in there to make it easy for you to go through that? Because if they have, let's say, 4 or 5 different proposals and they all look different, they can't evaluate them, they're just going to put them off to the side until they have time. So make yours very, very simple. Sometimes people send an email and it doesn't really say anything. Like, you don't ask a question, you don't confirm a next step, you just kind of give a bunch of information. But what did you really expect your prospect to do with that? And that could be why you have silence. So a couple of ideas, once you've analyzed that and you've identified now you didn't do anything that would have led to the silence, everything was good, but you're still experiencing silence, you can ask your prospect, why the silence? We were supposed to regroup on this. I know you told me that you wanted to get moving on this within a month or so. Things may be different for you now because of what's happening. Why the silence? What would you like to do as a next step? Here are 3 dates that work for me. Pick the one that works for you for a 10-minute check-in call. Right. One of the things that I'm also recommending now, especially with conference calls and video conference, is that when you get the conference line, or when somebody agrees to that, ask them for their cell phone number in case the tech fails. Because first of all, that gives you their cell phone number in case the tech fails, but it also gives you the ability and the permission to text them and ask them for 10 minutes, which people usually will give you, and then you can ask them questions like that. One that we've used, Jeff, with a lot of success over the years, I stumbled on it just out of concern for one of my prospects years ago, is, are you okay? And you can only use it once, put it in the subject line, are you okay? And then in the body of the email, you can say, it's not a problem if you're not ready to talk about work right now, but I haven't heard from you and I'm just hoping you're okay. Please let me know you're okay. That usually gets a response within 24 hours. And the response is typically, oh, I'm sorry, I've been swamped.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if you addressed this, but do you now recommend the tools, instead of sending a attachment, that you're using a proposal system or something that you can see what they've looked at when?
Yeah, it's a good idea. You can do that. You can, or you don't have to. It's always interesting to know when they're looking at it, because then you might be able to place a call to them, and then they might say, oh, gee, I was just looking at that. So funny you called. So if you do have access to that technology, I do think it's a good idea. We still use attachments sometimes. People like it. It's easy, but the links are good as well.
And then you've spoken a lot of prevention, which of course is the better way to go. But if you screwed up in some way, and I don't mean you screwed up like you've had a bad technology problem or a bad message, but you just forgot a step. Like, we had a meeting and we did not set a next meeting. How do you recover from that?
Well, you're going to have to ask for a next meeting, and that could take a while, which is why I tell people to ask for the next meeting when you're on the first one, because it could take a while to get somebody back on to agree to a next meeting. But yeah, then you have to either call them, you can email them. But one thing you could do is, if you've asked for the cell phone number, if the technology fails, you can text them. And a lot of times, like, people are just so bombarded with emails these days. That's why phone is so valuable, so important. But they may see that you're calling, but they may not be able to answer. If you have the cell phone number and they've given you permission to use it, you can just text them and say, how's Thursday at 10? I'll send you a calendar invite. And they can just write back yes.
Great. All right. Well, I think we are now out of time. I appreciate your sharing with us and all your good advice. We're publishing all these videos as soon as we can. So if anybody missed any part of it, they can go back and hear it. And they'll also get your contact information that way.
Okay, perfect. Well, everybody, stay safe and healthy. I'm glad to be here with you today. And if you have any questions, make sure you reach out and we'll all figure this out and get past it for sure. Thanks, Jeff.
Very good. We will now have another 10-minute break. We'll start with a 2-minute and we'll be back with the next speaker at 3 p.m. We also have Will to carry you through the break again.
Hey, yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you're really feeling inspired by all these wonderful speakers that we're receiving today. And I'm also really picking up on some consistent themes about being very intentional, being calm, being more relaxed, right? Stepping away from like the panic and stress and the anxiety and the fear, right? And again, I know I keep like doubling down on this, but that's what these practices are help you to do, to develop that emotional control, to develop and strengthen your intentionality muscles so you can develop new habits, be more disciplined, and therefore more effective in everything and anything that you do. And it's really done simply by taking as little as 10 minutes every day, just 10 minutes, right? And we're no longer, I talked about this yesterday, we're no longer commuting to work anymore because it's like, oh, when do I have the time? I'm so busy. I'm so busy. Well, if your commute was even 10 minutes, maybe it's a half an hour, take a little chunk of that and sit down and meditate. There's so many apps out there. You can go to my Instagram at Will Not Fear or my willnotfear.com to access all of these, or my YouTube space to get more meditations in front of you. There's apps out there. So there's really like no excuse, especially during this time of isolation, that you can't find 10 minutes, right, to really absorb these practices in order to really access all the wealth and the biological brilliance on the inside, so you can be more effective on the outside world. So good, let's start again, right? So this clasp right elbows above us this time, right? Sit in a nice little square. So bring your shoulders and back off the chair, right? Take a big inhale, lift all the way up, lift the chest, right? And we're gonna tick-tock side to side. And breathe in. You wanna stand up and do this? Go right ahead, tick-tock, tick-tock. Breathe, open up the chest, right? A couple more. That's it. One more. Great, great. That's the shoulders. So nice, right? Let's bring our hands together. Interlace your fingers, right? All the way to the webbing, right? Nice and tight. And make figure eight. Bring the fist right out in front of your wrist and make figure eights with your hands. Maybe start slow, right? Just get into that, all that circular motion of the figure eight. That's it. Good. Now it's really not easy to go the other way, but I'm getting better at it because I'm doing more of it, right? And 5. That's it. Good. 4. It's just going to help open up your wrist. We do so much fine motor skills, right? By texting and typing, this opens it up. Bring the hands out. Good. Push those palms out, right? And then bring the arms up to the sky. And give yourself 5 breaths here. You can close the eyes to absorb more of the breath and release that visual reference so you can be more present to this moment. 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Last little wrist opener here, right? So we can bring the back of the hands together, right? And then rotate through. Bring them out, bring them in. You can bring them around, right? And keep rotating with the back of the wrist open. That's it. Good. Go the other direction. Other direction. Go. Stay here, right? Bring your hands together. Push those hands together nice and tight. You can even interlace. Yeah, good. And press. Make fists with your hands. Try to draw your elbows down by keeping the wrists together. Whew. Good. One more. Great, guys. Good. Ground. Let's take a moment. Let's find this calmness, right? Let's find the stillness that's required in order to tap into our biological brilliance, right? Tap into our 3 minds, body, mind, heart, so we can be the best person we can. But the breath, right, is the doorway. It's the key that opens the doorway to all of this brilliance. Close the eyes, exhale your breath out. Inhale. Let it go. Bigger breath in. Let it go out. Again. Use your breath to calm you down. Find stillness. Let go of any thoughts or feelings, create distance. You can even use that mantra, right? A mantra is just a simple resuscitation of a word or a few words or a phrase. Now we're just going to use let go, and a thought comes up or a feeling comes up. Let it go just by holding space for it, being aware of it, and letting it pass through. And then another thought, another feeling, let go. And we're just being very kind with our thoughts and our feelings. Not getting more agitated because we're emotional or we're lost in thought. But find your center. It is from this center place that we really are able to access all and be in our full capacity, our full capaciousness. And by creating and getting to know our centered self, right, sitting in the seat of our consciousness, in the center of it all. The only way we can really find that center is by practicing. Again, you don't rise to the occasion, you sink to the level of your training. If we have no mental or emotional discipline, there's going to be a struggle. Stay with it. Great. Wonderful, guys. Thank you so much for this time, for taking this time. And thank you, Jeff. And see you guys in the next 50-minute mark.
Thank you, Will. It's a good segue into our next segment. I would like to announce that we're going to have Jody Johnson do the hero's journey for us. We've seen her a couple times. She's amazing, and she's going to help us understand where we are in this cycle. Welcome, Jody. We're going to put up your slides for you.
Hello there. And so I'd love to take you through this concept of the hero's journey, which is a term that was coined by Joseph Campbell, oh, I don't know, maybe 50, 60 years ago. And it's the classic story of going from our ordinary world in through the trials and tribulations to come back having transformed. And as I have been looking at and thinking about and working with our clients on their plan that got thrown out the window, that we're now doing 2 to 3 week tactical plans at best, some strategic thinking long term, but right now everybody's like, how do we get through the next little bit? It occurred to me one morning bright and early that this is just like the hero's journey. And so I'm going to share the stages of that with you. And if you're anything like me, you've probably been taking notes and have paper handy, but just in case you don't, I'm going to give you a moment to just reach out and get a piece of paper and a pen so that you can make notes for yourself on each of these different stages and what are the questions to be answered at each one. Okay. All right. So the first stage in the hero's journey is the ordinary world. This is what was it like before this pandemic? In your business, at home, you were in your comfort zone. There was a predictable trajectory of life, a probable future. It was unfolding, according to plan. You had your existing team, your existing processes, And before everything went a little crazy a few weeks back, here in the States anyway, it was our ordinary world. So let me ask you a question. Before we leave the ordinary world, who or what made you feel safe, stable, and at ease? Let's take a moment and write the answers to who or what made you feel safe, stable, and at ease. Now, these may not be the same things that are creating that for you today, and that's useful to note. But prior to this, what made you feel safe, stable, and at ease? The next stage in the hero's journey is what is referred to as the call to adventure. Now, sometimes the call to adventure is, oh, I want to start a business, or I want to get married, or I want to launch a new product, or something along those lines. It can also be that there's an incident that occurs, and that incident disrupts and presents the challenge that needs to be undertaken. So the obvious for us is this pandemic and economic crisis is the disrupting, presenting challenge that we must undertake. Stop and think for a moment. When was it that you discovered that your world was in danger? Was there a call? Was there a client that canceled? Was there something that you saw on the news? Like, what was the moment when for you, you realized, oh, wait a second, my world is in danger? And then what were the signs that let you know that you needed to change? You know, for us, you know, a couple of weeks back, we started to get, oh, wow, you know, wait, this is coming, this is getting really serious. And we were getting calls from clients and they were concerned. And there was a moment where it's like, oh my God, this is not going to just go away. This is actually going to get worse, and a lot worse pretty quick. The next question is, what is motivating you right now It may be concern for your family. It may be concern for your team members. It may be concern for, hey, can I get these SBA loans in? You know, the system keeps crashing. Like, what is motivating you right now to get through this incident, this call to the adventure? Because you're entering an adventure. And what do you need? You know, what Karen had said a little while ago, that she heard from a lot of people that she's speaking to, that people are remembering, you know, who was with them, who stuck with them, and who was not. You know, what do you need? What do you need to pay attention to? I was talking with a client this morning who had to reduce the pay of her team and one of her partners. And, you know, he was like, oh no, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. And I said, be careful. Don't just listen to the words, watch the actions. What do you need to pay attention to right now? The next stage is resisting the call. And this kind of goes with, you know, it shouldn't be this way. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be this way. There's a reluctance. And, you know, throughout these 2 days of conference, people have talked about that fight, flight, paralysis, kind of like being frozen. And there's a reluctance and refusal to undertake, you know, the call because of the fears and insecurities that have arisen from this. And so as I look, you know, for my own self and with our clients, is how to reinvent their business. Like, what should they be focusing on now? And one of my clients is a company that creates artwork and framing for cruise lines. And one of their machines, they're now making face shields, you know, and so like, what was it that had them, you know, be willing to do that. They have a lot of fear and insecurity about completely reordering the business. And yet, what self-limiting patterns are having you resist looking at this change that you may need to make as it relates to your business? This is the place where it's useful to confront and realize what are the risks, the danger and the likelihood of failing as it is, or failing in anything that you're considering doing differently. What would help you to deal with your fears and frustrations and help you to move forward? You know, we've had the benefit throughout this conference of Will and Will's meditations, and of some of the different speakers that have been on that have talked about mindset. You know, what would help you deal with the fears and the frustrations and help you to move forward? You know, for me, what really helped me was to get very clear on what's so. If I know where I stand, then I can make a plan on how I want to move forward. But just getting really clear was one of the things that helped me to deal with my own fears and the frustrations. What would help you? The next stage is crossing the threshold. Okay, I'm going. And this starts off with, what if a miracle could happen? What would you ideally hope for? I've heard this as a theme throughout the conference yesterday and today, where people are saying, you know what, what would give me joy? You know, what do I want my business to look like? You know, do I want to rehire all of the people that that I've had to lay off? Or what do I really want? You know, what do I actually really want? And, you know, the gentleman who was speaking, the financial planner that was speaking, was, you know, where are you in your life? And what are your life's goals? Because when you look at what would you ideally hope for, if a miracle could happen, what would that actually be? Let's make a note. As you're entering into this next stage, once you're crossing the threshold, what life experiences have you had that remind you that you actually have the inner strength to make the most of any opportunity or challenge? I know for me, although this happened a lot faster than the recession back in 2008, having survived that as a business, I was like, you know what? We've gotten through, you know, the death of a loved one. We've gotten through the recession. You know, we've come close to losing the business, you know, maybe more than once, and we're still here. And so no matter what, I know that I have the creativity and the smarts and the strength to get through to the other side. What was that life experience for you that reminds you that you actually really do have the inner strength to make the most of this opportunity and challenge? Next, what are the first steps that you need to take in order to move forward? You know, for me, throughout this conference, I've been writing out an action item list that I need to go back and prioritize. But as each of the different speakers have shared their wisdom, I've been able to write down, or it's triggered with, oh, I need to do that, or I'd like to do that, and have a list of steps to take. The next thing you need in order to cross the threshold is the determination to find, to build, to buy, like to steal an idea, to win whatever it is that you need. And only you can achieve that. The next stage is in meeting the mentor. It was interesting yesterday when Dove was speaking, because he was saying, whatever you do, don't let go of your support system. And that was really, really powerful. A lot of times people may have their pride or their fear of embarrassment stop them for asking for help. We've had a lot of people being very generous throughout this conference and around the business community around us, but we're all in this together. Their fear of embarrassment can come up, but it doesn't have to stop you for asking for help. Think about who's easy to ask for help in your world. Who's someone that's difficult to ask for help? Make sure that you're surrounding yourself with people who are actually helpful. A lot of the world out there doesn't understand why business owners and entrepreneurs have businesses. They think we're kind of crazy. So make sure that who you're talking to and the advice of any other colleagues that are in a similar industry or the same industry to talk to is very useful, because they're going to understand you really well. Who would you like to emulate, and in what way? And then lastly, just know that one only has to know and trust, and these ageless guardians will appear. Whether you're reading something from Gandhi, or you're reading something from Peter Drucker, or you're reading something from the Gallup Organization on Strengths, or you're reading something from Keith Cunningham or Vern Harnish or Kai-Han Krippendorf. I mean, there's a lot of great ageless wisdom that we can bring to bear here. The next stage is the tests, the allies and the enemies, the what and the who. How specifically are you being tested? What difficulties are you facing? I think Lordy was saying that that if you've had this narrative where you're looking at something that's going on, and it's the first time and the second time and the third time, but the 25th time, it's no longer useful. You know, some of that worry thinking, you know, is difficult to let go of. That can be a challenge. It might be knowing the numbers and understanding. What flaws, inadequacies or insecurities have or could tempt you to give up? This is the stage that tests your skills, your endurance, your mettle, and powers. It's the stage of initiation, where you will go through, you know, unimaginable torments, concerns, and worries, and demands, enormous demands on business owners and entrepreneurs, time, energy, and thoughts. Look for who are your allies? Who or what can help you to get through to the other side? Who can you trust? Remember that allies are earned. We've had a lot of conversations, even in the last presentation, of earning the trust. So who are allies for you, and who can you be an ally to? And even though we've heard a lot of great things about the opportunities and pivoting and bringing a powerful mindset, there will continue to be more ordeals, and we need to be prepared for the more ordeals. I know just this week we were looking at the SBA Paycheck Protection Program. It was 4%, then it was 0.5%. Today it was 1%. It's like just there's a lot of confusion and chaos and disorder out there. So we need to be prepared for all of the ordeals that will come our way. And some of the tools that have been discussed throughout these past 2 days of meditation and exercise and eating right. And, and I would throw in getting enough sleep, because I don't know about you all, but for me, if I haven't slept, I don't see the world as bright, and I don't make as good a decision. Also look to see like who or what are your enemies. Make sure that you're aware. The next stage is approaching the innermost cave. This is a stage of getting very still and spiritually, emotionally, and intellectually preparing to face your greatest fears, or what Joseph Campbell would call the supreme danger. This is an interior aspect of this journey. Here's where you ask yourself, what do I really, really, really want? Do I really, really, really want to scale this business, or do I want to actually bring it down? Do I really, really, really want to work with this type of client or industry? What do you really, really, really want? What deeper longings or desires do you become aware of in difficult times? What is unique about you? We use a good bit of profiling with our clients in our coaching business, and knowing what your strengths are from the Strength Finder, or what your profile and being in your flow is from Wealth Dynamics, or knowing how you fascinate from Sally Hogshead's work. What's unique about you, and how do those things about you that are unique inspire you? Because they will be tools. What do you need to learn? Are there skill sets that you need to learn? I'm not nearly as technologically savvy as I'd like to be or need to be in this next phase. What is most essential, and what is actually expendable in your life? Lee was talking about the essentials. The next stage is the ordeal. This is your death and rebirth. The questions for this stage are, what needs to die? What is teetering on the brink of death that needs to die in you that we haven't actually killed off in ourselves yet, or in our processes yet, or in our time and the way we actually manage our time? What needs to stop? What do you need to know more about that would help you as you face this ordeal? What is difficult for you to accept about yourself and the world that we live in? What have been your greatest fears and doubts? What loyalties seem to hold you back? Now, this is actually a really interesting question to sit with for a little while, because I have seen over and over that business owners will substitute loyalty for performance, particularly if they have longstanding team members that are no longer actually able to perform at the level that they need to. I remember reading Bill Gates' quote, one of the most painful things in business is having outgrown your team. But there may be loyalties that are holding us back. And what beliefs could you begin to question? I know Amy talked about that yesterday. As we go through allowing some things to die and or actively killing them off, the next thing to look at is what wants to be born? What possibilities are you becoming aware of? How might keeping your options open serve you at this time? What responsibilities could you take a break from or let go of to explore what wants to be born? And how badly do you want it? What's the price that you're willing to pay? What are the insights? I can tell you that I got very comfortable in doing my business the way that I've done my business for the last 14 years. And I kind of like it that way. And now, as we reinvent, there's a lot of uncomfortability. And there are things that, that I'm having to look at, like, what will I kill off and what can I let die so that something else that wants to emerge can. The next stage in the hero's journey is the reward. This is seizing the sword, seizing the force within. And here, how might your willpower and your determination help you to overcome some of the personal needs that you have or the weaknesses in order to rise to this challenge and seize the reward? And in this part of the hero's journey, the reward might be the sword of discernment. It might be a new endeavor that you want to take on because it actually does bring you joy. But it gives you energy. It gives you an actual force with which to come back and with the strength. Of all of the possibilities that you've been exploring, which one energizes you? Which one are you ready to commit to in order to make the most of your life? How might you need to guard your time and space in order to get to where it is that you want to go, so that you earn the right to celebrate on the other side of this? One of the keys, I guess, to success that we use with clients is that we have them look at those profiles of their strength finder and their wealth dynamic profile so that they're operating in their natural flow and to their natural talents, where as they develop them into strengths, it's where genius lives. And aligning that with a business model. And so many times we have people say when they were growing up that they might have a parent who said, well, you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer or you're going to be an accountant, you know, what'll it be, son? And they were not able to actually go in and develop their own natural flow. It's much more sustainable to have a business model that's aligned with a person's natural talents and ability to be the contribution that they are meant to be in their families and out in the world. So what is it that's going to give you energy? The next stage is the road back to the ordinary world. And so having slayed this metaphorical dragon, you will begin the journey back. It might be difficult to return, you know, to be responsible for what you've learned and who you've become. And maybe people that don't understand why you're so different or why you've abandoned this endeavor or that endeavor. as you prepare to come back, look and identify who supports you in this and what adjustments need to be made that you need to be responsible for. What new habits or routines are you establishing in order to consolidate all of the efforts that you'll make as you transverse, through this labyrinth? And we come to the stage of the resurrection, which is the purification. This is where the hero is reborn with the attributes of the ordinary self, plus the lessons and insights that he or she have learned throughout the journey. You're not the same person that you used to be. You've grown significantly in spirit and strength. And when I look back on what is that part of me that I know I have the inner strength to persevere and to get through, is having looked at all of the different things that I've been able to overcome, and the ones that I know I will also overcome through this, that will have me approach my business and approach those aspects of my life that are important to me differently. This is the stage of being reborn. And then the last stage is the return with the elixir. This is the place where you provide hope for others and for their transformation, where you're making the contribution that matters to you most to the world. And as I've been present through these 2 days with this program that Jeff put together, Adversity to Prosperity, I've been very moved by those who have gone through different stages or have shared different stories that are inspiring and provide hope, not just for me, but that I can share with our clients and how they're transforming and how they're bringing creativity and imagination to their surroundings. So we return with the elixir, which is the ability to bring life and hope to others. So I wanted to share this hero's journey because it's useful as a model to be able to know what stage we're in. And right now we're all pretty much in the stage of initiation and various aspects and phases of the initiation, but we're all in a stage of initiation at this point, given just the magnitude of what's happened in our world, starting out in the larger world, back in December, but here in the States, in late February. And so all of this has happened pretty quickly. And we don't know how long it's going to be. We don't know how severe it's going to get. And this is why I think that opportunities like being together in this kind of community, listening to other people, share their wisdom, share their triumphs, even share the places where they've been afraid and fallen short, that we're able to say, okay, this is just a part of the journey that a person goes through in their life. And then what the hero does is prepare, is mindful, is willing to create that hope within themselves and then for the world. And so I hope that you've been able to answer some of the questions that I posed and shared with you, and can open it up for questions.
Okay, I'm going to feed you some questions we're getting. One
Okay.
we've already gotten is, do you have mentors and how did you find them?
I do have mentors. I have mentors that I have my own business coach, right? Because it would be completely incongruent as a business coach to not have one. Right? So I have one. I've also got other advisors and mentors. Well, actually, let me tell you how I found him, since that was the question. I watched other people in my industry who who I found either inspiring personally, or who had a skill set that I wanted to develop in myself. And then I just went up and asked them, you know, would you coach me? Can I have breakfast with you? Can we talk about this? So I would suggest that you look around and see who has what you want. Right? So that's how I got my coach. Another advisors, I was a spiritual advisor. My father was a business owner, and so he's definitely another person that I look to. I remember growing up and the different trials and tribulations, you know, that he went through that were challenging in his business. And so I trust him and I have him as an advisor. And then I have a group of women that are friends of mine and that I work with that I feel very close to and can bounce these kinds of things from. And I also have some, I don't know if I'd say mentors, maybe advisors that I don't know. Mark Nepo is somebody that I read, or Richard Rohr is somebody that I follow. And so Seth Godin, another one that I follow. You know, a number of different advisors that I might reach out to, whether I'm simply reading a blog or a book that they've written. But I would consider them mentors and people that I've studied with, that I still have relationships with. So I think it's important to have somebody that resonates with you. And I'm always telling the clients to be mindful of anyone who tells you you have to do it like this, because your upbringing, your experiences, your natural talents, your ability to be in your flow are unique to you. You can take aspects of what they're sharing, but you can never do exactly what they did. And so be careful of that, and make sure that you understand, you know, what is it about you that makes you unique. And I'm not talking about in that marketing sense. I'm talking about what is it about you. Like if I share with you my strengths from Gallup Strength Finder, you know, I have strategic, I have communication, I have activator. I know these things about myself so that I can design, you know, my work life and my projects that I'll take on or clients that I'll take on, you know, based on where am I most likely to add the greatest value and to flourish. And so I think that those are some ways that you can go about choosing mentors and advisors that are going to be the right ones for you.
Okay, so that creates a new question and it leads into another question.
Okay.
So, I just want to explore what you said about essentially you've tested yourself and studied yourself to create a pattern for who you want to work with. How does one do that? What tests should we use, and how should we use the results of those tests to help guide our planning?
Right, so we use a couple of different ones, you know, with our clients. There's a lot of different things that are out there, but I'll share with you the ones that we use. So we definitely use the Gallup Organization Strength Finder assessment, and that will give you your top 5 natural talents and strengths. There are 34, so the assessment actually gives you your top 5, which is if you're developing those into strengths, there's plenty of work to be done there. It's not useful to know what number 34 is. Okay? So how do you use that? Like, so for instance, for me with communication, I say, all right, so I have a natural ability to communicate, and I can deepen that in my writing. I can deepen that in the way that I train to listen. I can deepen that in being articulate in my speaking. I can deepen that and being mindful of the words that I use with people. And so there's an arena inside of communication to be able to develop. Activator is a strength, which is a launching strength. These are people who get things off the ground, they get things going. And so when when I'm working, let's say in an organization like where we go to services, I'm happy to help them to launch a project that they want to get but I'm not the person to maintain it. They need to bring somebody else along to maintain it. Because when I hired my assistant, I said, listen, you might be the most extraordinary assistant on the planet, but unless you have execution strengths that can come along and manage things that I've created behind me, you can't be Jody's assistant. So that's an example of using Strength Finder work. And in the wealth dynamics and talent dynamics, there are 8 other different profiles that they speak to. Where will people add the greatest value, and where will they be in their flow? And so I have star as a profile. If I'm over trying to do things that are putting systems in place, that's not the best use of me. I'm not going to be in my flow. It doesn't mean I can't do it. It's just not where I add the greatest value. And so you'll want to look at these profiles to understand where is it that you add the greatest value to life, to your clients, to your business. I can do numbers and I love numbers, but it's not the best use of Jody in the business. We need somebody else who can do that. We use workplace motivators because you need to know what motivates you and your team members in business. Some people are motivated by power. Other people are motivated by beauty, harmony. I happen to be motivated by altruism and helping. Some people are motivated economically, but not everyone is motivated economically. So what is it, that motivates you? It's important to know. And then the DISC profile, which is behavioral, the predominant way that you'll show up behaviorally. And then of late, we've been using Sally Hoghead's work and How to Fascinate, which is what is it about you that has you be attractive to others? And for mine, and that is the ringleader. It's like I'm able to get people together and organize them, and then to be the people's champion, actually championing others. Those are places where I add the greatest value based on those assessments. Those are the 5 that we generally use. And there are many others. There's variations on the DISC that are related to sales or related to leadership. And, there's a lot of good stuff out there. But those are the ones that we generally use. And,
right.
And then we use them to help design a business model and roles within that, that people can flourish, that keep it sustainable.
Thank you for that answer. It was deeply appreciated. Someone has asked, can you share some of the tests that you faced through this experience yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I guess probably the biggest one was we lost a good bit of income in a very short period of time. So the fear of like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Another one, so that fear of what's going to happen and having to go back and rethink, what are we going to do and how are we going to handle this? I have clients whose companies were literally like a restaurant client of mine, where they had to close the restaurants and close the bars, and that was it. It's over, done. And so how to be able to help keep them positive and be who they needed me to be inside of being afraid, for my own business. And so that was another, challenge and ordeal or trial, for me. I had to get to the place, and it was really looking at the hero's journey that had me go, oh, this is a phase. I can overcome this, and they can too. They're big people. We just need to get to the other side. So what do we got to do? Another one was just trying to get things done and done quickly, and then not being frustrated, or actually being frustrated and not being frustrated when it didn't go as smoothly as it needed to, or when there were people that I thought would be right there alongside me that actually decided that they were not going to be right there alongside me, and not being disappointed, but just really understanding that everyone's afraid right now. So those are some of the big ones.
Okay. I have a question that harkens back to some of the other things people have talked about, but how do we focus so we determine what it is we really want, especially now that it's hard to keep focus?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think, you know, as I mentioned earlier, like to be able to make sure you get enough sleep. I don't know about anybody else, but it's very hard for me to focus if I'm exhausted, right? So I have to make myself go to bed early and get enough sleep. That's one. I think the other thing is that I don't listen to the news all day. I generally do something in the morning and then later in the day so that I'm not distracted by all of that. And that helps to keep me focused. Somebody spoke, and I can't remember who it was, yesterday about working, maybe it was Vern, but working for an hour and then taking like 10 minutes or 15 minutes to reset. You know, I know that for me, if I'm getting kind of distracted or I'm not able to focus, I do what I call a Control Alt Delete reset. Just get up, walk outside, go get a cup of tea, you know, whatever that helps me. And then I think too that you know, sitting down, doing the meditation, we meditate every morning and start the day off that way. And then also to journal is very, very powerful. If you can journal what's going on with you, if anyone here is familiar with morning pages from the Artist Way, you might start out kind of just doing a data dump, just like blah, getting it out in the journal. And then about halfway through, what happens is the real core issue or an answer will come. And then, you know, you can round out that journaling with an action plan. And I think that those are helpful. Also setting up what is it that you want to accomplish by the end of the day and working your way backwards, making sure that you have the resources to be able to get that done. And those are some of the ways that I've stayed focused.
Okay, thank you. Another question that just came in. I have a business that's having a hockey stick moment because of COVID-19. I am so excited that I barely slept, and I tend to talk a lot about it, which I think puts off some friends that are not doing as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where we go back to, like, who do you want around you who's an ally? I think that the only thing that I would say about that is compassion really goes a long way. Everyone is in like different stages, you know, in their hero's journey, in their business. They've got their loans submitted. They don't have their loans submitted. So they go home, or they're home and their spouse is freaking out, or, you know, I mean, everyone is in such different phases. And sometimes, you know, they're up and sometimes they're, you know, they're scared. And you know, so I think that for that, it's useful to be in a conversation with others who are having a hockey stick moment, and there were plenty of them mentioned in this seminar, to be in communication with others that are at a similar stage. And then when we're talking with, you know, our loved ones or our friends or colleagues that are not actually, you know, in that same place, you know, to be able to say, you know, I completely get that this might not be where you are. And, you know, as somebody whose advice I trust, you know, I'd really like to run this by you, or I'd like to share this with you. I think it's really about listening and being present to what's going on with that person. And then, you know, one of the things that we've done is we've said we're giving away 5 free hours each, my partner and I, to do pro bono business coaching sessions with people, so that they can step back long enough to be a sounding board for them, to hear themselves, to challenge their beliefs, to have them look at their strengths, and to have them look at their core competencies and help brainstorm some ideas of things that they could do in their business if they're paralyzed. So, you know, if anyone on this conference or anyone you know, then you can certainly get our information, and we're happy to work with people because we know that, you know, that people are scared and sometimes they just need another person to talk to that's not in their circle.
Yeah, that's right. How do people, I just want to respond to, go back to the question one before about how do we determine what we really want right now? What I find helpful beyond what you said is to get things out of my head. So whether that means writing them or drawing them like Heather's been drawing, or drawing them like stick figures. And then that gives me the opportunity to time separate, meaning I can write it and then look later what I wrote, hopefully from a different mental state.
Yeah, and one of the other things I just thought of when I was listening to you is that of collaging, you know, and then, you know, to actually take and write out, it seems like, you know, the world is falling apart. It seems like I'm going to go broke. It seems like I'm going to have to, whatever that is, and then actually collage that and then create another collage where the images speak to you, because sometimes like our understanding of life and our deepest desires and what we really want many times are not verbal, they're visual. And so going through, you know, this is something I'm doing for myself on Sunday is, you know, to go through the exercise of it seems like, and just kind of like, wow, all that stuff that isn't working, and get that out. And then go to creating through just, you know, magazines and such, you know, what do I want the new order of my life to be like in the feeling world rather than in the actual word world.
Mm-hmm. Great. All right. Yes, Heather responded to this conversation by saying our deepest desires are often not verbal, they are visual.
Mm-hmm. I think that's true.
I think that's true as well. All right, well, our time is over for this now.
Oh.
Yeah, and thank you so much for your major contribution to this effort and to all the audience.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure, Jeff. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Okay. We're going to have a 10-minute break that will be 2-minute pause and then one last session with Will. And then our David Rose will come to speak to us at 4 p.m.
Hey, this is my last one with you guys. I'm really excited that, or really, I'm thankful and grateful that I had an opportunity to share some of these mindfulness moments with you. Really, that hero's journey, I'm going to go back and watch that and go through that. I really feel that's kind of where I am right now, actually coming onto the side of ascension. I really got super busy just in these last 3 weeks with mindfulness. People are really looking for this work. And also to tap on what Jody had said is like getting proper sleep. That's a big mindfulness habit that we're trying to do. Like I'll give you, I have a video, like 5 pillars. I'll put it on the feed of mindfulness. And it doesn't even have to be about sitting and meditating to start, right? Take care of your own biological nature to start, meaning getting proper sleep is one of the best things you can do for yourself to continually harness that moxie that you need in order to be more grounded, focused, and really get your work done. Staying hydrated is very important. Like for women, 3 liters of water a day minimum hydration requirement. Men, 4 liters of water a day. That's quite a bit in those little Poland spring bottle waters. That'd be 6 for women, 8 for men. Staying fit. Even if it's just a matter of going out and walking for like 15 or 20 minutes a day, obviously observing the rules of social distancing and protecting yourself, but getting in your body, and your body is going to reward you for being in your body. Eating healthy, right? Cutting out sugars, alcohol, drugs, and stuff like that are not going to keep you on your path, not going to continually keep you on that hero's journey, as well as like being social. I know we're in isolation right now, but I've never been in so many calls and FaceTimes with people that really care about me. I care about them, but they're also supporting me and not pulling me down. So those are like 5 big aspects that I ask you to be mindful of, because that's going to make a big determination of how you're showing up. And if you're tired, if you're dehydrated, if you're not being social, if your body feels like blah because you're not working out, you're probably going to drop right in, or have a very likelihood of dropping into depression. And then you're really kind of screwed yourself, because with depression comes, the feelings, the thoughts, and then the habits of doing things that to self-sabotage yourself even further. For our last session, I'm going to show you a wonderful breathing technique that's going to help you to sleep. It's a simple, it's called a boxed breath. There's 4 aspects, just like a box, there's 4 corners, right? We have 4 pieces recipe, very simple. We're going to inhale for 4 seconds actually 5 seconds, hold our breath for 5, right? Exhale slowly for 5, hold empty of any breath for 5 seconds. And we're going to repeat this box 5 times. When I get into that fourth and fifth round, we're actually going to increase the volume of the breath. But ground yourself down, exhale your breath all the way out. Close your eyes. I'm just getting my phone. So I got a good time. Yes, good. Just take a few breaths here. In. Just get in touch with your breath. Again, in. Let it go. One more. Let it go. Here we go. All right, we're going to inhale for 5, 4, 3, 2. Now hold the breath nice and easy, no tension. 5, 4, 3, 2. Exhale nice and easy through the nose for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stay empty. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold breath. Exhale. 5. Stay empty. 1, 2. Inhale. 5. Hold. 5. Exhale. 5. Easy, smooth. Empty. 5. Let's inhale. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold. 6, 5. Exhale, 6, 5. Stay empty, 6. Last round, inhale, 6. Easy, hold breath, 6. Easy, easy, easy. Exhale, 6, 5. Stay empty, 6. Very nice. Take a big inhale. Let it go. Another breath. And for this last little time we have, just check in how you're feeling. How am I feeling? What is my experience of my experience? How am I feeling? We get to know our breath and we get to know our feelings. We can really, I have this quote by Dr. Alan Watkins in his book, Complete Coherence. And he says, if you're not in charge of your emotions, then who is? If you're not in charge of your emotions, then who is? Keep finding your breath. And if you want to do one thing during this whole COVID, develop a relationship to what can be your greatest ally, your best friend, and your greatest resource of all the things you need in order to really be your greatest self. And that's finding your breath. Great, everybody. Thank you so much. You can hit me up at Will Not Fear for any of the information I have. I'm going to tag a bunch of stuff in the little chat feed here. But if your company is in need, or your group or your team need of anything mindfully related, whether it's yoga, meditation, a whole mindfulness webinar series that I break down over weeks and practice, the aspects of mindfulness and breath and yoga, I'm your guy. Thank you, Jeff, for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And again, hit me up, and I would love to help you, or at least just go to my meditations and stuff. Thank you so much.
And I would like to thank you for setting up our breaks and giving people a good pause and good grounding and leveling and being ready to accept what's coming next.
Awesome. I really appreciate your time, Jeff. Thank you. And for all this. This is wonderful what you're doing, and all the speakers and all of us coming together like this is really important in a time like isolation. So
absolutely,
my heart goes to you guys, and thank you. I'll catch you guys
all right
soon. Thank you.
So it is my pleasure to introduce David Rose. I've known him for many years. He is an extremely smart person, extremely great communicator. And he's thought about the kind of world we're entering. Forget the COVID. We're rushing into the future. We got shoved into the future a little faster than we thought, but he's thought about the future and what it's going to bring us for a long time. He's kind of a super entrepreneur, an investor, et cetera. So he knows all about the back end of the economy and how business drives it. And welcome, David. Take it away.
Okay. Let's make sure we're unmuted there. Can you hear me and see me? Okay. 1 second. Yeah, got it. Okay, thanks a lot, all. All right, so as Jeff said, my name is David S. Rose, and let me give you a little bit of background on me to tell you whereof I speak and from where I come. I am a serial entrepreneur. I'm actually a 5th generation entrepreneur. I started my first company when I was 10 years old, Rose Productions, a multimedia organization. And I then started companies when I was in high school, in college, in business school, after business school, in the dot-com boom, and after the dot-com bust, after the great global financial crisis, and all along the way, I've had ups and downs. Some of them got very, very big and then got very, very small in bad times. And after the dot-com crash, I became an angel investor, investing in early stage companies myself. And I founded New York Angels, which is one of the largest and more active angel investment groups in the world. So along the way, I have invested in over 120 companies. I was the first investor and chairman of the board of a company called Jump Bikes that eventually was acquired by Uber and became Uber Bikes, a company called Comixology, acquired by Amazon and became Amazon's comics division, Pond 5, the world's leading video stock footage website, and a bunch of others. I founded New York Angels, the angel investment group here in New York, and have basically been involved on both sides of the table as a serial entrepreneur and a serial investor. And one of the things that I have noticed, having now been through, this is my third crisis, the dot-com crash, the global financial crisis, and now coronavirus, that there is something very special about the entrepreneurial life when it is compared to the real world, quote unquote, of traditional businesses. And that is that the entrepreneurial life is a roller coaster. If you are employed by a real business, a grown-up business, typically you come into work, you have a paycheck, you know what your job is, you know what's going to happen day in and day out. And you are working in an inertial organization that may grow a little bit at a time linearly, but it's not going to dramatically change while you're there. In the case of an entrepreneurial business, however, and I believe that most of the folks here on this call, including me and including Jeff and the others, are entrepreneurs, you know that it's a roller coaster. It has got the biggest highs and the biggest lows. Every day you're zooming up, you're zooming down, you're certainly not staying static. And then once in a while, and now this is the third time in my entrepreneurial career, not only are you zooming up or zooming down wherever you are on your roller coaster, but it turns out that the roller coaster which you're riding all of a sudden is on fire. And so we are right now in an extraordinary period with the global pandemic, what this is doing to the entire financial markets. And it is, if this is your first crisis that you're living through, it will seem like the world is coming to an end, which by the way, it is. But if you've been through one or two of the others previously, you realize that at the end of the day, the world does bounce back. It may not bounce back with the same players there, but if you happen to be able to weather it, you can survive. During the first crisis in my lifetime, the dot-com crisis, Amazon lost 99% of its value. That's an enormous amount of value being destroyed, but they managed to hang on and became the world's most valuable company at the other end, or the world's second most valuable company. And so the question is, what happens to existing traditional companies when your roller coaster track disappears, when the existing inertial operation, the business that you have been working on and building all these times is no longer functional because all of a sudden everybody you have is confined to home? And the answer is that traditional businesses are in really big trouble. Why? Because they have historically, until and through most of the 20th century, relied on traditional infrastructure, fixed infrastructure, high capital costs, all the things that if you had ever asked about what is a business, these are the basic things that business is all about. And what are they? Well, this might sound strange to some of us who are digital entrepreneurs, but if you ask either people who've been around for 50 years or your parents, they will say, well, business, of course, if it's a corporation, you've got paper stock certificates and your business is located in a physical office, and you get that office because you have signed a long-term lease with your landlord for 5, 10 years, 20 years, typically for commercial leases. And that, because you're there, that's your physical mailing address, and people know that they can deliver communications to you, those communications being being pieces of mail and packages and the like. If they want to talk to you, you want to communicate with them, you have telephones that are plugged into the wall. And when you dial a telephone number, you're dialing a location. Whoever happens to be picking it up at the other end, you're dialing somebody's desk. If you're going to exchange money with somebody, if you're going to pay for something, you write a thing called a check, which is effectively an IOU on a piece of paper. If you're working either with internal people or external people, and you're having a group communication, you're meeting in a physical meeting room to do that with a whiteboard on the wall and so on. And at the end of the day, if you're negotiating a contract for a purchase or anything else, you have a signed piece of paper, a signed physical contract. The way you know who you're dealing with is whenever you have one of these meetings, you exchange paper business cards, physical printed business cards there. And the people you're doing that with are in your company and other companies are full-time employees because you're employed by a company. And once you have full-time employees, you have to figure out how to pay them. So you have payroll systems and you have accounting to keep track of them and everything else. So this is a typical traditional business. And it is based on a business being in a location with physical things going back and forth. And so therefore, when you have a disruption like the coronavirus, where all of a sudden the mayor and the governor and the president say, okay, you've got to stop, you've got to stay home away from your location, all these things that were based on a physical instantiation disappear. So what I'm going to talk about for the next half hour or so is to discuss how a business gets built for the 21st century. And this is, I'm telling you this from personal experience. The most recent business that I have established, something called US REM, the US Real Estate Market, which is a new, in the process of getting funded startup. And we are doing all of these things. Everything I'm going to show you is stuff that we have done from personal experience. And so the first thing is a bit of my one little piece of enlightened self-interest here. And that is, how do you start up a company? If you're an entrepreneur who is starting a high growth company, historically, you would find a lawyer and they would draft contracts for you, or you'd go to a service that would be your registered agent in Delaware to file for your LLC. Well, luckily, there happens to be a new platform designed for high growth entrepreneurs that are looking to be investable to do all of that back end corporate work for you. And that platform is called Gust. And it so happens that that was my previous company, my current company, which I'm chairman of the board, which has developed a platform called Gust Launch, which is a digital software as a service platform. We call it a company as a service. So if you are about to start a company now to take advantage of all the cool things that are happening, the opportunities that are available in the middle of these dark days of a pandemic, if you're really going to be a high growth company and you want to be investable, by far the best way to do it is with something called Gust Launch. So let me run a quick video and tell you a little bit about Gust.
Starting and running a company is hard. There are all the things you have to do that squeeze you for your time and cost more than you expect, and don't even work the right way. If you don't make the right decisions at the beginning, it can bite you in the butt down the road when you make revenue, hire employees, raise funds, get acquired, or IPO. But who has the time and know-how for all of that? That's why we created Gust Launch, a simple platform so that you can easily start and run your company. Built specifically for founders who want to raise funds and grow. Gust Launch incorporates your startup the right way for investment and growth. We take care of your banking, bookkeeping, and accounting through our integrated system so that tax time is a breeze and all of your books are investor ready. All while answering all of your legal questions and helping you model and manage equity in your startup so that you don't have to worry when you make revenue, hire employees, raise funds, get acquired, or IPO. Start up confidently with Gust Launch.
So there you have it. What Gust Launch does is it takes you through the entire process. Not only your incorporation in Delaware, we serve as your registered agent. We provide you with the IRS for your employer identification number. We do all of your post-incorporation legal. We set up your board. We issue your stock. We set up your bank account. We do your financing and your non-disclosure agreements and your board actions and all the stuff that keeps your company absolutely legitimately as an investable, real, serious company. And the pricing is so low, it starts at literally $300 per year. So it's a very effective way to get started. Okay, and that's the beginning and end of the ads for this and the enlightened self-interest. So now let's talk about space. If you have a startup company, you've got it incorporated in Gust, you're ready to get going. And where does your company operate out of? Now, traditionally, your company would operate out of an office, and we all know what offices look like. They have walls and floors and desks and lots of people sitting there. In recent years, it's turned into cube farms. But if you think about where companies start today, they don't start in offices like this. What has happened in the last decade has been the emergence of the concept of flexible space, typified, of course, by WeWork, which has become synonymous with flexible space. But just because WeWork has been the most highest visibility of these flexible spaces does not mean they are the only one. And just because WeWork is currently going through some serious financial challenges, those challenges didn't have to do with its business model. They had to do with the way they were operating the business. And so for those of you who aren't familiar with a place like WeWork, although I would at this point assume most of you are, this is a floor of offices, or multiple floors, or an entire building of offices, where you can come in and rent exactly the size office that you need. A 1 person, 2 person, 5, 10, 20, 50. And as your company gets bigger or smaller, if things happen, you can, within this flexible space, change the size of your office, and everything is provided for you. There are physical meeting rooms, there are cappuccino machines, there are lounges, there are refrigerators, there are everything you would expect in a regular office, even more than most, because they have the number of companies that they can defray it over. And so flexible office space has become the new standard. And it's not just WeWork. Every major landlord now, certainly in New York City and in most other cities, is developing their own branded flexible office space. You have companies like Regis, who was the biggest hot space vendor. They have now a thing called Spaces. If you have Tishman Speyer here in New York, has Studio, and these are all very high quality spaces where you can rent an office that fits your needs. But what if you're still a single practitioner, 1 person, you're starting a company as a founder, or maybe with 1 co-founder, and you don't really need a full dedicated office? Well, in that case, you can go to co-working spaces. And so co-working in this case, drop-in spaces. You don't have 4 walls, you don't have a lockable door, but it's a whole lot cheaper. And typically these desk arrangements are as little as $500 a month, in some cases even less outside of major areas like New York City, where you can 24/7 access, you can drop in, you have Wi-Fi, you have access to all the amenities we talked about before, just not an enclosed office. But since you are probably like me, a turtle, carrying your entire office in your laptop or on your iPad, you can just sit down and work that way. So whether you're getting an office, a flexible office, whether you're getting a drop-in space, you're not getting a long-term lease. You can pay for these things on a month-to-month basis. You get a discount if you do it for 3 months or 6 months or longer there. And so that's all great, but that then begets a bit of a problem, which is if you had a real office with a 10-year lease, you had an address, people could send you mail at the office, and you could file that with all of your government documents and everything else. Well, what do you do if you now have flexible space, and maybe you are a member of WeWork, and so today you're in Manhattan and tomorrow you're in Queens, or you're going to different locations? Where do you get mail? How do you actually have mail if somebody were to deliver you mail? Well, it turns out that you can actually go to a virtual address. And so here is a company called physicaladress.com. This is what we're using for our address for USREM. So USREM, which is a financial services company, our office is 99 Wall Street, Suite 1780. Well, you know what? If you go to 99 Wall Street, you will see a little hole in the wall storefront on Wall Street where they basically take my mail in. And when mail comes in, what happens? They immediately scan it, and I get an alert. And on their app, on their website, I now see that here is a letter that I've just gotten. And I can look at the outside of the letter. And then, as you can see on the screen here, I can decide what to do with it. I can say, oh, this is trash, throw it away. I can just file it. I can have them open it and scan it. I can have them forward it to me. I have complete control from my computer digitally of the mail that I've got. And so it doesn't matter which WeWork I'm in, what office suite I'm in, whether I'm working from home. My office has an official address, in this case, Wall Street, or it can be any other address you want, and all of my mail is appropriately handled. And the costs for this are really, really low. You can pick whatever location you want here. You want to be in Las Vegas, you want to appear like your office is in Orlando, Florida. No problem. Wherever your physical mail is going is not where you are physically seated. And so as you'll see, the list of services they provide here, whether it's scanning the envelope automatically, scanning the content, and the like. Oh, by the way, somebody asked what's the name of the company. This one happens to be physicaladdress.com, but at the end of the presentation, I will give you links to all the companies I'm about to show you so you can set up your entire office. You can have stuff, they will shred stuff for you, scan it for you. They will store your packages, receive your packages, forward it on to you, give you any kind of address you want. You know, a suite, you know, suite 1780 sounds appropriate, and the like. Okay, so now we've got ourselves, and we're working by ourselves as a founder. We may be working in a flexible space or in a drop-in space like we work, but we have a permanent full-time address. But now what if somebody wants to call us? Well, traditionally they would pick up a phone and they would call the office, and we're picked up by the receptionist or by my voicemail system in my physical office. But we don't really have a physical office because we're in a WeWork or a flexible space, and our physical address is in the cloud. Well, guess what? We have a virtual phone system as well. And so this is from a company called Grasshopper. And this is everything you would conceivably think of in a large, heavy-duty corporate phone system. I mean, multiple extensions and phone trees and the ability to access it on an app and voice redirecting and a fax machine and call control and automatic time of day messaging and recorded announcements and the ability to transfer calls to different people. But even more than that, what this entire phone system does, it lives in the cloud, and it can be tied both to any inbound phone number you want, and they will get you a phone number, including vanity phone number. So you can have a vanity. We have a vanity phone number for USREM. I think it's 833 USREMKT. You can do a vanity phone number. You can do a local area code and whatever number you want to be in. And so once you set that up, you can then do all of the things controlling it on your web browser. And so, for example, here you can see we can set up when you call in, there is a recording that says, hello, thank you for calling USREM, so on and so forth. And if you don't want to record it yourself, you can press a button and have them record it for you. Well, the answer is why. Somebody asked Joshua, why do we need phones? Because some people do want to speak to you in person by phones when they're mobile. And so you have, with this complete phone system, you can set up all of the redirecting to your cell phones, right? So when somebody calls your main office number, it can automatically direct, right, if you're a single founder, to your cell phone. It can play the recorded announcement and say, press 1 for sales and 2 for whatever. And all of those can go to you too. Or if you now, as your team grows, 1 for sales can go to your salesperson, and 2 for management can go, to you, or vice versa. So it is a very, very flexible situation. And so a lot of people still use phones. I realize that many of you may be completely using your iPhone for things other than voice calls. But in the business world, if you're interacting with other people, they are still using calls. But what do we see today for interacting in that meeting room? If you don't want to have people come into your WeWork space or your location space, well, as Josh pointed out, we have the ability to have Zoom conferences. So my company is meeting twice a day on Zoom. This is our stand-up meeting in the morning here. You see, all of us, coming in to meeting rooms. This entire presentation and this virtual conference we're having today is being done on Zoom. So there are a wide number, there are literally dozens and dozens of conferencing apps and voice communication and video communication, and they all link in together. So for example, Google Hangouts, which comes with Google Apps for Business, it has Google Voice, it has the ability to tie people together. Zoom, in addition to having a conference like we're having now and meetings like we have for our stand-up, also has replacement phone systems as well, and it all links together. They have chat systems and the like. So you can have, so whether you're dealing, and it's not just Zoom, it could be Google, it could be Skype, it could be a whole host of other players out there as well. So now you have the ability to project yourself anywhere, anytime. One interesting thing that Zoom has that some of the others don't is the concept of virtual backgrounds. So if you look behind me now, you can see our very professional background for USREM, which is a digital virtual background. You can have live action, you can have static action as well. There are other ways to do it with every other system as well, maybe not quite as easily, however, as you can with Zoom. Okay, but now let's say the coronavirus is over and you're meeting with somebody in a physical meeting in person. And so now you want to give them your business card. What's a business card, you ask? Well, it's a piece of paper that has your very standard pieces of information on there. But what if it changes? What if it's virtual? So if you want my virtual business card, it's virtual. Literally, I just show them my iPhone in my Apple Wallet, and there's a barcode, and they can a QR code. And so simply, you can take a shot with your iPhone of the barcode, and what do you get? Well, you get on their phone, by just scanning that with their camera app, my entire business card. And it has all of my links. It has my address. They can download a V card to update their platform, their address book. It has links to the various businesses, to the various calls to action that I want to have in there. I found this to be a remarkably impressive and very, very useful setup that doesn't require you to constantly reprint business cards. It serves the purpose for people who do want to have something that they know how to get a hold of you in it. And this is from a company called Visibility. It's called a Viz card. And so for those of you who might want to do that, you can go to visibility.com. And again, total control in the cloud. Everything that is shown on the card when somebody downloads it. You can track who has downloaded it, where they are, when they clicked on your card, when they scanned you. You can add notes to remind yourself of who these people are. Their cards in their address book will automatically be updated. So you could have an entire virtual card. All right, how about all that paper that people are signing for? And by the way, I'm getting some comments here from my Jiminy Cricket, Joshua Aaron, who says this looks very old-timey. Yeah, but remember, if all of this, everything I'm telling you now is second nature to you, because this is the way you do your business, remember that this is not the way the rest of the world works. And so these are things, as I'm telling you, this is the way we are currently running our business. And this is the way that most new businesses that are starting out are being run, but you will not find that this is the case for older businesses. Okay, one thing that businesses that have a lot of paper and forms and contracts and signing things are moving to is digital signatures. And so in the business that I'm in, which is venture capital and in investing, there is lots and lots of paper. You're signing things all the time. And so we use DocuSign for all of our documents. And so again, there are a dozen other players here. You've got whether it's HelloSign, Adobe Sign, and the like. Digital signatures let you upload your document to the cloud. You can do a total routing on the system. So each person signs that appropriately in turn. These are legal digital signatures. The document after it's signed is distributed to everybody. It's stored digitally in the cloud. These are perfectly valid legal signatures. There are still a very few cases where they require wet ink signatures, but for virtually everything these days, you can and probably should do it with digital signatures. It makes life much, much, much easier over here. So there are, as I said, a bunch of other services. For all these things, I'm going to give you the one or two that we're using, but if you just search digital signatures, if you search flexible office space, if you search video conferencing and the like, you've got it there. DocuSign happens to be one of the more full-featured, including a whole lot of workflow management and integration, so you can integrate DocuSign with other kinds of tools built into, if you're doing some kind of a SaaS or online system. It makes life very easy. So again, I don't think I've signed a paper document in 2 years at this point, because all of this stuff is done digitally. And if you're building a company from scratch, you should be doing it digitally as well. All right, well, that's paper, but how about things like paper checks, which is how you're getting money back and forth? Again, in the 21st century, although a lot of these older businesses are sending you checks or asking you to send them checks, that's again completely passé, right? So what do you do? Well, for business kinds of stuff, if you're doing business to business transactions, the two typical ways to do things are either ACH transfers or wire transfers. And these have been around for quite a while. ACH stands for Automated Clearinghouse. It's the way banks actually go send money back and forth. Here's an interesting fun fact. If you deposit a check from somebody in your bank, historically being more than about 10 or 15 years ago, they would literally have sent that check overnight to a clearinghouse that would have then sent it on to the first bank. Now they don't do that. They simply scan the check, they look at the numbers on there, and they use those numbers to do an automated pull from your account. But an interesting thing is that you could do that as well. If you are receiving payments on a regular basis, or you are sending payments, you can push and pull money from people's accounts with their permission, of course, through ACH. For larger sums of money, typically that are more secure, you can send wire transfers. A wire transfer can't really be reversed. It takes longer, however, typically a day or two to do a wire transfer, but your banks can do that. And then, of course, so that's done through your banks and your typical bank account. But there are a lot of ways for you to exchange money to other people, to pay for things and to be paid, including online payment processing. The first and the largest of these was PayPal for sending money from one player to another. The recent arrival that has become the sort of dominant play for building into existing systems, particularly SaaS platforms, is Stripe. You have Square, which has been the primary player for in-person money exchanges. If you're selling things, for example, retail at auction, you'll sell through Square. And the bottom over there is Venmo, which is a great way for sending cash from person to person. These are all running on the PayPal initial model of peer-to-peer communications, in many cases avoiding your bank. One that Jonathan mentioned is Zelle. Zelle is a peer-to-peer payment solution that's owned by the banks and used by the banks to send money. And so you can send money from your bank account directly to somebody else. But whatever it is, there's of course no reason to provide cash anymore or paper checks. I actually have one of my kids who thinks that I am so old-fashioned I actually have cash, so I am her personal ATM. And so every now and then she gives me whatever cash that has managed to accumulate in her pocket, and I Venmo her the cash at the other end. Okay, so that's moving money. Now, how about people? Well, of course, companies have people. They're made up of people. And what do? You employ people. Well, you do employ people, except these days, what the large majority of early stage companies like ours are doing, and like many of you on the phone call here, are what are called PEOs. And a PEO is a professional employer organization. And so this is what's known as a co-employment relationship. So that means each of your quote unquote employees is actually employed by two different people. One of them is you're having them actually do the work, and the other is your PEO provider. Our PEO provider is Trinet, which is one of the largest. What they are doing is, as a co-employer, they handle all of the HR and payroll and benefits and stuff like that, so you don't have to. So therefore, they take care of all of the compliance and the platform for payroll and withholding and all of that kind of stuff for a small fee. And what you do is you tell your employees what to do. So they are technically employed by both you and the other employee. A question was raised as to why would you want to have a PEO when you can outsource the actual payroll processing? Well, it turns out that there's a difference between simply handling filing payroll things and all the other benefits management and compliance and risk stuff that comes from having a professional HR team. So HR is a lot more than just sending payroll. But no, not one size doesn't fit all for everybody. There are absolutely very small teams where if you just have one player, you can do that. There are advantages if you go to, for example, to the Trinet site or other sites that are handling that are PEOs. You can see what the benefits are. The benefits tend to drop off as your company gets larger, but it is they can be very, very effective for small to mid-sized companies. But that's if you actually want to even have companies at all in the first place. What if you want to not have employees outsourced or otherwise? Well, it turns out that there is an enormous universe of folks out there who in this gig economy are willing to work for you. And the gig economy is not simply an Uber driver or an Airbnb host. The gig economy is a wide range of people. So the largest of the outsourcing platforms for skilled work is called Upwork. They have literally millions and millions of registered and trained folks who are experts in all kinds of things that historically you would be, of course, this is a full-time position. But whether you're talking about somebody to work with you on brand strategy, a developer to do AI, or whether you're looking for somebody to administer your Jira platform or be an expert on machine learning, these are all available on repeated ongoing bases for individual projects and stuff there. And again, the platform takes care of all of the 1099ing for the employees and tracking hours worked, making sure that you don't put out payment until you get stuff that you've approved it, but yet making sure that the employees approve because you're doing things in escrow and the like. So you can, it turns out, create a totally virtual company these days. Again, the economies of scale are such, and this is Coza's theory of the firm, that as you get bigger and bigger and have more and more people doing the same thing on an ongoing repetitive basis, it makes more sense to not pay freelance rates and outsider stuff to bring people on internally. But for a company that's starting up that does not want to have a large fixed payroll, that does not want to deal in the era of COVID with having to lay off people and handle severance and unemployment and all those kinds of things, it turns out that having a gig economy, having an outsourced workforce can be a very effective way of doing things. I know several companies that are large companies that are have their entire workflow and process dispersed. They have marketing and sales and administration and account management, all are done via outsourced players who they all coordinate online, and it can be very effective. The ultimate extension of this is, what if you want to have an outsourced workforce, but a really big, large workforce doing piecemeal work, not the kind of C++ development that you might pay for on an hourly basis using something like Upwork, but rather somebody just to go online and look at a picture and say, is this a cat? Right? Well, that's not exactly a highly skilled thing. You wouldn't necessarily pay somebody $50 an hour to look at a picture and say, is it a cat? But if you are developing an automated, SaaS platform, an automated platform to say, I'm going to have it, take the web and take every picture that looks like a cat, and then put that on, make that as a cat as a service, cat of the day. You may need to have some automated way of figuring out cat pictures, and you might search by keyword, but that wouldn't guarantee you that it's a cat. You really have to have a person look at it and say, is this a cat? But it's not a really advanced skill job, but you need a lot of them if you're going to service the entire world full of cat pictures. How do you get 100 people always 24/7 looking at the cats? And the answer is, for those who aren't familiar with it, there's a fascinating platform called Amazon Mechanical Turk, AMT. And Amazon Mechanical Turk is designed to automate human interaction tasks, things that a real live human being has to do, but where you can define the project and you're prepared to pay for it on a piecework basis. And so you can set up an individual piece of work that has to be done by a live person and say, I will pay X cents or dollars for that thing. And then you can build that into an automated system. So I've seen some extraordinarily complex systems that are all based around people who you don't necessarily know doing individual pieceworks, writing up a description. So let's say you wanted to create a database of all of the ramen shops in New York City to, rival an existing system out there. You could say, okay, I'm setting up a hit on Amazon Mechanical Turk, and I want to go dig up the, so for a listing of every ramen place, I'll web search every ramen place in New York City. I'll come up with a URL. I'll feed that into an Amazon Mechanical Turk thing, and I want a 50-word review of this place based on having been there, based on online reviews or whatever it is. I then want to have that review managed by somebody else, reviewed by another live human being to say it's okay. Maybe I'll have it reviewed by 5 people, and if 5 people say it's okay, then I'll accept it, and then I'll automatically put it into my system. So you can build that all in. So that's how to do things at large scale with Amazon Mechanical Turk. So effectively, to recap, you can create an entire virtual crowd, virtual office, virtual company today using all of these individual pieces of things that larger companies and the ones that are currently in real extremis have been doing by physical, long-term hardware, physical locations. You can now do all of this virtually, digitally, online, and do so in a way that looks exactly like a large company. You have tools available for you today to do everything that the world's largest companies can do, look, sound, and feel like them, so you're totally indistinguishable, even if it's just you sitting behind Zoom at your desk. And so with that said, here are the links. I'll make these available after the call. Of course, it's also being recorded, and you can download the entire presentation, freeze it at your desire. And if you want to reach out to me, I'm David S. Rose. My website is davidsrose.com, where you'll find links to all the other things that we mentioned that, in my life out there, as well as my virtual business card that you can reach me. So with that, we can open it to the floor for comments. If you want to put your questions into the chat room, I will try and pick it up from the chat room and answer questions over here. One of them I noted came from Sarah. Hey, Sarah. And that is, what do I predict in terms of virtual work and virtual events, the uptake of them after COVID? And the answer to this one is nobody knows for sure, but everybody is very, very cautious. And so there may be a potential really large impact on the world of physical real estate. But what do you do if you're in the business of providing 10-year leases on space? And all of a sudden people realize that, hey, now you can work from home with a Zoom or Hangout or whatever really easily. There may be a real challenge there. So I think you're going to see a lot of companies, probably most of the companies on this call were already digitally native. And so we're used to doing calls, Zoom conferences like this. And so I think you're going to see just an accelerating use of that. We're already doing it. It's just easier, quicker. Why come into the office, save an hour commute, if you have to go in and out? I think the really interesting thing is going to be for larger companies, which were not used to doing this, but now they are. Mike noted. Sorry, I made an error in my thing. Visibility is not VIS. Apparently, that was an autocorrect in PowerPoint in Keynote. So it's VIZIB, visibility.com. Heather had asked about why do we choose Upwork versus the companies? I'm not quite sure if the intention there was why Upwork versus other outsourcing companies, or the idea of individual players at Upwork versus a company. First, as to why Upwork itself, they're the largest of the outsourced platforms. There are plenty of other ones as well, ones that specialize in different areas. But Upwork has literally millions and millions of people who are available. As to why an outsourced individual worker as opposed to a company, because individuals have less overhead, they can be more responsive, they can be faster. You may find it's all the benefits of an employee, but all the benefits of not having an employee at the same time. So with that said, I want to thank you.
I want to interject a question, if you don't mind.
Okay. Go ahead.
There's a big stampede going on to understand and apply for these various government grants, loans, et cetera. If we were further down this curve already, would a Gust or a QuickBooks or somebody like that streamline this process as part of it, so that everybody who's a Gust customer already knows all these answers and doesn't have to have a fire drill to find out what the rules are, pull together paperwork, et cetera? How's that going to be in the future?
The answer is you'll always have a fire drill, because the requirements will always be different. So, for example, the Treasury just put out the stuff out there last night, and they're now, each bank is putting in their own requirements for what you need to know. But pulling stuff together, yeah, you have, if all of your accounts are in a shoebox, you're screwed. So be able to, because they're asking for all of your things, that you're filing stuff from the past year, your payroll, who paid what, all of that stuff is downloadable from your outsourced HR player, from your payroll filer, from your PEO player as well, from Gust, in terms of your cap table and the like. So, and that's why we thought Gust was so important to have Gust launched, to start your company off the right way, documenting everything, all of your cap table, all of your board actions, all of your legal, and all of your accounting and your bank account and everything else. It pulls into one place. So when something like this happens, you know where it is and you know it's safe in the cloud.
Okay. So you've given us methods to create companies and new companies. What do old companies do? Do they move to this technology, or do they pick and choose, or what?
And the answer is what you are seeing right now is a pell-mell rush to the door for old, existing companies to do this. I mean, one of the more fascinating things was watching Nancy Pelosi a couple of weeks ago when they were asked about, would the House move, to work remotely? And her point was, she said something, I got to dig up the quote and use it in one of the presentations. Well, we're not all used to dealing remotely with computer things like this. We need to bring in trainers to teach us how to have a video call or something like that. So what you're finding now is that companies that were not doing remote work are all of a sudden signing up for Zoom. Zoom's stock price has literally doubled in the last 30 days because there are so many sales to companies that were not previously using video conferencing but are now. And so when companies realized, for many companies, going to remote work was a very scary thing because their thesis was out of sight, out of mind. What happens, if you can't see, if I can't see with my employees, they're just goofing off and not doing anything there, right? But those of us who've been working remotely or have had remote teams for a long time know that some of your best workers are remote workers, and the productivity is great. And so now what some of these companies with enforced remote work are finding is that those people are working even better remotely than they did before. So they're going to be much less shy about, offering people, remote work 1 or 2 days a week or whenever. So I think you're going to see a lot of move to a lot of the things that are starting now will become much more built-in practices after the virus scare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I experienced Zoom's hockey stick growth because I had to buy some stuff to put this conference on. And at first I didn't know what to buy. So here's what the process is now. You go to their website, you say, I want to talk to a salesperson. They say, okay, here's the number to call. After 40 minutes or so of being on hold, you speak to a sales overflow operator who will then take your name and have somebody get back to you.
There you go. The question is, how do you scale? And you scale with systems that can roll over. Shouldn't have to deal with a live person, right? Hopefully you'll have chatbots and AI, systems that'll answer your questions for you. But you will automatically, and that's where things like Mechanical Turk come into play, and outsourcing. When you have all of these platforms that begin to integrate with each other, right? So, Gust integrates with a lot of these platforms and things, and TriNet does, and Zoom does, and Google Apps does. And so you begin to build this entire effectively mesh network of automated systems where your company is entirely virtual in the crowd. And then, one of the original internet memes was, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog. Similarly, with a complete virtual company, you can look and feel and seem like the world's biggest company and be one person running this as a gig thing while you're on the beach in Cancun.
So do any of these tools help us with collaboration in a higher level way? I mean, it's a lot of plumbing that we need plumbing, but we need idea sharing, and we need one idea springing to another idea, and plans emerging and projects managed, et cetera.
Sure. I mean, the two logical things here are, one, face-to-face video conferencing, right? Historically, even with Skype, they were mostly, calls. And this is all, if you're 20-something now and you're a digital native and you just started your company and you look at guys like me and guys like Jeff and you think we're old fogies and, whatever it is. But we've seen the evolution of this stuff over time. And so it is hard to realize just how new a lot of this, video conferencing stuff is. I mean, I've been video conferencing for 20 years, but the rest of the world hasn't, so it doesn't do you any good. But now, when you actually have this stuff and you can look somebody in the eye, there is a fundamental difference about having your team in one place on one screen, looking at you and watching people's facial expressions and the like, in terms of remote work. And I think you're going to see the explosive growth of things like Zoom and Skype and Hangouts for Business and so on, making that remote collaboration work much more common in the months ahead than they have been until now. number one. And the other thing I think dates back to the beginning of Google Apps. I mean, several, all the major platform players now, Apple and Microsoft and Google, all have open online cloud-based collaboration apps. But it was really what Google Apps for Business kicked off with their collaborative work on one document in real time with everybody working in the cloud on a document. That was, I think, a major sea change. And that got a lot of companies working to collaborate work. So I would now say every document our company produces is being done collaboratively online with everybody sharing in and editing the same document. And so work tools like that for the plumbing, combined with the explosive growth in video conferencing and video meetings, so you're all looking face to face while you're doing this stuff. I think these are the golden days of online collaboration are ahead of us.
I concur with that, and you might be interested to know, I was in another conference a couple weeks ago where the audience could type in questions on a spreadsheet, and they showed up in the slide deck of the presenter.
Yep. I mean, the tools, again, if you're not a PowerPoint expert or a open source expert, there are tools out there that can do anything and everything. If you could imagine it, there is likely a tool that somebody has created to integrate things together. It just takes work and effort. So, I mean, I'll give you one little example. For video conferencing, if you just take a look at if you look at how you look in your Zoom conference now in your video, you're probably sitting at a desk in front of your laptop or whatever it is, and you're lit by your monitor and so on and so forth. Whereas some of the presenters you're looking, are appropriately lighted and with appropriate backgrounds and everything else. Yeah, there's no magic to this, but for our company, we've decreed that anybody who's having an outdoor and an outside video call with anybody not in the company has to use a standardized business background, has to be appropriately dressed in business casual, so you come across as a real person, not in a t-shirt and lounging in a beach chair. Because that does not inspire confidence, frankly, even if you think it does, with appropriate lighting and exposure so you can do it. And that just takes a little bit of effort. And so if you look for things, you will find that there are tools to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, and Heather has just messaged us that, I don't know if you saw the earlier part of this, but Heather has a business that creates graphic notes live during presentations.
Cool.
And she has done 5 or 6 of them for our conference, and we're posting them and we're sharing them. And she used an online tool called Mural, and you could watch her doing it live as in a collaboration as
Excellent.
well.
Look forward to adding that in. Great.
Okay, is there a question here? Oh, no, it's just a general. Okay, thank you, David. Appreciate your sharing all this ideas for us.
My pleasure.
This will be published with everything else. Anyway, any last words, and then we'll move along.
No, this is, I mean, out of adversity comes prosperity, right? And so out of each of the last, and again, my business lifetime, these last crises have come some of the greatest, strongest companies that were coming up from necessity being the mother of invention. And what you're seeing now with these kinds of tools, if you are a large steroid-bound company that has $100,000 leases and 5,000 full-time employees and expensive infrastructure systems and the like, times like these, where the entire economy shuts down, are really, really tough. If, however, you are a nimble startup founder, small founding team, which is looking and appearing to the outside world and functioning with these collaboration tools and the like the biggest company and most resource company out there, but your costs are a tiny fraction of it, you will have, as they was said in the VC call the other day, figure that in the era of the crisis here, your cost of capital has just skyrocketed, whether it's the cost you'd have to pay to get capital in or the value of every dollar you have in your pocket. And all these tools are a way to make those dollars go a lot farther, and the companies that can be flexible enough about using technology and these new practices to create and grow their businesses are the ones that will be the winners.
Terrific. Good advice. Okay, I'd like to wrap up the conference. This has been an amazing experience for myself and for a lot of the team involved. I'd like to express a little gratitude to the various members of the audience, and to first of all, our team. So we had 24 people on stage for this conference, and we've had 12 or 13 people backstage to make it happen. So I'd like to acknowledge and thank those folks. And I'd like to kind of recap what's happened on the conference. So first of all, we started with a story of somebody who pivoted his business to, give me 1 second. Okay. From a brand new online business to a offline version of that business in the fitness space. That was wonderful. Vern gave us lots of wisdom on how to respond to the situation, what to prioritize, the 5 C's. Kyan spoke to us about his innovation framework, very dense, powerful lesson for all of us. Then we had a really nice coaching panel. Tom Kriegelstein moderated, and we had Kim, Terry, and Jody sharing their coaching experience. Nick Sonnenberg told us about building a company that's virtual all the time and all sorts of productivity hacks and ways to operate in this world we found ourselves in suddenly. Heather has made these wonderful drawings for us, and we've shared them on our website and some of them on the screen here. They'll all be permanently available on the Adversity to Prosperity website. Cannon talked to us about branding and making that emotional connection in the first few seconds. Dove gave us a very powerful story about being a dragon, and particularly what's important and how to prioritize. And 2 of the big lessons I got from him are leadership is an essential service, and we need to keep our support structure around us. If you look at the screen now, we're seeing the some of the drawings that Heather has produced for us. Again, they'll be published. They're on her website and also on our website. And this is a way for you to refresh what you may have learned. And it's very important. Getting knowledge outside your head is really important, and taking it in and being able to see it and capture it that way is completely a valuable thing. Lucas, can you give us the next slide? We've seen Vern Harness. Let's see another one. Okay. All right. This was our coaching panel. We've often talked about coaches do not supply answers. What they do is supply questions, and the questions you need to consider. We also saw that in Jody's presentation this afternoon. She asked us a lot of questions that drove a lot of thinking. Appreciate that very much. When you back up 1 step, I was just reading something for you. When you're in action, you don't have time for fear. I love that. Okay, now next slide. Okay. There's a lot that Cannon has to say, and much of it had to do with various brand things. And she chose to focus on your values and your ethics and how they relate to the trust you earn and whether people want to engage with you. Okay, another slide, please. Okay, this is Doug talking about how to be grounded in your meaning, why you do what you do. And another kind of timeless saying he said that's so true is COVID has accelerated us into the future. Like, we were already going towards more virtualization, more online meetings, more of those. We just jumped ahead and skipped some of the steps in getting there. We do, however, have a big period of unknown, and we need to face what's going on and engage with it. And he gave us exercises for that also that were greatly appreciated. Okay, another slide, or are we done with slides? Oh, yes. Okay, so Sean D'Souza talked about kind of the dangers of optimism. The fact that crises, while we don't want them and they're not good things do come out of crises. And that will be true for this one as well. the 3 prongs, I knew this lesson before, but it's really driven home. The strong businesses are the ones that have the many-to-many approach, or something that they can leverage. That you have the service, training, and leverage on this screen. If you don't make your leverage part the biggest part of your business, that gives you trouble. And that's probably true for many of us. So that's one very practical lesson to move towards a more leveraged model of business. Okay, another slide if we have more. David Meerman Scott, Fanocracy. What are you a fan of, and how do you build those close relationships? And more specifically, how do you build closeness when you can't be physically close? And he told us about mirror neurons and about the video space. We feel like we relate to our movie stars. We want to create that same kind of experience with the people that we need to create those close relationships with. Okay, is there more, or are we done with the slides? Well, that's an answer. Okay, so we can take down the slides. If anybody has any general questions, I will take them, but I just want to thank everybody who's participated. I want to thank the audience for coming and taking the time with us. I would also like you to pass the word on. If you learn something, teach it to somebody else. If you want to review it, or want to have somebody else review it, invite them to their website and hook them up with our videos. Pass the word along, get other people involved, share your thoughts, play your big game, respond. You are the hero in the hero's journey. Lucas, put up our logo. Okay, I'll stay on verbally. Will the PowerPoints be provided? We'll ask the panelists to provide their decks and we'll publish them. I don't need the timer, just go back to the regular logo. Yes, so we'll ask all the participants, all the speakers, to provide their decks, their materials, if they have tools they want to share, contact information. All this will be offered to you. All right. If anybody has a question, I'll give you another minute, and then I'm going to terminate the. Come to the website for the event to get the information, adversitytoprosperity.com, and we will send at least one email, maybe 2 or 3 emails to everybody who registered to when we have all the information published, so you know that it's there. Oh, I love Dan Boschwitz, best conference ever. That is a high compliment. I appreciate it. A lot of people are saying some similar things. This has been a labor of love and quite a bit of labor and quite a bit of helpful people involved. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to do it and everybody who stepped up to help. It has been a completely amazing experience. Can we stand a few minutes to high five success? Yes. Lucas, can you let everybody speak who wants to somehow, the attendees? Is there a way to unmute them or something?
I can, let me see here.
Okay, so we're not going to unmute you, but we're going to turn it on so you can unmute yourself if you want to speak. There's no way to do it for everyone at once, but.
Jeff, you're amazing. If you can hear this, it's Sarah. Thank you.
Hey, Sarah, love hearing from you. Thank you.
And thank you to Heather for the beautiful illustrations. And of course, David Rose, always on the predictions. Our favorite historian, David. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
This is by far the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for sharing all this.
Hey, Jeff, this is Josh Aaron, and I will just tell you, first of all, it's nice to see some and hear some other friends on the call, not just with all this social distancing. It's nice to know that some of you are out there. So hello to everybody. And Jeff, thanks for putting this together and making me help me with it. I really appreciate you twisting my arm because this is super valuable. Hope everybody enjoyed it.
I think a lot of people did, and I'm really glad to hear about this.
Jeff, this is Melanie, and I just want to say thank you. This is going to help me lead my family through this crisis.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it.
It's better than a lot of two-day conferences I've spent thousands of dollars for. It's absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
This is Heather over in Brooklyn. Just wanted to echo what everybody's been saying. This was so needed at this time, and really has made a shift in my COVID journey. So thank you for putting all this together, Jeff, and thank you for inviting me to graphic record. It was a really great way for me to engage with this too.
I'm trying to get into your Zoom, but it's not opening.
All right, I think you're on mute. You're on mic with us still.
Yes.
I just also, Jeff pulled a lot of people to make this happen, and I think all those people should be applauded. I mean, no one got a penny for doing this, and I know how many people are involved in the back end there, those 12 or 15 people Jeff's talking about. They have worked tirelessly for 3 weeks to pull this off. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, I'm going to take a moment and thank Lucas Young, who's been our producer, Lauren Steinberg, who's been our project manager, Larry Young, who's taken care of our video recording, and Antoine Dupont, who made us a website, Aaron Melman, who helped us get the speakers ready, Anita Rosner, who helped us with managing questions, Ben, who also helped with the speakers, Hudson Signet, who made this beautiful illustration for us that we use as our logo, Vikram Rajan, who's publishing our videos, Ejon, who did our copywriting, David Steele, who did some of our marketing, and Gary Sorrento, who hooked us up with all sorts of Zoom resources.
And thank you, and a shout out to all the speakers, because I will say all of them could have charged and do charge, multiple 5 figures to speak, and all of them donated their time and energy to this. Thank you all so much from the heart.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for organizing this event. And notwithstanding the Stockdale paradox, it was really nice to hear some positivity and some optimism in this time of
there's not a back from the envelope and ready to throw in the notes.
Yeah, I do believe that some of the speakers spoke of how fear shuts you down and curiosity and generosity opens up your mind. So let's bear that in mind also. Too much optimism is not good, but curiosity and generosity are going to open up your mind to more possibilities.
And a quiet mind is a powerful mind.
Yes.
Thank you all for this opportunity. It's been a great conference.
Thank you. I'm going to shut us down. Thank you all. Keep in touch. We'll be in touch. You can reach us through our email. You can come back to us, and we will have all this published for you as soon as we can.
Thanks a lot. Bye, Jeff.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that was amazing.
Fantastic.
How do you hang up? Go away. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Stay healthy, everyone.